Hello, everybody. What's going on? It's tchlive. It's Tuesday, and you guys know what that means. It's Aaron here in the booth hanging out with you guys tonight. And we got a heck of a game for you as well. We've got PokerFace Ash as well as a bunch of other local players about ready to duke it out, playing some 5-5-10, a no-limit Texas Hold'em. So thank you guys for tuning in. Welcome to the show. And I believe we're going to get things started off with a PLO flip or maybe even a bomb pot. We shall see. But while we get situated here, check out our snazzy new felt. Perhaps this felt has been there for a show already. I don't know, but it's new to me, and that is pretty cool looking, if you ask me. Nice little contrast there between the red chips and everything else. But first things first, let's go to a little bit of promo here about our August 15th through September 5th Poker Atlas Tour coming at you from Texas Card House in Dallas and the Las Colinas location. We got over $3 million in guarantees for tournaments coming up, with 2 tournaments with $1 million or more guaranteed in the prize pool. So here you can see the $500 buy-in tournament there, and then we've got a 1K buy-in with the $1.5 million guarantee prize pool. So some pretty snazzy stuff. We'll come back to those throughout the show, but just to get that out there right off the bat. All right, here we go. Hand number 1, we're just playing 2-card. No bomb pots, no flips, no nothing. Let's get right into the action here. Brass Monkey with a couple of black 9s to start things off. I'm going to go ahead and raise this up. PokerFace Ash from the straddle with ace-9 suited. That's good enough to see a flop. We'll check out this nice little cap from this gentleman here in the 1C as well. So a little bit of everything here on hand number 1. 8 high board, pretty good flop here for the black 9s. PokerFace Ash whiffs by a mile. Does have 2 overcards, but with no diamonds out there. What on earth do you have to look forward to, right? All right, let's take a look here at the chat, see who all is joining us. We got Woody, we got Albert, Frank, Raina, Kicker Problems. What's going on, y'all? David as well. Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, no, I knew you had something like really good because you wanted to show it.
You're all strapped in, ready for 6 hours of tchlive poker action, all free streamed for you here on the YouTubes. Once again, I am Aaron McAvoy, going to be hanging out with you for the first 4 hours, thereabouts. And we got Derek Ing. He's going to be popping in here just a little bit late, and then he'll be rocking and rolling with you guys for the remainder of the evening.
If you won the first one, we can all chip up to 3,000 now. Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, so looking all around the table here, we've got quite a few fresh faces for me.
Steal our blinds. Might not even know what he has. This is eye surgery.
So we've got Bridge Mike here, who I have seen before, and Carlos playing the 5 of clubs and a mystery card.
Like soda water?
It's not you.
Or like club soda? Yeah, and then just some water.
Ace high flop here. Carlos, the pre-flop raiser, so he's going to go ahead and take a shot at this for 55. But Bridge Mike here with 3 cards to wheel, I guess, is sticking around. I guess we could have a misread here since we do have one of those cards unscanned for Carlos. Sometimes that can affect the rest of the cards. But, okay, he bets again and we get a fold. Not exactly sure if all of those cards were accurate, but we'll just move right along. All right, we got Mitchell, we got Poker Nemo roll as well. Some new faces coming on into the chat. Mo the Cat, yo, what's up, y'all?
Ace queen, wow, it's a good hand and a good flop.
Doesn't matter how good they are at golf. They're gambling.
All right.
Yeah.
Once again, you guys can see there on the felt, we got the Poker Atlas Tour coming up here in just a couple of weeks. Going to be running for a couple of weeks with 2 tournaments. Guaranteed to have $1 million or more in the prize pool. The title event, the 1K buy-in, 1.5 million guaranteed in the prize pool. The full schedule is now out. You can find that on TexasCardHouse.com. It will be played at both the Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social in Las Colinas location.
We were net positive.
So there will be plenty of tournaments, plenty of action
We got another hour and a half.
for throughout those couple of weeks. I guess it's really like 3 weeks of tournament.
Keep it up, kid. I'm gonna cry.
I said it's
So
$2
really
for
looking
that.
forward to that. I will definitely be there playing some of those tournaments. So I hope to see some of you all there.
Okay, I see. I see.
Here, I got 2.
No, I got. I
we
actually got it.
go.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
We always
Between
run out of cash.
BDD and Fire,
Earlier, I had
of
to
course, a
break for
regular
100.
on
There
the
you go.
higher stakes stream.
Thank you. Thanks.
So you were playing the
BDD, the
5-10
pre-flop
over there?
raiser, bets the flop, Fire
5-10?
calls, check
Okay,
on the
lovely.
turn, and now here we are on the river.
That was out of the list. I couldn't do
Fire
it.
will turn over the pair of sevens, walk away, drag the pot,
Kind of. Looks like you've been
and
in
we
this a little bit.
shall continue on to hand number 4 in just a moment. Everybody buying in here for 2K, that appears to be the cap, and I presume it's going to be match the stack after that, but we can get confirmation of that.
Literally found out.
Pros are pros. They're not.
They
Oh,
are.
they're like.
I
Yeah.
think St. John's is the same forces over here.
The action. Like he was
Makes for you.
4,000 in this
Where do you
guy. I don't
Play
know
it
what he
summer
had,
before
but
he
the guy just
doesn't.
had fucking kings.
Yeah, I can't be out in the sun because UV rays affect
I'm
it
guessing Donnie just had an ace. Anyway,
until they lock it in.
that's a winner. That was about a $10,000 play.
Right, nines are hot here.
Is there a
Right
10
off
all
of
there?
that.
Short there.
We've got Dunn finding them under the gun.
He's got 10 there.
10?
And indeed, it is match the stack here, so we'll see these stacks are growing. Fire here waking up with the ladies in the cutoff. He makes it 135 to go.
Oh, wait.
8 and 9.
All chips.
Randy with 2 unsuited Broadway cards. Those will head into the muck, but Dunn will see a flop with the 9s out of position. And a couple of aces and a tray out here. Not going to be the scariest board for either player. Of course, ace is a very relevant card for one of these 2 players to have, but with 2 of them on board, not the worst place to be with the pocket pair. So Fire will continue for 150 and Dunn will check call. 8 of hearts now on the turn. Checky, checky. And if Dunn checks this again, Fire's going to feel really good about his hand. Indeed, Dunn does check in. No, Fire snap checks this back. Feels like maybe pocket 8s, pocket 7s gets in, and then just sort of goes for the trappy check raise, or maybe even a big ace still looking to go for the check raise.
I fought a 9. I fought the 7 9s more than any other
But
set.
yeah, perhaps a little bit of value left on the table.
Oh,
Of
I love
course,
the
you always hate to be that guy who does go for value, and then your opponent hits you with the check raise, and you're like, why the hell did I do that? Why didn't I just check and win the 400 bucks or whatever? So sometimes discretion,
Well, I said I'll fought the 7
better
fours
part
and
of
then
valor
like
or
3, 4,
something.
5
Don't even know exactly what that saying means, but I've heard it before. It means something like that situation.
Pretty solid.
But I'm lucky I just feel the board's going to pair.
And then you can match stacks. So. He's a good player.
Sir, gotta be off the phone.
Oh, yeah.
Don Massacre here in the chat says missed value. Yeah,
That's a shot.
I mean, it always
right?
helps when we can see the cards.
20 straddle.
But you know, let's say that
Raise to 65. Seat 7 again.
you know, let's say that there was like ace-7 out there, and like rivers the boat, and it's just like, ooh, check, and then you bet, and you get check raised, and you know that sort of exact scenario that you don't want to have happens. Then you know we'd probably be saying something a little bit different. Anyways, PokerFace Ash here with 2 black jacks.
3 players.
Gets free bet by Bridge Mike Randy in there as well. And Ash is going to get out flopped here, playing this one sort of slow, just calling the free bet free.
8 bets.
Check over to Bridge Mike, who has flopped the best of it with the top pair. He's going to continue for 210, which is, I guess, what, same bet from pre-flop, around 1/3 pot. Just one overcard out there. Let's see if Ash wants to stick around for a turn card before she sort of reevaluates her position here with second pair effective, but she's just going to let this go to a single bet on the flop. Gives Bridge Mike credit for a bigger hand. He does indeed have it, and Ash will dodge any further damage.
Yeah, this year you have been finishing, you know, pretty good. Half the time I'm covering it or better.
Let me know here in the chat what do you guys think of the new felt? I'm actually a big fan of the green. I think even the green chips don't really get lost in there. There's plenty of white on those chips, so they still kind of pop out. I do feel like the red and black felt that we had before was just a little bit too easy for red chips and black chips to kind of get lost in the mix, depending on sort of where you position them on the felt. But and I really like this color scheme, actually.
Something like that, right?
Poker and Nemo here throwing some shade at the 3-bet with the king-queen off. He was on the button, man. I think that's perfectly fine play.
Thinking of a very specific flop.
I mean, you're going to want a 3-bet with a nice balanced range. And of course, you're not just going to do it with aces, kings, queens, you know, all of the best hands. You're going to want to have some other stuff in there that also blocks some of your opponent's strong hands that can continue. So, you know, raising with the king, queen off there is a pretty standard 3-bet, actually.
The game last night, they were flipping for 5,000.
And you'll see people do it with, obviously, like the low suited aces, ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, things like that. But also even just like ace 10 off, right? Because you block a lot of the strong hands that your opponent can continue with. And it's not really a great hand. It's not something that you really want to be playing, even in position as a flat call free. So mix it in there as a 3-bet. Why not? We got ourselves a little challenge here from TCH Live Poker. Let's get to 100 likes by 7:30 p.m. Well, challenge accepted. I think we can get there. What do you guys say? Rear back and strike the like button with the force with at least 13 ostriches. Help us get to that like goal,
But I've always felt like it's the most fun.
if you would. Also, if you are new to the broadcast and haven't yet subscribed and hit notifications for the channel, we would be so grateful to have you as part of the TCH Live community.
I'll take 2 waters.
Hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and help us out. Hit that like button. Beth here in the chat says, who do I email or message to get into the game for the live stream? Well, so Mallory is the person in charge of setting the lineups here on TCH Dallas live stream. So she is the one to reach out to. I think I've got a little widget to show you guys.
You cash anything?
See if my widget works. There we go.
Had a really good summer.
Go ahead and contact Mallory. You got a phone number there, or you can scan. You can also shoot a email to tchlivedtx at texascardhouse.com.
That's awesome. Yeah. So close to a lot of money.
Yeah.
So close
Somebody
to
from
$1
here
million.
did really well in Monster Stack too, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Who was it?
Final table, right? Second.
Yeah.
David wants to know if they're going to be playing the knit game. We do have the knit game
We
button,
played-
so it's very much in play. But you know, it's always kind of dependent on the players in the game as to whether or not they want to sort of spice up the action by adding the knit game into the rotation. I'm all for it. I certainly would advocate for it. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
It was an amazing experience. Super fun.
Any deep run.
Carlos
Oh my
here
gosh,
going to be
The best run I've ever had. It was
outturned.
How many days were you in?
Fire here picking up a pair of
4 days.
4s.
10 hours?
More than
And
that, yeah.
way
It
more
was
than
while his hand
crazy. I think it was
does
like,
improve,
like 10 to midnight or 10 to 1.
still
Yeah, it's
maintaining
like
the king high
13-hour
flush as
days.
well. So he's going to fire out a nearly pot-sized wager and take it down.
1 hour break every night, dinner break, yeah.
Dawn with some commentary on the ace-ace-3 board,
Well, 30
queens
and then
versus
dinner,
nines.
yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you.
It was crazy the amount of grind you have to do to get there. Like that was crazy. That was my first ever day 3, my first ever day 4. 6 people away from a final table. So sick.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's like bittersweet.
It's all right. You've moved it up a notch.
Yes.
You know you can do it.
Yeah, exactly. You know what it takes to like get that far now.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, PokerFace Ash with a couple of good runs out in
She's been
Vegas
watching me
this
play, so
summer.
she knows what not to do now. So.
One calls.
You have to run pretty pure, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The guy who ended up getting second just flops quads and gets jammed into on the river. Like it was. And guess he was ship leading, and guess what? He probably had less
My
than
heart went
40
out to
bigs.
you
It was
last
such a
week.
shallow structure.
6 hours.
He was chip leading with like 35 big blinds.
All right, 4 players see this flop. Jack 8-5 2-tone. Randy was the best of it. Pair queen kicker.
I ran really good on that.
That's 75 and thins the field down to just
Final table.
him and BDD,
3 times more chips in it.
who
The entire
had a
table.
gut shot.
Yeah.
That's the first one out.
Check on the turn 9 of clubs and
I haven't played enough pairs.
board pairing the bottom card here. 5 of spades shouldn't change much, so Randy will go for a little bit of value, and 6-9 is already in the muck before his chips actually get across the line. Randy takes this one down.
Adam, like I have his picture in my phone. I'm taking those pictures every day with our stats.
Whatever you want to do, man.
That's cool.
He's super nice guy.
That's so cool. My friend got second. He's from Arizona.
Like I had ace 9.
Steve Jones.
I went to 200.
He's good.
I was being
Yeah, he
bullied, and I
Adam plays a
succumbed to
weird
peer
game,
pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, his
my
shove
fault.
there. What did he shove with?
But I went 200 on ace 9.
Yeah,
call,
for like 100
flop,
big blinds?
Like ace
way
king
more than
4 or,
Oh,
or
that's
ace king
insane.
5.
I didn't watch.
You raised to 25 million
Half
and
pot,
he jammed
call,
for
turns to
200
9.
million. And the guy has
Turn 2
aces.
pair.
I
He bets like 5.
I didn't watch any of it yet.
I call, and then he jams
Yeah,
the river.
I mean 3-handed.
Some nice table chatter here already.
Raised to 100 million, and you skip the exact same answer.
There's plenty of conversation going on. I will just kind of
Wild.
be floating into the background to let y'all soak in the
Cool.
conversation from time to time.
I mean, just for the amount of big blinds. Like,
Two raised to 50. It was like 190 big ones, something like that. I was like, what are you doing?
Raised to 200.
You
Got
got
some
all day
spice
long.
coming out here. Randy limps with the 7-3. It must be his favorite hand or something. Dunn raises it up. BDD next to act will re-raise. And Dunn is going to make the call. So we're going to go heads up to a flop here. BDD getting a little bit out of line, and both players flopping top pair. This could be dangerous for BDD.
And I told him exactly the opposite of how they've never done it before.
Tilly A's already been here, only been here for 2 seconds, and already liked the stream. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
intimidating at the tables or trying to.
Angling. He's like,
Deuce of spades here on the turn. BDD does pick up a gut shot to the wheel, but that queen will be kicking by the river, so gonna need to find a 4 or a 3.
he does it as much now.
Oh, yeah, because he
See
got.
Dunn check call another bet here on the turn. Does go check on the river, and BDD will knock his hand after seeing
Fun.
the ace queen. $1,000 pot here
What was really fun
going the
is,
way of the 2-seat. Dunn here moves up into the positive, up 270 bucks.
I was big blind, he was small blind. And he min raises. I got ace queen. I jammed. I only had like 20 bigs. He insta-called.
Don
with ace
Masker
queen.
wants to know, what is PokerFace
And the
Ash's
flop
real
came three
name?
spades. I
Ashley
had
Frank.
ace spade. Yep. 25. And
Rattle 25, seat nine.
Yeah, she made a couple of really good runs out there at WSOP. I don't remember exactly what events she ran deep in, but I know that she was still cooking
Oh, shit.
in the main event pretty late into the structure,
Seat 3 raised to 275.
if I'm not
Six
mistaken.
folds.
Let's see here. We got Dunn raising in the low jack, pocket sixes. BDD seems to be quite aggressive here today.
9 folds.
Gonna raise it up again. Ace queen off.
2 folds.
And the sixes go in the muck. BDD's stack perhaps down at 1,000, not really justifying a set mine out of position with a hand that's going to brick out so frequently, and they just let it go. Also, the size of the 3-bet may have been a deterrent there.
Easily. More than
I can't think of his name. Milkman.
Once again, if you are just joining us and haven't already subscribed to the channel, please do help us out. It's free. And you can also hit the notification bell. That'll give you updates as to whenever we go live, which is currently, I think, 3 nights a week, maybe 4 nights a week. I don't even remember. I know our schedule has been sort of changing around a little bit here as of late, but we've got fine free poker action for you guys
Gives no F's, as they
all
say.
the time. So join the team, hit like and subscribe, please. Randy here going to raise it up. Ace King suited under the gun. Beautiful hand right there. We'd love to look down at that one.
Sorry.
Rich Mike here in the big blind says 10-9-0, good enough. And Brass Monkey will close the action with the Queen 6. We'll go 3 players to a flop ace high. And a whole lot of nothing there for Bridge Mike and Brass Monkey. So Randy going to put 75 across the line. He'll drag the pot of 155.
Flops where you can't catch a runner and make anything.
Don't forget, if you are a tournament player, go on to TexasCardHouse.com. You can also check it out on Poker Atlas. You've got the full schedule of the Poker Atlas tour up there for you guys. I'm trying to bring the graphic up and it's not working. So
Oh my God, is that one of the best shows ever?
just feel a little bit of lag. There we go. All right, Poker Atlas tour, August 15th through September 5th. TexasCardHouse.com/Poker Atlas Tour Dallas has all of the information. It's got the full schedule up there for you guys. Go ahead and check it out if you're in or around the Dallas, Texas area, or want to come in from out of town and get yourself a piece of the $3 million plus in guarantees. End of August through beginning of September. That is your time frame. Come on down, hang out with us. I will be up there. I look forward to seeing you
When
guys.
they finish working on your eyes, go with the ears. And that's
Doug here in the chat says the green looks much better. I agree. Thank you for that. Brian Crow joining us here in the chat as well. PokerFace Ash is in the house. Welcome to the stream.
One luck looks like away from being a solid 4.
You throw some jewelry in there, you get a point and a half.
I'm gonna follow you out in the parking lot there.
All right, Fire
Tell you what,
will call the open
I
for
have got this
BDD
stuff
with King
insured at
3
2
suited.
different places, so I'm just
PokerFace Ash is in there on the button with 8.
Oh, this guy named Carlos still in.
Randy and Dunn. Dunn's out of there. Yeah, I was going to say that's a little bit speculative, but Randy's in there. The clean diaper, suited 3 deuce. And everybody whiffs this. Well, no, I should say BDD makes 3rd pair on this board. PokerFace Ash has effective 3rd pair and the best hand.
7-4.
But Randy leads out here, and BDD, who has the pre-flop lead and
Carlos, that's the difference between the
has
first wife and the second wife.
a pair, is going to go for the immediate raise. But Randy here, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, is going to make this call.
No,
And one of the best cards in the deck, one of the 2 cards in the deck that actually gives his hand a little bit of life, the 4 of clubs and the 5 of clubs. He gets one of them. I mean, the 4 of clubs is in BDD's hand, so he basically hits a 1-outer here to even improve his hand to 7% equity.
But you're going to say, look at her.
Of course, we can see that BDD has the superior flush draw, and that is the reason that that equity is so low, but my goodness. He really didn't want to see that card, as it may inspire him to continue, although this is a big chunky bet here, 400 from BDD. But indeed, Randy is undeterred and really doesn't want to see a club peel off on the end. So 6 of diamonds. And Randy goes for it. He stuffs it in there with the 3 high. He's literally playing the board
Yeah, Randy.
and just YOLOs it in, gets it through, and doesn't show it. Randy is an absolute savage.
It's gonna stay here. Usually they spot me the button where I play right.
Just casually mucks the hand. I mean,
Gotta do some action.
I don't know. I haven't run too many 3-high bluffs in my day, but when I have, I've at least contemplated showing it. That is,
I know.
that is next level. You love to see it. All right. Whew.
No, yeah, we
Poker
do it very
Monkey
cheap.
tuning in, joining us here in the chat.
Let's do it.
How's it going, man?
How much is cheap? I don't know.
Been
25.
catching up on main event on Poker Go. Oh, cool. All right, all right. Yeah, there was a lot of content
C3 is added
for the main event. What a fantastic event it is.
Already
Already can't wait to go back and play next year.
I lost it twice last time.
Oh my
So-
gosh. I was watching it.
I was so carded that stream and the stream before that too.
When I played in Champions, we were
Streaming
playing
that.
that 400 ahead.
Oh jeez. 400 ahead.
Randy, how much you have? How much is Randy have?
Jammed on the flop. I raised with 7-8 in small blind. Got 4 calls.
Mitch Heck asking about Ashley Sleeth, who is another poker content creator, but
9.
Ashley Frank is
So I had a
PokerFace
couple
Ash.
winning options.
Okay,
And I just jammed for like 10 grand. You got him to fold.
Got it through.
9-8-6 two-tone board. 4 players see this
Yeah,
flop. Up and down, straight draw, and 2 overcards here for Randy. He's got
You don't, yeah.
sort of the best
I've punted pretty
drawing
bad.
hand here.
Try not to lose.
3 of hearts is going to drill done. Bottom set comes in. He bets 50 into his 3 opponents. J-Rock makes the call, drawing dead. He does have the ace of spades, so perhaps a spade on the river could give him some hope to win the pot with a bluff. Carlos makes the call with his gut shot. And Randy, who's still up and down here, he makes the call. We go to a 5 of hearts on the end. Puts a 1-liner to a straight. Any 7 would be a straight. Of course, nobody has one. And done here, undeterred by the fact that it is very likely that, you know, someone just has a 7 at this point. Bets 250, 2/3 pot. And I mean, I don't hate the play, of course. If he gets called, his opponent likely doesn't have a 7. If he gets raised, they almost certainly do. And he can just get away from it. Ooh, Nick game coming in hot. Let's go.
Last Tuesday.
The Nick game
Did you play last
in effect.
Tuesday?
No, I was-
$200
I got
deuce 7.
stuck in Colorado.
Not sure what the bounty will be. I would imagine
American Airlines.
at 5-5-10 be something like
2 days at the airport.
25, maybe 50 a
Well, we
player.
got there at
Probably 50.
8 o'clock in the morning. Supposed to fly out that day. No, Montrose.
Oh,
Anyway,
that sounds
they
terrible.
had to get a room, and they got there the next morning at 7 a.m. and didn't get out till about 6. Then we got to had to go to Houston and then here, and then Houston was delayed.
I hate flying so much, and that just
Just a lot going on.
Yeah. Driven there and back.
That is a lot.
The same amount of time.
They had it on during the bumper?
Where would you think the least likely?
Hell yeah.
Up on to- it was a large two.
Poker Monkey and Captain Underpairs headed up to Choctaw this Sunday for the main event up there. Oh, great. Oh, wait, no, the final ring event. Okay, that's probably,
wow.
what is that, a seniors or just a 1-day? I guess probably just a 1-day. Best of luck to you. I'll be up there playing the main this weekend.
You can sell me your button. You know, I'll give me a number.
A buyout.
Give me 25. I'll take it.
All right, Brass Monkey wins the first pot and releases his nit button. Down to 8 of those left at the table.
Ooh, that's fun.
For anybody who is unaware of what the nit game is, it means you have to win a hand to get rid of your nit button. If you are the last player remaining with your nit button, then you are the nit, and you have to pay everybody a fee or a,
You raise with
it's not really a bounty, I don't know what the correct word is, but a penalty. There's a correct word for it, somebody help me out. Anyways, you got to pay everybody else at the table, and it's probably something like 50 bucks. So you multiply that by 8, and it's kind of a big deal. Because if you win a hand, you get paid 50, and if you're the last one who hasn't won a hand, then you got to pay out 400. So it's like a swing of 450.
2 checks, 4 checks.
And that is if they are doing a $50 per person.
9 bets, 150.
997, 4 ways to this flop. Brass Monkey here flops 2 pair, bets and wins again, and doesn't have a nip button to get rid of. So there you go.
At everything you do.
It's pretty awesome.
I didn't
Poker Monkey says final ring event 250 one day. Okay, cool. All right, best of luck in that
Up
for
in the
sure.
mountains, I am terrible at that. I run out of air like halfway up.
Bounty says I'm the only bounty here.
The girlfriend just kept going.
Indeed you are.
She's gone. And I'm dragging my
First
ass
world
up.
problem bullshit right there. Well, I can't get Harkin. I mean,
She's too off
Of
running.
course, he was El Capitan, but it was very top.
She slipped the handcuffs. You know, she's gone.
I was free climbing, and yeah, I really felt winded.
Seat 6 raised to 60. Seat 8 calls 60.
All right, Fire finds 10s, makes it 60 to go here.
Seat 2 calls.
Sizing up, perhaps recognizing that there's a lot of multi-way action with not a lot of 3-betting going on, so opting for the slightly larger open size. But it really doesn't matter because everybody calls anyways. I thought we had 5 players to the flop. It's just 4. Middle set here for Fire. And up and down straight draw for Dunn.
2 bets, 125. 4 calls. 6 calls. 8 calls.
So checks,
Heads up.
excuse me, checks to Dunn on the button who bets. 125 into the field. Only Fire makes the call. Check on the turn, so Dunn gets to see this free river, but it's a jack. And Fire here, I mean, I wouldn't hate a check raise here, hoping to either let his opponent bluff or perhaps value bet a jack.
That's all.
Good.
But as it stands, he leads out for 350, and Dunn, of course, just snap mucks with the queen high.
They get rid of it.
I think if you show, you get rid of it no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to. You can
Yeah,
help
those
them.
spots are always
Well, yeah, so
tricky,
if you
right?
help,
Whenever
yeah,
your
to
opponent checks
take
back
money.
on the turn,
So if
you're
that's
out of
the point,
position,
you show your hands, you don't-
but you have like a
Oh,
super
yeah.
strong value hand.
If I inherit your button,
It's like, do you
which I'm really bad at doing.
lead out? Do you try to get called by something, or do you prefer to
His
check
is the most, but I
and
still
let
have
them
to.
bluff? It's always a tricky spot. Never really know exactly how to do it, which is why playing in position is just always so much easier. You always know what to do. They check to you, you bet. They bet, you raise. You know, it's just
Seat 7
Easy.
raised to 30. 2
Wait a
calls.
second.
You can't bluff out too
Three
much
calls.
money when you only have to pay.
all right. Raise to 30 here. Dunn is in the mix with the Jack 4-0. Gonna come after him all with the Robbie. Hell, Fire's in here. He's got the 7 deuce. And he's going to squeeze it up, 160 to
We
go.
decided to put the game on
Not with your pants.
for
And all of these rags are going to hit the bin. BDD, though, on the button is going nowhere. This man definitely came
$1,200.
to VPIP at a high percentage.
So exciting, so fast. Because all the math is
Jack
working out.
high.
Yeah, oh man, I gotta raise. You don't just raise this. You gotta raise 3 times that. And you
There's a gut shot there for Fire. It shows Jack 9-3. That 3 is actually an 8.
They play the
So
one
bad gut shot for Fire. Backdoor
2-2
clubs.
PLO game over there.
BDD with the top pair, second kicker. He will make the call.
Crazy fast game.
And it's a queen of hearts on the turn. One more over card here, but it's a one-liner to a straight. Any 10 makes a queen high straight.
The 2-5 was
Fire here's got to feel like this is
game.
starting to become a lost cause.
Before even watching.
But if he can just bet one more time and get this through now, like, that's his best chance at winning. Obviously, if BDD continues, it's pretty ugly. But BDD does lay it down, and Fire will show the 7 deuce.
Can't lay the max buy-in.
There you go.
Was, I only had 500 and all that stack. because no one's watching. So
I wouldn't flop the
I
nuts,
put
so
like
thank you.
4,000 in.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right.
They're all drinking.
PokerFace Ash had opened the Queen 10-0 from under the gun,
It was suited, so it doesn't count.
and
Suited doesn't count.
Probably
Yeah.
too late there.
would have flopped
That's
the
the other
gun.
thing is the mid button we were playing. It doesn't count if you win with aces.
Too
kings,
much
and
equity with
queens.
the suited seven twos.
Yeah, that's
right.
Yeah, doesn't count if you win.
Pre-flop, pre-flop.
Pre-flop.
That is always a fun little conversation about if you're playing the 7-deuce game, does 7-deuce suited count? I've always played where it does count. Like, absolutely. I mean, you get that little bit of extra strength, if you want to call it that, from it being suited. It's still 7-deuce. Like, let's not pump up 7-deuce suited like it's some sort of amazing hand or something. So in my version of the 7-deuce game, absolutely you can play the suited version and get paid the bounty or whatever it is. If you win the hand, you get paid.
I call you.
All right, surprisingly, only heads up to this flop comes King, Queen, 5. Bottom set here for Brass Monkey. For whatever reason, we have the equities
Seat 9 raised to 300.
completely out of whack.
It's too early.
Do not understand how that happened, but yeah, of course, Brass Monkey is going to bet his bottom set, and the 10 high hits them up. On to the next one we go.
But it was 5 in.
Yeah.
All right, so 5. Reach for a black and you can't see the colors.
He's got 1,000 under there. I see that.
I am. Surgery's working.
Seat 9 straddled for 25.
All right, taking a look at the YouTubes, we have 72 likes on the counter and a goal of hitting 100 likes by 7:30. Maybe it was 150 likes by 7:30? 100 likes. We're like smashing that. We're already almost there. Help us out if you haven't already.
7 folds.
Please do. Smash the like button and help us reach our goal.
Call seat 9.
Then we can
Heads up.
move on to the next little like goal there and get this program out to ever more people out there on the internet. 10-4-4. Top boat here for Fire. Bottom trips for Bridge Mike with the ace kick in. Things could get nasty. We've also got Brass Monkey and BDD in here with flush draws. It is a paired board though, so perhaps those players not going to get too invested. But BDD here already betting 250
Seat 6 calls.
with the 5 high flush draw, so that goes right out the window. Bridge Mike here just going to make the call. And over to Brass Monkey, he's like, yeah, this sucks. I'm done with this hand. And thankfully for him, as he also had a flush draw. 5 of spades on the turn improves BDD ever so slightly. He checks through. Fire is like, please put a heart out there. Please put something that will give these guys a reason to bet. 9 of spades comes off, complete brick.
Insane.
All in.
And Fire is going to jam
So they were gambling.
for 2.8 thousand. Bridge Mike is going to make the call here. And absolute cooler city for heaps of chips just out of the blue on the river. Fire finding a way to get paid the maximum.
Shoots 3 over on the back.
And Bridge Mike didn't even think that went through. I mean, how could you think that Ace 4 is ever going to lose? I concur, but that was a massive overbet.
I think he makes a 9 on 17 or something.
28-30, getting doubled up. That goes up to 56-60. 56-60. You take out from the pot. I mean, there's like 1,100 in there. That's 2,800. 2.5 X overbet. Nice. Getting the job done. Fire now up to 6,000 in the stack. That is the high watermark here, as this is a matched stack game. So everybody else now, if they want to,
How much?
can chip on up to 6,800.
At least 5.
That'll be over 6, I think. 6,800.
Yeah, getting confirmation there for the rest of the table. 6,800 is what they can add on
Yep.
up to.
$10 here.
See if some of these players do indeed reach in.
Straddle
Pocket,
25,
pouch,
seat
the
one.
bag, whatever
I'm looking
their
on that.
mode of transportation might be.
25.
And yeah, we already see
See how much I got.
some chips, some wads of cash coming out, and here we go. We'll get these stacks built up in no time
2,500.
here, just 45 minutes into
Seat two,
You'll
raise
broadcast.
chips in there, dude.
75. Seat four, calls
Get it here.
I got
75.
some. Hold on. Let me see what I got here. 10.
yeah, I crack
Seat
aces.
seven, 8,
Donkey jam, snap call, shake my head.
call 75, and how much was that?
I love these comments from you
1,500
guys,
out
man.
of seat nine.
Oh, they're just great. All right.
You need 2,500.
I mean, it's
Seat
fair
one raised
to
250.
sort of criticize plays and, you know, sort of be critical of how people do things. But,
Seat four calls.
I mean, the guy had the nuts, the effective nuts, and finds a way to get maximum value.
4 players.
And, I mean, I don't think that's a donkey play. I think that's a pretty good play. Now, you know, were there other ways to do it? Sure. Would they have gotten paid as much? Maybe not. I don't know.
Seat one check.
Bunch of Broadway cards here up against pocket fours. Pocket fours here is still good on this flop. 7-3 deuce.
2 bets 3.
Done here, sort of recognizing that this is a fairly passive game. People so far been playing pretty straight up. If they've got it, they bet. If they don't,
1 fold.
they'll get out of the way. So he puts 350 out there, and yeah, he's going to drag this pot with no resistance. Pretty nice little spot there. King Jack O. All right, taking a look there at the leaderboard. Fire well up and above at first position. Dunn up 700. Randy up just about 5. Everybody else stuck a little to a lot.
Seat one's gonna add
But the night is young. We're only on hand number 22, so plenty of time
I sure will.
for these chips to move around.
And then we had 15 on top.
And seat 9 is added 15 more.
How's it going, Aaron? Sorry I'm late.
Hey, 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 Derek is in the building. What is up, my man?
500.
Good, good. Yeah, just was running a little late. Had some things come up, so but made it here just in time, I guess, for the 7 o'clock hour.
Yeah, very good, man. Well, great to have you. As yeah, we've got 21 hands in, and a couple of spicy hands. We've seen a lot of multi-way, sort of single raise pots and a bunch of callers. And just a few hands ago, you just missed it. Fire got the full dub through Randy.
Call 75, 8.
Sorry, no, through Bridge Mike with
Oh, wow.
top boat
That-
first, flop bottom trips with the ace kicker. So
I was about to say, I mean, it had been a cooler because Bridge Mike is not an easy player to get money from. He typically knows where he's had the hand, and against a player like Fire, I doubt he's ever folding trips there with the ace kicker.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it was a pretty interesting way that the hand played out
7, 100.
because there was what 4 players in to the flop, and it just comes 10-4-4. It's pocket tens for Fire, ace 4 of diamonds for Bridge Mike, and like hardly any money goes in, and then on the river Fire just like overbet jams, like massive overbet jam, and gets snapped off. Like,
Right, which
so quickly.
understandably so.
Yeah, yeah. But it just went from like 0 to 100 in a heartbeat.
200.
Done here with 2 pair, looking for value against PokerFace Ash, going for the value here on the river, a little under half pot. Ash, you're gonna look him up with the 8s. That's the 8 of clubs, also the 8 of diamonds. Both cards sort of relevant in their own ways, but effective 4th pair here, hero call gone bad, as Dunn will collect a tidy one.
Seat 3 is straddling for 25.
I guess since we're on the topic of hero calls, you definitely have more experience with no limit than I do. Like, what attributes of your hand do you look for in a spot like that when you're looking to hero call against a player? Just like for our viewers.
Yeah, so the 8 of diamonds was a relevant card insofar as the front door flush draws that would have existed. you know, if you're going to make a call there, you really want your opponent to have had to have a lot of misdraws in their range. So you really don't want to interact with that for the cards that you have, right? So you'd rather that your opponent had something like 8x of diamonds, because then they could have a missed flush draw that didn't pair in some way or another. So I'm not saying that that's like for that hand, just like the key card. Or
Oh,
anything,
no,
but
yeah,
that's
I
sort
was
of
just
the,
talking in general. Yeah, I wasn't trying to talk about that hand specifically.
Yeah, and then the 8 of clubs, of course, also blocks the backdoor flush that came in. So you kind of prevent your opponent from having some of those combinations. So, you know, it's a hand that kind of did double duty. It blocked his bluffs and it also blocked his value, so it just was kind of like a
neutral
shrug
hand.
kind of a hand as to whether or not it was going to be a good one to call with. Probably the bigger part of it, though, was that it was 8s, and there was 5-6 on board. So if your opponent was going to have any kind of a draw involving a straight, it would probably have an 8 in it. So in that respect, probably not the best combo to go for. At the end of the day, hero calls are so frequently player dependent. Unless you're playing in the nosebleeds where everybody's super balanced and playing like hyper GTO stuff where you just kind of have to like click buttons and call people in spots that you don't really want to, but like you're supposed to because of GTO. For me, it's just who am I up against, right? If I'm up against a guy who's shown down like 4 bluffs in the last orbit or maybe the last hour or something, yeah, I'm going to hero call that guy pretty light. If I'm up against somebody who's V-pipping 12%, I mean, I don't think I'm ever hero calling, right? Like, even if the draws miss or whatever, they bomb it, like, I'm just out.
Yeah, and kind of to piggyback off what you were saying with being, you know, player dependent, you can also, I mean, if you are playing against people that have a balance range, it's a lot harder to read into bet sizing. But like, there are certain players that you could read into bet sizing tendencies, and you know, it's like if their story doesn't make sense, like, oh, they would never bet this way with a straight or a set on the turn. You can kind of like put together a story that way that you know, makes you decide whether you want to call or fold in that spot. So.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've seen a couple of big hero calls here just in the last couple of days, honestly, where someone just like went all in, right? Whether it was on the turn or the river or whatever, it was just like the all-in size just really didn't make a lot of sense for a value hand, right? Because it was like 1 point something X overbet, right? Like 1.5 times the par, something like that. And you know, there's certainly occasions where that's very well warranted, but given the player type and the way that the hand played out, just didn't really make a lot of sense for it to be value. And so the player was just kind of like, I guess I call, right? And like pretty light, and they were right.
Right.
it was pretty great. A couple of those in the last few days. Very fun to watch.
Got an interesting hand developing here. J-Rock flopping top pair with a gut shot. Bridge Mike, second pair open-ender, and Brian does Dallas. Welcome back to the stream with a gut shot of his own.
Oh no, yeah. $300.
Yeah, being on the bottom end here is pretty gross. Can you imagine a jack coming off and your hand improves? Question mark? Like, you're really feeling good about it. So he's actually just out of the way there. I like that. I thought he had called on the flop, but
it's a nice turn here for J-Rock, deciding to check it. Interesting enough. Does river the straight. I think there's still plenty of hands you could still get value from on the turn there.
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, curious decision to check.
So you can show your hand, you don't have to remember.
You don't have to remember.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I mean,
What happens if I box your hand and then, like, you get a winner?
obviously,
I know
if you have
J-Rock
ace
does like to
queen
play
or
a little
something-
tricky every now and then, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you have just like ace queen, of course, you just like slam dunk continuing to bet because you feel really good about it. Whereas having the 8 kicker, like you're not even kicking, right? You just got the jack 10-9 on board as your or the jack 10 on board as your kicker. So you know, you can slow it down. I get it.
I know you're on the radar. The Russians, they're on the radar, I'm sure. Right?
The Chinese, actually.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Chinese.
All right, suited king-9 here for Bridge Mike. He's going to open the action, and Brass Monkey is going to hit him with the 3-bet. Oh, this is actually just a limp from Bridge Mike. So Brass Monkey going to open to 80.
What's the youngest person that you played across of?
I played against some real young kids.
3 and 4 fold.
Bunch of calls here.
Family 5.
8 calls.
Anybody else want to get bacon?
Once again,
I do.
we're going to go multi-way. 4 players to a flop.
Not even for a half.
Spades, hearts, diamonds all represented.
4 players.
Had one good hand.
They all get one of each. Top pair here for Randy is the best hand, though.
See 2 calls.
After it checks to him on the button, he bets 125. Dunn will make the call. Everybody else out of the way. And bingo, Dunn hits trip jacks immediately on the turn. And I thought he led. I would have loved the lead there, actually, but he goes for the check.
2 bets 500.
Randy snap checks behind, and now there's a king on the end here, so Randy will chop with every other ace in the deck. Except for ace jack and ace king, and those are kind of unlikely, but this big bet of 500 is not going to get called.
It's a great fold there by Randy. Could potentially open yourself to getting bluffed occasionally. Players know you're folding what top pair or top 2 pair with the king kicker there.
Yeah, I mean, you know that you're just kind of hoping to call for a chop. You don't really expect your opponents to bluff too often in those spots.
Right.
So it's usually the right move to just be like, okay, if a chop is my sort of best case scenario, then you know, evaluating it from that perspective is generally going to lead you to a lot of folds, and that makes a lot of sense.
See 2 calls.
That's
And
typically the decision I get to when in double board bomb pots, right? And it's like, oh, if I'm only chopping here, and
I might have to get one.
yeah, the double board bomb pots, man, those are a whole different animal. That is for sure. There's one other aspect of this game that perhaps hasn't been mentioned enough, is that these players are still in the midst of a nit game.
5 check.
And so, yeah, plenty of nit buttons still out there on the
Most of the tables here are 1-2.
Mark Wee in the chat says, I like the new felt. So do I. Really pops on the camera. Thank you for hopping in the stream, and kind of helps advertise our Poker Atlas Tour, August 15th through December 5th. $2 million guaranteed events, over $3 million in guaranteed prize pool. So it should be a really fun event if you like tournament poker.
Dude, I cannot wait. I am really looking forward to that.
Oh my gosh, we have
Yeah, $500 buy-in, $1 million guarantee, and then a 1K buy-in, $1.5 million guarantee. Absolutely.
That's 3
Massive prize pools.
And if also mixed game events are also your thing, we have a plethora of, varied events. We don't have like everything the World Series of Poker has, but we have some horse events, we have some triple draw events, we have some PLO, we have some bounty events. So there's a little bit of everything for everyone.
Need a deuce 7 single draw in there, man. What happened?
There is a triple. They're calling it the triple draw. It's a $400 10K event, and I think I can actually play it too. It's on a day I'm typically off, so looking forward to that.
Nice.
And for those high rollers, there's 2 high roller events: an 8-max PLO $2,500 buy-in and an 8-max no limit $25 buy-in, and both of them are I think 100K guarantees.
Okay, cool.
See 6 and 7 fold.
Yeah.
See 1 call.
Done here, putting in the 3-bet.
No, that was a fold.
Carlos cold calls from the big blind. Randy comes along, and here we go. 3 players to a flop. Ace high with a couple of spades out there.
3 players, check.
I'm a bad side check.
Randy and Dunn both working with top pair.
See 2 calls. 5 folds.
Randy betting here, putting himself in the danger zone. Just about 1,800 in the middle. Randy still going for value. Puts a $1,000 chip out there now. And Dunn here is the pre-flop 3-better as well, so he has the stronger range. Randy here is betting into this strong range. Dunn here is just happy to hold on and check it down. Yeah, he's like, I've got to be losing this, right? No. sees the ace-9, is ready to muck his hand, and then is able to just turn over the ace-jack and ship a massive $3,800 pot with just the top pair jack kicker. Let's go. 8.4 thousand in the stack of done right now.
Anybody playing Showdown this week?
Yeah, I'm there right now. Just here for this and going back.
What's the? Oh, that's the big ones this weekend, right?
Yeah, the 1100 and the main 1700.
Friday, Saturdays for me, right?
Yep.
Day one?
Well, day one for main starts Thursday.
Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then.
You coming up
Sunday,
for
day
any of the Choctaw events, Aaron?
Yeah, I'll be up there for the main that
Yeah, I'm
Ash
going
was
back.
talking about just there.
tomorrow morning. Actually, I'm gonna play the 1100 tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be
Well,
driving.
if you're
up
ever
on
if you're in
Friday.
Dallas for any bit of that,
It started at the $1,100.
let me know. I guess.
$1,100.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna be driving up Friday
100K
afternoon
guaranteed.
is my plan. Late reg the Friday flight and hope to get in. If I do and I have Saturday off, then I will be coming down to Dallas to play some cards
Great.
during the day.
7 calls, 1
So if I'm around on one bullet on Friday, then hopefully that's the case. I'll hit you up for sure.
Six bets 100. 7 calls.
Fire here with a mystery hand up against top trips now on the turn.
Interesting to see what Fire does here on the turn. He does check. Okay, so unlikely we're gonna see a cooler here.
106 volts.
Ash will get to relinquish her
Oh,
nit
it
button.
counts. It's the first time I ever won a freaking Nick.
Carlos.
It's funny,
just playing
man. The
against
Nick
Brian.
game
He
just
couldn't even
is
hear.
like, people either just like really love it because they just usually win and it's just like free money. You're like, yeah, I just got like $50 here and another there and there. But the people that just like run bad during the Nick game and can't win a hand and just like have to pay it out over and over, oh man, it can be a painful place to live. Ooh, $25 straddle on. Let's go. Perhaps we'll see this. The frequency of this increasing.
One of few run down 1800.
I mean, if last week's any
I told you I had a 4 too. That's
kind of
so
indication of how the game will go throughout the night,
I actually
probably see a lot of
would've
straddles in the
waited
last
until he had
2-3 hours of the stream.
button.
Yeah, I
Oh,
imagine
yeah,
that
yeah.
is
7 and 8.
Oh,
very
yeah,
possible.
yeah.
Here we are at the 1 hour mark.
9 calls.
Should've got all
And
it was
we're
before.
seeing our first straddle.
So glad.
Maybe we'll get it nice and early, and by the end, hell, they'll be up to 50s and 100s. Why not?
Not sure. He's when they're eating.
So I was asking them what you were in a hand. What makes someone good at
Players in here. Brass Monkey with at least a gut shot to the Queen High straight.
Just card sense.
Everyone else has
Yeah.
So you have a
with
lot of
this board.
experience. You just played it so much. You just, you know it like the back of your hand.
Suppose one could say that Randy has a gut shot, but put a 9 out there.
That's so cool.
It'd be really tough for Randy to feel good about his
They
hand.
don't having to work for a living.
That's really cool.
And he would be behind the Queen High
You're
straight
an
of Brass Monkey. It's another jack here on the end, and we may just be playing high cards here. Brass Monkey, after betting 200 on the turn, is going to go for 600 on the river. It's a quick fold from Dunn. He'll take that one down.
River Rat with some kind words in the chat. TCH commentators, you guys rock. Love you guys. Appreciate River Rat. And I know you hop in the chat quite often, so appreciate your continued support there, River Rat.
Yeah, appreciate the love, man. 400 of you fine folks hanging out with us right now. And I believe we probably already hit our like goal that we had going by 7:30. So thank you guys so much for that. And if you haven't already, please do help us out. Hit the like button. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. And hit that little notification bell. Let you know every time we go live here on TCH Live. So you can tune in, hang out with us.
And kind of a fun thing I saw in some of the structure sheets for our tournament. Some of our tournaments are going to actually have some featured tables. So not just final tables. So some of our larger events, I imagine, the million guarantees, you might have a chance. You don't even have to make the final table. You can play on our live stream. So something to look forward to for some of y'all.
Tough crowd to get that
Well,
through.
cool deal, man. Yeah, that's always a nice little perk, you know. You get to play the tournament, and then also
Keep the net game
might end
going,
up on the
Carlos.
live stream.
These friends when you have seats.
Of course, we're all hoping to be on that final table live stream. You know,
Oh,
fingers
that-
crossed for that.
That's
Good
that's
things are
the
happening.
the headliner there.
Seven chips. 9
You're seeing a lot of multi-way flops here. 4 players see this one. Carlos still best with the pocket pair of 7s.
5 calls. 7 and 9 fold.
Told you what I had, you'd be shocked.
Yeah. Interesting.
Randy, who got an absolutely savage bluff through with 3 high
I had a
earlier,
really good hand to start. It was a fun one.
is in here with the 7-5 turns, a straight draw. Of course, does not have a spade to make a flush, but he just continues betting and
Pretty suited
gets the
king.
job done.
Yeah,
Get
I told
spades.
it. I just figured the full house was coming.
SM here in the chat wants to know if they can sit in if someone leaves. Well,
Nice hand, Randy.
I don't know if there's a list for this game. I would imagine that there is, but if you would like to get on the list, I'm sure you can do so on Poker Atlas or come on down to Texas Card House in Dallas and ask to be put on the list to join this game.
Well, actually, that's a perfect segue, SM. If you have any interest in playing on any of our cash game live streams, you can contact Mallory
Coke Zero?
right here at this number or email to inquire about any of our live streams on Tuesday nights. She's our game runner for our T-Stage live stream, and very, very nice. And that's the person you want to get in contact with if you want to play on our stream.
1 fold.
God, you guys are just folding left and
Yeah,
right.
that was painful
I've had
to
a
fold
card
my button
number
there.
6.
9-4 offsuit.
Yeah, it's the same
Four deuce
hand. Literally
offsuit.
had the same 9-5 offsuit. Pains me.
And
2 outs.
Suited I raise.
yeah, that's what I did. 9,
Yeah, no problem,
4
SM.
offsuit.
Yeah. Hate folding the button so much, especially in tournaments.
I know a lot of our
I
viewers are
feel
typically
like
interested when they see so much
there's
action
so
on our
many
stream.
hands I'm gonna raise, and
I
then
will
after
say, that being said, there is
terrible to
quite a
fold.
wait
Hate
sometimes.
it.
You can imagine there's a lot of interest to play on a live stream,
Yeah.
as there's not many opportunities for
Oh yeah,
normal
it can
people
get
to
crazy.
play on a live setting. It's nice to see Carlos back here. We haven't had Carlos on our stream in a while. And of course, PokerFace Ash coming back from
$5 I'm going to make it 40.
a pretty successful World Series of Poker, if I believe so.
Family pot.
Seat 9 calls. Seat 1
If you follow her on Instagram, you two should,
Just coming for
everyone
sure.
should as well.
Thought about it.
I believe she's PokerFace Ash on Instagram. SM says, didn't see it on the wait list on Poker L, so just wondering. Yeah, they typically don't just put it on the live wait list until after the stream if they decide to play post-stream. Yeah, the lists for our live streams are typically, you know, semi-private, if that makes sense. Like, you can't just sign up to play on our live stream. Like, it's, you know, you have to talk to our game runner, Mallory.
9 bets 200.
But great questions all around. Really appreciate everyone interacting with us in the chat. If anyone has any other questions for me or Aaron, go ahead and throw in the chat. We'll do our best. Wow, what a river card here. Both players going to river a flush, though it is a paired board. And now this is the spot here for PokerFace Ash. She needs to decide if she wants to raise here and get value for maybe trips or a weaker flush. Like I said earlier, it is a paired board, though, and Brass Monkey did bet turn. So I'm sure that's crossing her mind here.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot. I mean, you're never folding, but it's a pot-sized bet, right? So it's like, do you go for it all with the all-in? She does.
6-7 is all in.
And I like the play, of course. It's like, if you're going to call and put most of your chips in, why not try to get the value?
Yeah, if it is there, and she is pipping him
Actually,
here.
full house.
Wow, great fold there from Brass Monkey.
That's what it is. So.
Was I wrong?
Yeah,
So
he's got like
what?
the best
So what?
possible
So you might
hand
not
for
have
her to get
flush.
paid, and he folds
Oh,
it.
that might be
So
a terrible. Hey, we'll never know for
just a really good fold from Brass Monkey, absolutely.
Was that a bad fold?
Yeah, you don't make it to a top 100 in the main event by calling with those hands, I guess. Like, I think it was like 2 years ago, Brass Monkey made quite the deep run in the main event.
I was
Nice,
actually,
good
I
for
didn't
him.
get snap called, so that was good.
You could have better flush.
Is that a bad
Very
phone? Kind
possible.
of. It's an awesome response. It wasn't that much more money.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe you
can.
pulled it.
He's like, come on, man, give me the extra 900
I
or
did,
whatever.
but very. I had a jack eye flush. You're gonna see it, so I don't care.
Yeah, yeah. That's the good thing about this game. You can be way more
Damn, how do you
honest.
pull the flush?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Really trying to fade the snap call.
God, I was trying to fade the snap.
Raised to 40.
Yeah, when I have the queen deuce, which is a possibility.
Yeah, it
Seat
is.
eight
Yeah,
calls.
it is. But like, I look like such a nit when I don't go for value on the river. Like, I have.
Seat 1 call.
You could have the king.
I love that. You know
like
that people are
hoping they
watching,
call
you know
my
that people are paying
alive.
attention, and you're like, I'll look like such a
He
nit
doesn't
if I
seem to
don't do
care.
this, right? Like, the added, like, incentive or whatever it is to play more correctly
I mean, you
because
save
you know
money
people are watching.
by folding.
It's a great thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got all her
Couldn't think
viewers
that many
watching.
hands I
Man.
was being that you jam.
That's another thing,
Yeah,
being kind of in the spotlight as a
Oh,
poker
really?
vlogger.
You're just too good to fold there.
Yeah, it's also
I mean,
funny
some of
when
these other guys
people
just
get
snap me off
stuck
and
in
flush
kind of the
on there.
mindset of
Well, you gotta. I give you that.
I need it. I'm
like
cursed
not wanting
over
to
here.
get bluffed on the live stream, right? So they're like, I'm not gonna get bluffed, and so then they'll call like super light in a spot,
You led river,
and
or
like their
turn,
opponent
and
just
then-
has the
yeah.
nuts. And I'm like, oh, good hand.
I
That
was
can
wondering
also
what you were
be
leading the turn
a
with,
little dangerous.
One of you seemed like it was a deuce.
Yeah. That's why I had to shove river.
Chad Hunter in the chat says, is the audio not matching the lips for anyone else? It looks fine on our end.
To get total value.
Guess we can get it. If anyone else in the chat might chime in here.
If I was like
But
fire,
I'm pretty sure it's okay here.
You can just roll them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know that we've had some issues with some audio lag in the past, but yeah, as far as I know, we had gotten that all corrected. Try refreshing your browser, pop back into the YouTube app or whatever it is that you're watching on, and see if that helps. Kings and Jacks here on the end, going to be good enough for Bridge Mike.
After you keep showing you set after set after set.
Yeah, I was praying, no 10, no 10.
Man.
CNYJ wants to know, when do these Texas poker rooms close? Well, Texas Card House, in pretty much every location that I'm aware of, is open pretty much 24/7 as long as there are games running. I guess I don't know for sure about Rio Grande Valley, but as far as I know, the doors will be open as long as there are players there
That Brian.
play
need a phone charger?
the games. So yeah, pop on in anytime. All right, we're getting some feedback here that the audio is definitely off. So interesting. All right.
Kind of varies from person to person here. Some people say it's fine, some people say it's off.
Exactly.
Seat 3. Seat 2 raises.
Close the app and back in, audio fix. Okay, well there you go. Seems like that might be the fix for most people here.
All right.
Yeah, it is. It really is. A lot quieter.
And again, to try to isolate Randy here with the pocket tens. We'll just take it down pre-flop.
As with most things, you know, unplug it, plug it back in, kind of a deal. That
Usually is
magic solution.
It's kind of shocking.
Thank you, bud.
Wait, so you're telling me if I unplug my Poker Income app and replug it back in, it's gonna, show the, it's gonna get rid of my downswing?
You know, I'm not saying that it's a for sure thing, but give it a try. Might reset the juju.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
I'd love to raise, but
You'd love to.
See if I can get him to bet 3 again.
Seat 1.
Some fun question here from Chad Hunter, just casually watching while doing other things.
Not like this fine.
Seat 3 is all in.
How do y'all like the RFID table versus GFX? I think this particular table, I think it reads better, right, than the older GFX RFID table.
I think we've gotten had fewer issues for sure. BDD is all in with 4-3 off against Randy here with pocket jacks, who is now in the tank. and does make the call. BDD's way, way, way behind. What a hand to do it with here. Generally speaking, you want at least an ace, even if you're doing it with like ace 3-0 or something just kind of crazy. You just want a
Yeah,
decent
actually, I
hand.
was on a stream where that happened.
But BDD here has a 4. He's got a fake ace, and he's going to try to get the job done against an overpair.
Yeah, only has 1 live flush draw here. So really needs a lot of help here. Does find 1-3. Oh my gosh.
That's a pretty good flop for 4-3, and drills it on the turn. Are you kidding me?
Wait, they ran it once or twice? Oh, twice? Oh my god.
4-3 has already locked up half the pot. That is amazing.
Oh my god.
He's got 3 to a wheel again.
Oh my god.
Now he's got a pair. Oh my god, I thought Randy was going to get scooped, man.
Man, that's like a tournament sweat where you're like, oh, this is like this is in the bag. Like, I got this guy. And then, like...
Oh, he's got king 4. It's not 4-3, it's king 4.
Oh.
The 4 is still making straight on top, though.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, good lord.
Nice, Brian.
All right, that stressed me out when I saw the face card on the deck there. Okay.
Shift those 4 guys over there.
But yeah, after running it twice, they'll chop that pot in half. Man, what
Seems fair.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, once you know that he had an overcard to your pair of jacks, right? Like, that was 3 outs 10 times. I mean, you don't feel so bad about chopping, but yeah, still, it was king 4. It's pretty spicy.
Plastic packages for money.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking like the European ones that are shiny. I don't know what they
They used to have.
I like the only ones I like. Nobody wants to do something.
Well, Lucas Vance in the chat says, "Is it my imagination that the Tuesday game used to be 25.50?" Yeah, the quarter 50 game was a staple on tchlive on Tuesdays, but we've been moving things around, mixing things up. You know, a lot of players were out of town for WSOP, kind of took a little bit of the player pool away for the bigger game. And then, you know, just have been kind of shuffling things around, mixing things in. Of course, we got PokerFace Ash here this evening. She plays more of a mid-stakes game. So, yeah, you know, we're just kind of bringing things in and out. But hopefully we will have the quarter 50 back before you know it.
4, 5, 6, 7, all fold. 9 calls.
Yeah, if any of you all are having the audio lag, please do refresh your browser or your app. Hopefully that will sort it out. If it doesn't, please keep letting us know, and we'll do our best to pass that information along to the relevant parties that can do something about it. Of course, Derek and I, you know, if unplug it, plug it back in doesn't work for us, we ain't going to be much help.
Enjoy the fact that I don't watch it. I just don't watch any of it.
I know a lot of our viewers did like that bigger game on Tuesday nights, but, you know, like Aaron was saying, it's kind of tough sometimes with, you know, specific players being out of town. But I do know Mallory is in the works of trying to put together a 50-100 game in August. So that's something to look forward to.
Excellent. Yeah, I'd love to hear that. Ooh, we've got a $20 straddle and a 50 on here.
I'm telling you, I haven't paid attention since
Straddle's coming in hot.
took the World Series Stadium when I was watching. I was like,
C3 raised to 200.
The only thing with the green felt is it kind of looks like $25 chip.
5 and 6 fold.
They've changed all the
7 and 8 fold.
BDD makes it 200 to go. Of course, this is off of the $50 straddle. J-Rock in there on the button. And Brass Monkey rewarded for putting the $50 straddle out there. He gets pocket kings. Squeezes it up to 650.
Well, I guess you guys aren't showering. You guys aren't showering together anymore. So.
Original Razor's out of the way, and J-Rock here wondering if he's getting a good enough price. He's pretty well announced that his hand sucks as he's over there laughing and sort of chuckling about his decision, but he does make the call.
He's raised to 675.
And stacked pot ratio is under 2 here, so J-Rock needs to connect in a big way. Oh god, it's under 1. His call hadn't been subtracted from his stack yet. ace magnet strike again, but J-Rock does not have anything resembling that board, so he will fold, and kings are victorious.
Oh, that is the best going down at when you're in the strap.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Mike
I've
Parkus
mostly
back
only
on
played
dust.
tournaments. I've played
Back
cash
to
so
0.
rarely.
Sorry, buddy.
No.
Gotta build them back up.
No, I can't. I don't like to go back.
Barry
and
also
forth.
dust.
Yeah, I just get
Sorry,
so in
guys.
the mindset
Keep
of
on
playing
chatting. You'll build them
tournaments.
back up before you know it, and
I
then you can
should. And also,
try
I'm
again.
usually so tired by the time like I could get in a game.
I don't know if
feel
RS
like
Actuary's in
playing.
the chat right now, but you know, he's done them. He's run the numbers. He's done the math. It's plus
Running deep is
EV
a good
eventually.
problem.
You just gotta
Had the
keep,
exact
just
same
gotta
thing
keep
with
doing
Tony
it.
the other night, and he
That's right.
broke it off on me. He called a huge raise. and
Just keep on gambling. You'll get out of the hole eventually. It's like the most degenerate thing ever.
That's bad. I'm just bored. It was suited at least.
that helps. I think I had.
Wow, folds to PokerFace Ash in the big blind.
I had king.
Got nothing to go with, and it's up to Bridge Mike.
7-8. 7-9.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna double down. What's the next
He
card?
wants to double down his 11, but
That's my
It's a
hand.
pretty hand. Ooh.
Exactly.
I was gonna say. I almost said out loud. I said, I think I have your hand.
Yep.
there it is. It's a walk. All right, Brass Monkey, Taco Bell Tuesday. He's up 25 bucks. Let's go.
Yeah, when you switch the blind structure, like you get so used to really care about blinds and
Yeah,
tournaments,
yeah.
and then
And playing
Get a-
short stack poker.
and then you go to cash game and you're like,
This is so deep stacked. It's,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do half the time. It's so deep.
yeah.
I just want to ship it in because that's what I'm used to doing.
Well, and that's why I think cash players.
Yeah,
are better in
that's
the
funny.
tournaments that have long structure.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. I mean, I've seen it so much. Like,
Like the World Series, that one's set up. The main event's set up for cash people.
oh, absolutely. Deep stack cash game
7
players
and 8
do
fold.
so well in the main.
Oh, Randy, that sucks. That's a terrible hand.
That's an interesting point
We're gonna
that
play
I
the
just
next
heard
game again?
PokerFace Ash mention. She was saying how like super deep stack cash game players do really well in the main, but
You want to
like
send them out?
you never really see like Garrett Alstein or Tom Dwan really make it that far deep in the main. I mean, do you think there's definitely more to it than just being a good deep stack cash game player?
Well, yeah, I mean, variance of course factors in, and I mean, there's so many different variables, but I mean, Tom Dwan's a perfect example actually, because if you
We'll have this
were
settled by
watching
10 o'clock.
the feature table
No,
on
you got to drag it out,
day
make it miserable so it gets
4,
more fees.
when Tom Dwan was basically the centerpiece
Well, we
of the
really
action
need to go
there.
do some due diligence.
The way that he
Back
lost
and
all of
forth
his
4
chips
days.
was playing a hand like he would play a cash game.
Yeah.
And he said as much on the post game, or the sort of bust out interview. He's like, yeah, I kind of played that like a cash game. And the problem in the main event, of course, is it's a freeze out, and you get 1 life. And you know, you sort of take a YOLO line that's like, well, maybe I can push him out here, and if I don't, then I'll just rebuy. Doesn't work. So you have to be careful translating the concepts and your strategy that work very well in a deep stack cash game into a tournament format, because you know you can sort of blow it all up like Tom Dwan did.
Guess how many fingers?
And perhaps that's what a lot of the cash game players that people would generally expect them to do well maybe have done. You know, maybe they run up a stack early and they just try to keep playing that way all the way through
overbetting
to day
left and
5
right.
and 6. And, you know, eventually that doesn't work anymore.
For sure.
Pairing a straight
PokerFace
draw
Ash
here for PokerFace Ash. Yes, she's going to raise as well. Perhaps just trying to buy herself a check on the turn. But Randy here seemingly contemplating a fold. He's got his cards well up off the table here.
Randy, I can see your cards.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
yeah.
Thank you. That's sweet of you.
All right, so Nick game is back in effect. He folds the jacks, and she shows the 8-5 to release the nit button and drag the pot. So Jack's immediately getting shown that was a bad fold.
That would have been funny.
And that's why you said after 3 days right there.
You say, Randy, don't.
Fat Boy Fish Guy wants to know, no shuffle machines. Question mark. Question mark.
Guys,
Yeah,
the first
we
one, and he
do a
did it
hand
again,
shuffle
and I was like, okay, is this card going to be a different card?
at
or what? Okay,
For
ensemble.
25.
the Texas Card House locations. The shuffle machines are expensive. You don't actually ever own them, so it's not like you go to Walmart or PokerDiscountSurplus.com and buy yourself a shuffle machine. You actually lease them from the people that make them, and you got to pay them royalties or whatever for using them. So
Yeah, it's only one company too, so they can charge a ridiculous amount. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, it must be some sort of like patent
Legalized
thing
monopoly.
or-
Yeah.
yeah, whatever it is that has really kind of led to such a monopoly. But yeah, it's not the easiest thing to get shufflers.
Mark, we in the chat asking, really wish y'all would stream some PLO games. I know they aren't as popular, but it'd be nice to watch some pros play the game somewhat correctly.
2 checks, 8 checks.
Definitely something I'm sure we're looking forward to, or looking to in the future maybe, because we have done in the past, and I know a lot of our viewers enjoyed it.
75.
Just a curiosity.
Yeah, it's kind of wild though, right? Like people like to see action, and you know, like if you ever tune into the Hustler live stream and watch them play PLO, like Tom Dwan was on there
Thank you.
just recently. I mean, you know, they've been running those streams, and those guys are just absolutely blasting. I mean, they're just getting
Yeah.
all the chips in there. It's basically just like 4 people with their cards on the back, and it's like, oh, who's going to win the $500,000 pot? I mean, every hand. It's insane.
Of course.
That's not really, well, I mean, I guess it depends. In Texas, that is kind of how PLO is played, but in terms of, you know, seeing the pros play it well or whatever, I don't know if that's something that really happens on live streams.
Yeah, I'm like, he was like, how did he call?
25 pro. Seat 6 raised to
Soul read.
75.
Soul read. Oh, I think I got his head.
You ever write a poker book?
Fire here
There was a guy
raises it up.
here who passed away named Ron Nixon. He was really a terrific player. He made a play.
65, sorry, 75 to go. Ace 10.
He had like 4 or 5.
At a $25 straddle for this hand, I believe. And we'll get called in 2 spots.
Three players.
And the guy bet a couple hundred. He called. It was only like an $800
Jack,
pot.
9, 2-tone here. Top trips for J-Rock.
The guy bet 400 on the river.
Deuce of hearts on the turn after checking through does give Fire a little bit of life as he can find a non-board pairing
It's the only time I've ever
heart.
seen that.
I've seen that. My
But
friend did that
J-Rock
once.
will bet the turn
Yeah.
and
Just to
win.
watch the other guy muck.
Because he knows he's going to bump.
Because he has the guy he's played against forever.
He
I'd
knows
like
he
to
has
show
nothing.
his bluffs. And he was out there.
Rich Mike, BDD, both stuck a little over 2,000. Randy down 1.5.
It's crazy.
He didn't
Fire
really
and
call.
Dunn both up around 3 or a little bit more. And PokerFace Ash, the only other player who is up at this point in the stream,
Plays
Put
a
him on, he
player.
put him on a
600
draw.
in the
Put him on
positive.
a show.
That's pretty cool.
Plays
Yeah.
a
That has never happened to me.
No, I'd never seen him before. His name was Ron Nixon. He passed away. Like,
I'll proudly show my bluffs. I don't care.
Yeah, why not?
sometimes they win. That's why.
Yeah, sometimes you think it's the worst hand. It's
I had
not.
that the other day. I won 10 high with it.
All right, no straddle for this hand.
10 I was good.
And we've got some limping happening.
Seat 2 raises to 80. Seat 3 folds.
No, I think I just check on that. I just gave up.
Maybe we did have, oh, we did have the 25 on. That's what happened. Those were
He
Three
probably
players.
played over there
blinds
against
and
the
straddles.
older guy.
3 players to a flop.
Army hat on. He plays. He loses some of it.
Yeah, I know you're right.
So I had been for 2 weeks. I've been just really been lucky. I lost some.
Carlos here with the best of it. He's got the king high spade draw, gut shot to Broadway, and overcards his opponent's pairs.
I was out
Oh,
like 800.
plurality, majority actually, of the equity with an unpaired hand.
I pick up queens. The guy bets. I raise.
But it's another 10 here on the turn. Dunn was the only player to call the flop bet, and he makes trips now on the turn.
Might as well.
I call. So I'm up against ace, king, and aces. And the run out is 7, 8, 9, 10, jack for a straight. So
Checks it
4
over
hands later,
once more. Carlos
pocket fives. So the
will
guy was
continue
here.
betting, doubles his
Makes
flop bet to
120.
350
I
now.
call. And the old guy calls every hand. Calls.
Dunn makes the call, but the river deuce of spades king high spade flush here for Carlos, and Dunn has his hand quote unquote improved to the 8 high spade flush, and he's going to lead the river here, a little block size 300.
All that, he only had like 1,000 left. So the aces down, I flipped him, decides to isolate me, and he goes all in.
Trying to get a crying call from
Have a lot, but then the
ace,
board
king, ace,
goes,
queen,
so I think
something
this guy-
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all of a
Now
sudden
Carlos
they-
here going to have to decide if he wants
And
to
then you're all the way back.
and
That's
then
why the
some,
game is
and
great.
then some.
raise with his
Like
nut
almost
flush.
5K winner.
It is a paired board,
So the same horrible.
and he is just going to call. So, yeah, Dunn here going to get to set his price at 300 and not have his opponent raise.
His
I don't
vision
think- I don't
seems
think
to be
he-
improving.
He couldn't. He wasn't calling.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna raise and get called.
Yeah, no.
You know what? Wouldn't matter.
With that pot, Carlos is going to move up into the positive.
Hey, Carlos, you do get to relinquish the button, and I don't have to eat it because you showed.
You showed.
Nip Bud. You want to play again? Okay.
No, it's
Trying to help.
no. I think
What is that? Are those pens?
there's a statute
I
of
guess.
limitations. You
Yeah.
At first I thought it was some sort of candy box or something, but yeah, it was
You get to keep
What?
it.
There's a statute of limitation.
I like it. Well, oh yeah.
See, I'm learning new
I
rules
got all
about this
kinds
game
of
every
rules of
every round.
We had a night where we played net every single hand on and on.
I was here.
Yeah, that was fun. Love that one.
Sorry. I thought that was
You could have done that after.
Yeah,
I
that
was
was
like, wait.
fun.
See 8 calls.
Yeah, I
Like
like
we did like 8 of them.
And they were. It started
And
off at
it was
50,
really
then
weird.
went to 100.
And JD lost like 3 or 4.
Yeah, yeah.
It was
Dude, he
just
kept losing.
unbelievable.
He kept like getting down heads up with somebody. Like it was he and I one time. And anyway, I win and he has to pay. So he loses the bet, man. It's so fun.
Seat 4 calls 150. Seat 5
Flow Nut says it's gum. PLO Nut says it's gum. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought at first too, but is that?
I remember it. Oh yeah, I know.
It's kind of a big box for gum. I don't know.
It looks
Maybe
like
you're
a
right.
box of pens, but I guess I just can't tell what gum looks like.
Lucas has a question. Do you think Dunn calls even a min-click raise on the river there? Yeah, I mean, it's really tough. And that's the value of the block bet, right? Is you kind of get to put a little bet out there that's like, this is my price, and you're kind of forced to accept it because unless your hand is like really, really strong or you're going to bluff me, you're just not going to be able to raise here in a lot of spots. And yeah, it's a nice move to have in your repertoire to, you know, you shouldn't be doing it to say like this is the amount that I want to lose, but rather like that you're betting that amount so that, you know, given the certain circumstances, that will be the maximum that you will lose, but you can also get called by worse. Like the goal there, of course, was to get called by ace king or ace queen that did not have a spade.
Oh wow, what a 3K pot just happened out of nowhere here. Almost for no reason here, as Dunn does go all in with the ace king on the river. J-Rock calls off with the pair of jacks.
All the aces were already listed at ace queen.
Bet the river. J-Rock bet the river here.
Yeah, he put most of his chips out there, so when Dunn went all in, I guess he just felt like he was committed and hoping for a chop against another jack, I guess. Yeah, I honestly wasn't even really paying attention to the hand.
You know, I wasn't either.
Gonna eat her out, but then it went off the rails. So J-Rock here going to need to reload.
Complimentary.
I believe so.
Mo the Cat brings up a great point about that PLO stream, I guess, saying that the people that drag all the action were Santush, Airball, Professor, and Juan actually played very smartly, and I think he had the biggest win overall. So
Yeah,
I mean, I know he's a very, very good PLO player. So.
Yeah, he was also buying in very short to start off the stream as well, which I thought was interesting. At least the one that I saw, he was, you know, sitting on like 40,000 or something. Some of these guys had like $250,000, and you'd think that Dwan would always be the guy covering everybody, but he just kind of was like waiting to get it all in and then build up a stack that way. seem to work.
There's definitely merit to it, right? I mean, set it up to where you always have an SPR of 1 on the flop, and then you can just get it in with the majority of your range.
Yeah,
I'm blaming this on
certainly,
you.
Okay.
My fault.
certainly makes it a little bit easier to play. You don't have to
I've learned that.
have a bunch of difficult decisions across multiple streets.
Chips are coming now, so.
Yes, like yeah, definitely being such a dynamic game from street to street, or like how much the board texture changes, it
How much was that?
definitely makes your decisions easier. Just getting it in on the flop.
Thank you.
Steven Tixay in the chat. Greetings from 18 minutes down the road. What's up, Steven? Mr. Delivery, how's it? Pops into the chat.
And so,
By 18 minutes down the road, that means Mr. Tixay is over at TCH Social, I would imagine.
raise
I really
Very
get
nice.
to
Yeah.
folds.
Are you gonna change it every time you get a tournament?
Seat
Is that the idea?
3 calls.
This would be a
Seat 4 and 5 fold.
I know a lot of people playing
Seat
here.
6 folds.
yeah, I'll definitely be here for some of that.
All right, we've got some scanning issues on this hand. A bunch of hands not
I
getting
know. It's gonna be a lot of
scanned into the computer, so we'll do our best to figure this one out on the fly. Ostensibly, BDD does have
Because I don't like
pocket
showing up
5
on time to turn
for
it.
effective third pair.
50.
I have the whole schedule. I'll look on my phone.
Randy
let you know.
continues for basically pot, and BDD looks him up.
If you do 300, you gotta
Being
beat
on
like
the
7,000
turn.
people.
Oh, yeah.
Slows Randy down a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a fun one.
29 or 40.
Watch you from Morocco.
Checky down, and 5s are good for BDD. Randy shutting it down with the ace X. Didn't quite see exactly what he had there, but finished with just ace high. And Steven says, noticing that we changed the felt from visually offensive orange, which is the technical name for that color, to Nickelodeon slime green. Indeed.
Oh, you guys.
3.
He must have worked a summer in like Sherwin-Williams.
If that's just
Yeah.
a
Just knows all the color names.
That's right.
Being OCD
Gets
with
the
my
color
shit.
palette out. Yes, visually offensive orange.
There's a
My
straddle.
favorite.
That is $20 straddle. Seat 8.
Yeah, when I hopped into the booth earlier,
Don't feel
you know, I kind of mentioned the felt color difference to Cooper, and I think it actually makes like all the colors like surrounding
Seat 1 calls.
the camera like look a little better too.
Yeah,
That
there
makes
was
sense.
something.
like it's not
3
affecting the
raises to
camera as much or
150.
something.
There's something about black next to red, right? If you've ever tried to experiment in PowerPoint or whatever, like back when you're in school, putting like red text or black text on top of a red background or vice versa, like it just never works. There's something about the way our eyes work that those two colors are just not right together. And I think there was some of that going on with the previous felt color. And I've definitely noticed that.
Is it? That's my biggest
Things
struggle
just
as well.
don't pop out. The text just doesn't pop out. Chips are easily lost in there. There's something about the way our brains translate blacks and reds together. It
I can't ever tell
just doesn't really work out that well.
Feel like I'm free flop. I mean,
You can get us the hex codes.
Good,
Appreciate
like
it,
it.
Steven. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. My summer internship at Sherwin-Williams.
Tournaments and I just like,
I do.
I just freeze up. I get so awkward.
I just know I have no good sides. So
You have no good side?
Randy here limping.
Everybody has a good side.
Queen 3, showing off
2
the
raises to 1.5.
the box of gum, /10 slash
Or 5 fold.
drugs. Who knows?
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
You know, I think whoever said is gum. I think they're right. Yeah, because it's just a bunch of sticks of 5 gum in a different container. I think.
Oh, okay.
Like he
Like a
took them.
display
Like
box. You just brought the whole thing.
yeah.
The power of poker.
It's a good night for Dunn so far. Yeah, I don't know if you like hopped in towards the end of the stream last week, but Dunn had quite the
Oh, yeah, They
downfall,
definitely could.
despite his amazing upswing at the start of the stream.
They are doing a high roller
Okay.
in the
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
he-
After I left, I was tuned out.
But it's not like a 5K.
Yeah, he ended up actually losing his entire buy-in. I mean, he was only in for the one bullet, but I mean, you remember how much he was up at the beginning of the stream and
Yeah.
got upstuck quite a bit.
Wow,
Now's
nasty.
a good time to tell you, Dawkins my
Okay, I may have to go back and watch the last few hours of that one then.
Seat one raised to 50.
And we've actually drawn the same seat, so looking to make a redemption stream here.
How superstitious are you about your seat?
7, 8.
Not at all. It's purely comfort. Like I like the
Okay.
1 or 9 seats in Dallas because they typically have more room.
Okay.
I used to like the 2, 3, and 7 and 8 because you can see the whole table. I like them to just look at the whole table, not have to turn my head on a swivel.
Yep.
It really just depends. For me, it's just comfort. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And position, I guess, depending on the game.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm a 2 and 8 player myself. But yeah, on a live stream or whatever, you know, I don't really care where I sit.
You want to show for your night game?
Corey Maddox here in the chat says, I am here to root for my boy Dunn. Well, very good to hear. And if anyone else is rooting for any particular player in the chat, let us know who you're rooting for. I'm sure there's a lot of PokerFace Ash fans out there.
Thank you. They're talking about the Nick game.
We are getting down there. Nick game down to just a couple of players. We got Fire, Brass Monkey still with theirs, perhaps someone else on the other end of the table as well, but
Your 10, please.
Hard to make a pair.
I don't know, it's pretty damn easy for my opponents for some reason. They always
yeah,
have
actually it is just down to those 2 players. It's Fire and Brass Monkey battling to
For 50. Seat
not be
number
the
3.
nit.
Four calls. 5 calls. 6 calls.
That's no fun.
Oh, you said we used to.
8 and 9 fold.
Hashtag pray for Dildo.
1 call.
I saw that on Poker News, what, like a week or 2 ago?
Oh my gosh.
Officially convicted.
Player.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, I think so.
Eventually.
Oh, okay. I hadn't heard the latest.
Man, that just shows you how long criminal cases can go.
Yeah.
That would be funny.
Multi-year.
It has been bad. I mean, I gave him 2,000 just because I had.
Quite the flop here for J-Rock. Top pair with the jack-high flush draw.
Yeah.
You think have the last one rock roll was cheating? Right? There's no way.
Yeah, not a whole lot here for his opponent to continue, I suppose.
1 call.
You don't think she is?
EDD could stick around with the pair, and no, he's done.
No comment.
Oh man.
Carlos and Randy. Randy here has shown some serious heart with turning hands like this with just 0 equity into big bluffs and getting them through.
4 bets, 225.
There's a texture changing card here on the turn, but Randy's out of the way. And J-Rock will take it down with a pair of 8s. Sorry, jacks.
The WPT? You build houses? Where?
In Fort Worth.
I'm buying a house in Fort Worth.
Yes, sir.
Really? Where?
Well, I'm shopping right now. I'm looking at new builds too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Get you indoors.
Nice
Wood
comments,
floor.
everybody.
Really big house.
Yeah.
Dirt
I
so you can
figured.
afford it.
All right, Carlos is going to Taco Bell. He's got 50 bucks in the pocket.
What do you do?
He's a nice guy. I played it
Really?
Seems really nice.
And I busted him back to back.
Oh, what event?
That was the big one, 3,700.
Oh, yeah, I was there.
Not this year, the year
Oh,
before.
okay.
Well, I'm only here
Anyway,
for 2 hours.
but
Busted him twice.
twice. One
It's
time.
like, I'm not
Got the
buying
$20 straddle line.
Yeah, I had keys. He had
J-Rock
aces.
going to wake up with
And I caught a
the
king.
king jack. It's time to open it
The
up here.
very next, like 3 hands later, I had
Raise to
aces. He had
75,
kings.
seat 4. 5 and
Wow.
6
And
fold. 7 and 8 fold. Hold on 1 second, guys. Action's right over here. Seat 9.
anyway,
Seat 9 calls. Seat 1 folds.
I held.
Pretty boy, get
Oh,
serious,
wow.
stop playing cards. Get your money out there.
I got money out. I'm the only one who called. Look at me go. I'm playing hard.
All right, Brass Monkey in the mix here. One of 3 players will win this pot. If he does, it's going to be Fire,
Get it from him.
who is the nit. Brass Monkey does connect with a pair and the best hand, as we had
I'm guessing.
incorrectly had a jack shown up out there.
Carrollton.
We're just checking all the way down. Brass Monkey here is going to win this if we get to Showdown.
And the pair. little out of the way, bounce around.
Fair enough.
And sure enough, Fire is the nit here. Gonna have to pay out.
In Arizona.
Except for mine.
And so they're
50
moving
to
out
everybody,
here,
I
they're
think
gonna
it
build their own
is.
custom home.
That's fun.
Oh no, we're just doing a
I didn't
quarter.
know what you were doing last time. Now I get it.
Oh, we're only
Fire
doing a
just handed me
quarter. Okay, all right.
I,
This whole time I thought we were doing 50s.
So I'm looking at buying in South Fort Worth.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, last week was pretty
So I
intense
grew
when they
up
were
on
doing
it, so I know
the
everything.
what $200 a person for the seven deuce game.
They seem very
Yeah.
cheapy.
That was getting
And I
that was
hated
getting
floor
expensive.
Hated it.
Absolutely.
It's terrible.
Okay.
And then I looked at
$25
Starling.
Yeah, I mean those bounties, the bounty games in any form. If you make the reward so lucrative, it just dramatically changes the game. I like something around 5 blinds per player for both the nit game and for the 7 deuce game. I think that's pretty good. But my goodness, once you get up to like 8 or 10 per player, I mean, that's just massive, right? I mean, you could win
It's
100
the only game you need to
big
play,
blinds.
right? You don't even need to play the actual game.
Yeah.
You know, remodel old homes, which they're so nice.
Just
I
fold
love,
everything
like,
but 7
brick
deuce and just try to take it down.
feels.
Exactly.
Fort Worth is a great place to
My
live.
closest
Yeah,
friends live
I'm
around.
I'm going to
excited.
Greta Van Fleet.
Yeah, I mean, 5 big blinds.
I saw
You're talking about a swing of
Dave
45
Chappelle there
blinds
3 months ago. That's so
Well,
good.
that's,
by
And it's just
by
enough
not
that
losing
sounds
the nit
authentic
game.
and some people.
that's really
That's
cool.
a
Yeah, actually, this
very
specific part of
significant
Fort Worth I was
amount of
in,
money.
it had everything right around it. There was like a Target, a Starbucks, and like I live out in the
But,
middle of nowhere right now.
here
so
we're
just
just doing
being
25,
that
so
was accessible to me was
2.5
cool. And it
blinds.
seemed like a nice area.
still
Toll Road that way.
still
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's great because then you can be downtown.
22,
Because I've heard
23
north,
blinds.
North Fort Worth, there's some bad areas. I've heard.
Yeah, yeah, you don't
Still
go
not
there.
bad.
Yeah, but specifically like the north.
South
Doug here in the chat. Bildo got
especially where you
15
are.
years and a $30 million fine.
Well, right now I live near Cleburne, and it's just in the middle of nowhere. My family bought a
That's
bunch
where
of
Cleburne is.
farmland.
Pretty cool.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't mean to do
So
it.
I want to be in the city. I want to be closer to playing poker because I live an hour.
Crime
10
doesn't
minutes
pay.
from everything.
Fire here with a hammerlock on this hand.
Yeah,
Top
yeah, I
pair
don't
10
like Dallas. I
kicker
don't like. I'm
against
still
Randy
living
with
in like
pair
the
7.
city where it's, the traffic's ridiculous.
Randy bet
Yeah.
the turn
Oh,
as the lead.
that's
A
what
little
I
bit of
would
a
like.
curious
I
play.
feel
And
like Fort
with
Worth
the
is
betting
more
lead
like
going
that, a little bit more chill.
way
to
more
the
chill.
river
Yeah.
here. Looks
I
to be
would never
lining
live
up
in Dallas.
another
So
bet.
many restaurants in Fort Worth now too.
I love to eat. I like
And then
good
you can
food.
get live music almost everywhere.
I love live music. I was a musician. I was the person
Half
doing
pot
live music.
bet here on the end. Fire snaps him off, and
Huh?
Why would you never live in Dallas?
The traffic
pair
and
of
just
sevens,
the
no
congestion.
good.
No, I can't do it. I don't have any patience for that anymore. Because
seen
I lived in
Randy
Phoenix and it's like rush hour
mostly
all
get
the
away
time.
with these moves. Earlier in the stream, you know, pulled it off with the 3 high. Then there was another spot where I think he kind of went a little bit YOLO and wasn't punished for it. This time,
Yeah, it's the number one
It's just
growth.
gonna
yeah,
grow.
it takes
I
a
need to
pretty
buy
good
now.
hit to the stack there.
It's the number one growth large city in the country.
Snapped off by the top
That's so
pair and
awesome. Like, I
is
don't
now
care
our
that the
biggest
market
loser
was
here
gonna,
on
like,
the
take
stream as of hand number
So we say
52,
we've
stuck
already been through the downturn on the recession.
2.75K. He's going to add on.
It was started last August. And we went through January, and now we're on the uptick
Nice, nice.
in this area.
Yeah.
Our property values are skyrocketing in Plano.
Yeah. So everything should go up.
I just saw this comment from Mark Wee. 1 in 9, seats 1 in 9 for him. Used to be an exclusive seat fiver. That is the exact opposite of me, man.
That is the nut
get
low,
me
man.
out of 5,
Yeah.
and 1 and 9 are not my favorite either.
He must have been a new poker player. They're like, oh, I can see all the cards. Like, no, no,
There
no,
you
no,
go.
no, no, no. That is the absolute nut low.
When I shipped the main
Hey,
No
event,
room.
I guess so. Yeah.
Your head, you're gonna have a neck. You're gonna have like a neck soreness.
It's a tournament thing. I don't
You're gonna have neck soreness after.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, you're like a bobblehead every hand, just
Oh
like
my
looking
God,
back.
fire! Flopping another set against Bridge Mike.
I will check it out.
Yeah, I like recent fun stuff.
Write that down for
I
me.
bet. I'm
Bridge
excited to
Mike
check
here
it out.
quite deep as
I've been
well.
more obsessed with looking at homes lately, you know. just
Yeah.
like-
It looks like.
You can definitely go down the rabbit
Oh,
hole.
I am. Yeah.
Because you know I'm looking at the same stuff all the time for inspirations.
Yeah.
I'll
Let's
go
check
and just,
calls
like,
here for
4 hours
350.
later.
Yeah,
Back
that's
pot
so
ratio
cool.
at
That's
4.
awesome.
I hate that trend.
Mike checks it back, and this board has gotten super connected now.
I hate that.
Wow. Bad run out here for Fire to get more value. At some point, I think Fire just needed to take over the betting lead. If it wasn't on the flop, certainly the turn has sort of a natural check and flow, but by the river there, you'd think maybe even a block size would make sense, right? That's a good spot for a block.
In there, I forgot.
Definitely missed out on a little bit
I've been in there.
somewhere along the line.
Oh, okay.
You throw in a,
Yeah, they do, man.
I still have all my Vegas cards in my bag because I haven't unpacked. I was there for 45 days.
There's a $25 straddle.
It was right. It was terrible.
Really like Vegas.
I hate Vegas. I would never go. Unless tournaments, I would never go there.
Homeless people there are bananas.
Yeah,
That's always a great conversation piece, right? Like, do you actually like Las Vegas? You know? I think
I hate walking the
most
strip.
poker players, I think, actually do like it, but PokerFace Ash with the hot take, and not, you know, one that is not,
Oh yeah, even
you
the ones
know,
that are loud.
she's not all by
They're
herself,
still
is what I'm trying
finding
to say,
I went
and that she does not like the city.
This was happening at
What's your take, Derek? Do you like Las Vegas? Do you like going there?
Seat 3.
So, funny thing with that, I've actually never been since I turned 21.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, never mind. You're a child. You don't get to sit at the big kids
But I'm
table.
not that young. It's just the last time I went to Vegas, I was 10. So.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I think you actually told me about this maybe a couple weeks ago or something. We had a conversation about it, I'm sure.
I might have mentioned it, yeah.
Okay. Well, we got to get you back out there so that you can, you know,
I'm sure if
your
I
own-
went for poker, I would absolutely love it. I mean, you know, I like playing tournaments. I'll play cash. Just the massive variety of games you can pick from. I'm sure I'd just like it for that factor.
We just had an all-in pre-flop here that it has already gotten one board run out. Aces versus tens. VDD getting smoked on the first run out. Things not looking good, but he could still hit a 9 ball. 9 ball.
Straight
9.
flush.
Oh, but it's a club. Yeah.
It's a straight flush.
there it goes.
So he does.
Oh, good Lord.
What in the?
I like, wait, he gets the flush, but no, blah.
Yeah.
It's a straight flush.
Yeah, in my mind, I was like, oh, he can hit the 9 of clubs. And the 9 of clubs comes.
Wow. There you have
man.
it.
Man,
BDD does not get stacked.
He's got 9 lives, man. So he's used 2 of his 9, so he's down to 7.
Didn't you?
Better hold on to those, man. Cash them in at the right time.
Nearly. Is this real? They haven't been wrong.
Doug here, I think, sums it up perfectly. Vegas is sleazy, but can be fun. That is exactly my opinion of Las Vegas. What I will say for sure is that I don't like being there for as long as I have been during WSOP.
What, like 3 weeks?
Yeah. I was there for 2 weeks, came back for 2 weeks, and then went for another 3.
Oh,
That is
boy.
just too much time to be there. Like, I'm totally down. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you do it. Like, if I'm going to go there with friends and we're not going to be there for poker tournaments, like we're there to just like party and have a good time,
Like 3 days.
then I think,
Probably enough.
yeah, like 3 nights, maybe 4 nights is like perfect because you're just going to be like blasted and crazy the whole time. And like that needs to end at an appropriate length of time, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas if you're out there for tournaments, yeah, you can stretch it out, but there's something about just walking around, being in the crowds of people, the kind of people that are in Vegas. I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of tough. It takes a toll, is what I'll say.
Well, yeah, just anything's better, right, when you ship a tournament. A Rosh here, a Rosh Parsi in the chat.
Yeah, you could be in Antarctica and be like, this place is awesome, right after you ship a tournament.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm scared now.
All right, we have a $20
Probably folding whatever I have if it's not
Got about 400 of y'all in the chat still with us. Appreciate everyone tuning in for the past close to 2 hours.
I got you.
If you're just now hopping in and joining us, you're listening to the voices of Derek and Aaron commentating over some fun 5-5-10 action here. Special guest PokerFace Ash and local Dallas players here.
50 to call.
The straddles have been out in force here. We've got the quarter and the 50 on this time, and Randy
That's the thing, but I'm gonna go
just
He left
does
his,
not
membership card.
want to fold his
Yeah,
cards.
seat 1 called. Seat 2 fold.
6-3 of clubs.
Is that
He's in there as a
distracting
limp.
for you, or is it-
BDD though.
You're
Gonna
fine
raise
with it,
this
you're
up.
fine. Seat 3 raised to 250. 4, 5, 6 fold.
Wait, of all the things that's distracting on Randy, it's the membership card?
real talk.
7, 8, 9 fold.
That's why I've got you a retainer, Fred. Take it up for the little sad man.
I'm just trying to figure out the orange bandana. I know red
Randy
is
here
for
going to be the
blood.
only caller.
What's orange for? Assisted
He's got
living
2
center, not
unders.
You know what? I found it on the way in.
Stack to pot ratio just a little over 2 as well, so kind of a tough spot to
I doubt it.
go
Yeah, I
hunting around for
seriously doubt
value
it
with
also.
a hand that 6-3 is going to make every once in a while.
Can I have a water, please?
Queen, Jack, Jack. Randy here has not checked yet, and in fact he's going to
Seat 1,
lead
that's 300.
for half pot.
I had to cover my cards because I like to sit so close. You gotta look the chips.
BDD calls, and now stack to pot ratio is under 1. Randy pairs his 6.
That's up. Seat 3 called.
It protects me so I can sit as close as possible to you.
You have achieved that.
Tell you what,
You guys are now 1.
I'm gonna have to talk to my wife about this after this game. I mean, just straight up
I'm
honest
sure
with
she's, yeah.
Randy's
I'm sure she
size
has
is
questions.
down to
her.
250
You know
now.
what?
250 for the bet and a call.
This is a very strange hand.
She's probably not gonna be
Ace
that
ball
concerned, I would think.
on
I
the
wouldn't
end.
think so after all these years.
Hey,
I mean, come on,
Board has
Carlos
gotten
will help me out
scarier and scarier for a pair of 7s, but I don't think
Well,
BDD has put as much of his stack out there as he has to just go
All in.
folding at any point. And as I say that, I'm wrong. Randy goes all in. The 7s hit the muck, and
Yeah, it's fun. That is a
Randy
fun
takes this down.
What happened in that hand?
Well, this is what Randy had gotten away with a couple of times earlier. He just completely upside down, just like doesn't matter what his cards are. He just plays like he has it, whatever it is, and has gotten it through. He did it with 3 high earlier.
Grandbabies. You want everybody to be sad at the funeral.
Yeah,
there's a
I mean,
$25 straddle. Seat 9.
I don't know. Both the draws missed, the hearts missed, the diamonds missed.
25.
What about
There was the bottom end of the straight draw that missed. I don't know. 7s?
the other day, and he goes,
Yeah, it doesn't look like a good board for you, but if you're going to call flop and turn,
Seat 2 fold.
I don't know, man.
it's more fun than it gets yet.
Seat 3 calls.
That's
Seat
a good
4
dude,
calls.
though. He's my best friend.
Maybe 5
Yeah, I'm gonna be cremated.
6 raised to 225. 7, 8, 9 fold.
I'll help out.
Well, I'm 6 short on the call barrel.
Haven't seen a lot of the big aces, you know, the ace kings and such going around here tonight.
I know a lot of
Fire
people
finds
that like
himself
it. I'll help you out.
in the small
They're
blind.
taking care of my
Ace king.
financial goals, but
Makes it 225 to go. Nice squeeze size here. J-Rock makes the call.
How much do you weigh? Trust me, I've been a ball bearer where the guy was like 3 plus.
Yeah.
That was not as easy as you think.
No.
Does it keep the card underneath it?
Not the whole way. You know, you get to the place where you put them in the
J-Rock
ground and you
here
got
has
about
a gut
30
shot
yard
and
wall.
backdoor
It gets
hearts.
like,
I guess that's good enough to call.
Carlos, I ever tell you
Bet a
a story about my
250
friend who
here.
was at the Super Bowl last year? Full except for 1 seat. And right next to him, there was an elderly
Semi-bluff on the
gentleman.
flop from Fire.
There was an elderly gentleman.
Rewarded with
and he
top
says,
pair
"Why do you
now.
look at seats?" My wife and I have
Checks it over. J-Rock checks it back, and he hits the 9
recently passed away. Peter said, "That's really
and
sad."
makes a straight. This is now a one-liner. A jack makes a straight. And now that J-Rock has made his hand, let's see if he goes for value. It looks like he is.
Rich humor. I like it.
That's funny.
What a hand.
That's good. Yeah.
Fire here with top pair, top kicker, though. It is a one-liner on the board.
And
And
diamonds
front
just
door
got
diamonds
there,
up
right?
Yeah. Does have the king of diamonds, so I'm sure that plays in his mind a little bit, but
just look to see your comp, that's all.
That was straight.
10 high straight.
you kind of almost hear it in the voice of the dealer. He was kind of surprised to hear the hand, too.
The only way I can
Like
win,
a
right?
10
10
high
high
straight?
Play craft cards.
Like he expected to say king high straight, right? He's like, wait, 10 high straight?
Yeah.
Flush of the straight side.
Yeah, that was a strange hand. I mean, Miracle 9 on the end there for J-Rock. And yeah, why not, you know? Sometimes you just got to heat check it. See if you're going to hit that that little gutty on the end. Carlos and Brass Monkey both looking to dig themselves out of the Taco Bell hole. J-Rock, Randy, Bridge Mike, and BDD all down over 1,000.
The Taco Bell hole.
I know that sort of sounds bad.
Yeah, that could be read multiple ways.
No straddle.
Oh, man.
10 to call.
It's too late to straddle. I hate the knot.
Go ahead, Randy. Straddle, do
I
it.
don't
All
want
right,
to
there,
Nobody cares.
I was wrong again. There's a straddle. 20.
Yeah, we're only at the 8 o'clock hour now. I'm already feeling
Randy,
the pit inside of me calling out for Taco
Already showed
Bell.
it to y'all.
5 folds, 6 raises
When
to
you
100.
looked at it the first time, we could see it.
Yeah, don't
7
get
and
my
8
head,
fold.
please.
We certainly are moving along at a healthy clip here. Hand 57 at the 8 o'clock hour.
Seat 1 calls, seat 4 calls. 3 play.
Dick doesn't blame me. I mean, Ken doesn't blame me. He said, I
3 players go to the flop. Queen 10-6, all clubs. Fire, the only player with a pair and a club, so massive equity advantage here.
You play it last four,
Yeah. When I played cash, I played there, yeah. Such a nice room.
Seat 6 bench.
Yeah.
I like the food.
Honestly, the biggest thing for me is the food issue, because door dashing is such a pain.
Yeah, they are.
Just order the crap they got there.
I mean, this could be the long.
Did you see that? They didn't touch
Larry asking about the video from last night.
Yeah, oh, I love
I presume you're talking about the live stream that I played on. I didn't go back and rewatch it, so I don't know exactly, you know, what was going on. I know that I was sort of sitting back and watching from the sidelines for a lot of the night, and then had a couple of big hands there at the very end that really brought me back. But yeah, no, it did seem like there were some big pairs going around, that's for sure.
Wish that when you bring food in, that Asian noodle place at the end of that
Oh,
shop,
yeah?
that is really,
Yeah?
really
I'll
good.
have to check it out.
Good food here.
Seat 4 raised to 75. 5, 6, 7, 8 all fold. 9 fold.
You hate when you look at them, they think they match. They don't.
Oh, man.
Look at it harder. Aw.
And
say you
deuce
could throw
6
this down
offsuit.
table.
And before
Yeah.
that, I think I had something very
Look at
similar.
that. Finally
I
saw
keep
a
getting the
hand.
Randy. King 5.
Finally saw a hand.
King 5.
And I folded my
Has to be
favorite hand.
suited, which is the
Ben's
range.
looking suited. It's gonna be
I'll
offsuit.
shoot
I
my
thought it was straight
No.
stuff. Gotta be offsuit.
Gotta be off.
sometimes.
2 flushes.
Gives you a lot of options. Gives you a lot of options, you know. You can go low with that end, you can go high with that
Got a wide variety of stack sizes here.
end.
BDD at the bottom here, 725. Done at the top with over
So are you able to drive okay?
8,000.
Oh, yeah. A lot better now.
10 to call.
Yeah, it looks like BDD is just looking to sort of double up the short stack here. Of course, even with the $25 straddle on, he's got a lot of blinds.
Yeah, this next procedure on Friday is determine what's going
9 calls. 1 folds.
What's
Is the
your
recovery?
recovery?
That's exactly what I was gonna ask. How bad is the recovery?
on. I mean,
24 hours, you feel okay after it?
yeah,
My 10 blocks.
Yeah.
I'm not much of a man.
You're
so I
awake
can do it.
during it.
Oh no, you're awake during the procedure, during the scalpel and during the laser.
Check players.
Keep it covered for a day, then, right?
10 high board here done with top pair. Looks like everyone else has missed, although we don't know what Brass Monkey is
Been
holding.
reading off the computer, definitely probably hasn't helped it when he has it.
Bet 125, seat 9.
Of course, the proctology exam, I don't understand what that has to do with my vision, but
Every time, right? I mean, it's every time.
Make sure you're good.
If you quit paying extra for it,
6,
no, I was telling the doctor.
Yeah, that is the C-suite. That's
yeah, if
the.
you quit paying extra, they
7 calls.
It's a circulation thing.
Brass Monkey here betting the turn gets called by
I told the
everyone.
doctor, I can tell by your hand that you're single.
And the
What do you
5
do
of
to me?
clubs rolls off. Doesn't
9,
improve
6,
any of the hands we can see here.
I was when you were saying lower
And
in the
be
left.
surprised if Dunn doesn't win this.
King high.
6 and 7 checks around. 5
Look at that
tens.
turn. Look at that.
Oh, I'm so glad diamonds didn't come. Woo, boy.
Just open it.
Diamond on
Okay,
the
yeah, well,
river.
it looks like Brass Monkey's hand was completely misread. He had big diamonds, like king 3 of diamonds or something
Yeah.
like that.
I would
three.
I mean, I would have.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, queen eye. Yeah.
Ooh, I'd have got it.
You
So
would have
done.
got
We'll take this one down. We'll get the graphic updated here in a moment. Move on to the next hand.
So much easier. We just make that.
A little too soon. You get too excited.
$25.
I heard Carlos Pucker.
Yeah, Fire up 5K, Dunn up 4.5. They are by far the biggest winners here. PokerFace Ash still clinging to a small profit.
I just knew it was coming
Well,
too.
you got your club one time.
I did.
I don't know if I
That one I was
How
pretty
did
sure I
that
had the best
pay-
one. There's only
pay me on
one other person. I think I would have heard about it.
5, 6, 7, 8.
I would
all
lose a ring or
folds.
two.
9 folds.
I don't think the rings would be appropriate.
1 folds. 2 raises to 75.
Oh, that's frustrating. So,
3 is all
trying to figure out
in.
how many outs I had.
4 folds.
Yeah, my queen wasn't even in out,
Like 7 something.
which I
That
thought
is
it might
correct.
be.
It is 745.
Can you show me one?
18, I think.
Sure.
It's actually 7:45.
I get 6.
You know, I was really hoping that wasn't the one you were going to show me. Because if that wasn't the one you were going to show me, I was going to gamble with you.
Two, what was that?
Yeah.
So I was like drawing literally dead.
And I always enjoy playing with you. You always rack them up.
That's my time. Thank you very much,
Show me
everyone.
like
What could I hit?
An off queen.
He
gamble.
had
Your
a
real
queen
deal
10.
is here?
Oh, he did.
Thank
So, yeah.
Sorry.
I thought my queen might be
Will
live.
be the first third of our stream here. Thank you so much for tuning in for the past 2 hours.
The worst.
For those of y'all that love tournament poker, we have a great tournament series here coming very soon to Dallas, Texas. The Poker Atlas Tour, August 15th to December 5th in Dallas, Texas, between both of our Texas Card House locations up north, Dallas and Las Colinas. Over 3 million in guarantees with live stream final tables and I believe some feature tables as well.
This is doing it. Everybody but
Should be
Randy's
a lot of
doing
fun. And yeah, we're kicking off the Poker Atlas Tour with a $1 million guaranteed event, $500 buy-in,
it. Yeah, exactly. If you gotta look
30K
first,
starting
then
stack,
You gotta look and then you straddle. That's
over
smart.
15
Plan, I like it.
flights, which is just absolutely crazy to hear about. Day 2 on August 21st. And something pretty interesting too, and I guess Aaron, you could probably chime in too if you like to, with the turbo flights. Is that something you're familiar with?
Yeah, I've seen
Tournaments?
this before. So it's kind of like you've got your usual, you know, more standard setup where you can play and have plenty of play throughout the day. You know, but then for those players that have to like work on those days when the flights are, or perhaps just don't have the stamina to sit there and play a long drawn-out tournament, whatever, you give them a turbo format in order to advance to day 2 that fits with people's work schedules a little bit better, or just it concludes a little bit faster. So I have seen that before. It isn't a particularly unusual thing. It's the first time I think I've seen Texas Card House do it. So, adding a new format, which is kind of cool. Hopefully the players will give us some good feedback as to whether or not they like that. And it's also just a good way to build the prize pool, right? You get more entries in as people they get in, they play, they bust, they re-enter. It's just the turbo format really enables people to get a lot more entries in, which always supports the prize pool.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah. I mean, I know the biggest complaint from people that typically play cash about tournaments, right, is just how long they are, right? And it kind of discourages them. They're like, wait, so you have to play 8 hours just to make day 2, or even sometimes even longer. I mean, some of our day 1 flights for some of our $500 buy-ins or bigger, or the 500K guarantees, those are 11-hour days, and that's just to make day 2. Like typically you're not even in the money, you're not making significant money. The thought of that for some cash game players is like, wait, I typically play 2-3 hours a day, and I can make double my buy-in. So like you're telling me I could play 11 hours and not even cash. So yeah, having those turbo flights definitely works better for people that have to work 9 to 5s during the week. They can get off work maybe a little early, come to our 5 o'clock flight during the week and play maybe a 5 or 6 hour flight and make day 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's definitely the first time I've ever seen that. And then I was talking to a friend who's played some tournaments in Vegas, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's actually kind of a common thing in some Vegas tournaments, or not a common thing, but it has been done." Randy here with a real hand. Ace Queen Clubs against BDD's pocket 10s.
Somebody's ringing.
That's for me, I'm not here.
No, you're not here.
What kind of phone is it? It's like make-believe?
Randy here flopping best, but nobody else has anything, so he's just going to bet and take this down.
Bluff him again.
Woo! Easy game. Easy game, easy life.
Yeah, so one
Ace Queen.
kind of weird thing about
I normally don't play
the two different formats all feeding into the same day 2, where it's going to be a consistent format, is really just a thing about consistency, right? It's like, we're both in day 2 of this tournament playing for the first prize, but we got here in 2 sort of dramatically different fashions, right? Still playing the same games, have the same starting stack. The blind levels were still the same. They were just shorter in one, longer in the other. So, I mean, at the end of the day, was it really that different, even though it wasn't exactly the same? I don't know. I mean, people will have different opinions about that. I tend to think it's okay, but I understand the argument of, like, you know, why isn't it homogenous? Why isn't it just consistent across all the flights? And is it really, you know, is that consistency there to make everybody feel good about it? But I don't know. To each their own, I suppose.
That would have been a good time to go all in.
And I'm assuming they still roll back the, you know, whatever blind level to the earliest blind level, right? So, like, I guess some merit to playing those turbo flights if you're like if that's a format you're good at. Or
yeah, no, that's definitely true. You will oftentimes see the turbo advance to a later blind level than the other fields will. But yeah, as long as there is consistency between all of the flights as to who, or as to like where you start day 2, then it doesn't really factor in that much.
3 ways on the turn. It was like an auto call.
Ash tries to get a little bit of value here on the end, but can't get her bet called.
Everything that they have small
Radar for some sexuality and language.
What is it?
Yeah, and melting skin. Some of the visuals are.
Oh yeah, Tyler actually just talked about Oppenheimer. I saw that movie last night.
Christopher Nolan.
Oh, did you? All right.
Yeah,
Did you
I
like
enjoyed
it?
it? Yeah, I very much enjoyed it for sure.
No way. Like CGI?
Yeah, they CGI.
Yeah, it's certainly the talk of the town, or Barbenheimer. You know, go to see Barbie and Oppenheimer or whatever. I mean, yeah. I mean, I get that. You know, the films are both probably good in their own right to some degree, but there's also the looming, you know, fallout from the Hollywood strike. That, you know, how long before we don't have any good movies to watch, and you know, everybody's going to get their hands on you know, whatever they can see right now. I don't know what it is exactly about these 2 movies that's just completely taken over everything, but
3-hour movie. It's set all records.
it's an interesting phenomenon.
Between that and Barbie, it was the #1 weekend. Any 2
Probably the, I mean, for one, probably the marketing and directors, and then to the actors involved. I mean, the star-studded cast in Oppenheimer is ridiculous.
Sure.
It was like a fun movie.
Mallory saw Barbie last night. What did you think,
I'm
Mal?
not going to the theater for it though.
You literally are done with things.
One theater.
I mean, like, I obviously have a connection with the Oppenheimer movie, having worked in Los Alamos myself.
I understand what you're saying.
So I would very much like to go see that. I mean, the Barbie movie, just, I honestly have no idea what it's even about.
You're not calling?
Nope.
Just in case I hit
It's gonna
something.
punish me here.
Doug here mentioning The Sound of Freedom, another movie that's out in theaters that has been getting some attention.
I would call 200, but I'm
All the while, Bridge Mike here getting mixed up with Dunn.
You always have
Dunn
to
here, effective second pair, is still going to be the best hand, and he'll take this down with a single bet.
Man, I'm so confused. I just got someone knocked on the live stream booth door, and then they're like, "Oh, here you go," and then they were just about to hand me $150.
Wow.
I was like, "What is this for?"
25,
And
25 is
he was
good.
just like, "Oh yeah, someone, yeah, Manny said to give this $150 to you." I was like, "What?" I was like, "No one owes me any money." He's like, "No, he said Derek that works on the live stream." I was like, "What?" But I'm thinking that it was meant for Derek the dealer that was just dealing on our stream like 10 minutes ago. So I think that might be the confusion. I was just like, what? I mean, he like was really insistent on it. I was like, I mean, I'll take it, but I mean, I'm like 100% sure this isn't mine.
Yeah, no, that makes sense if Derek the dealer was getting a tip or something, right?
No, it was from like someone else. It had nothing to do with the stream or anything. It was just.
Oh, bizarre.
Yeah, it was really weird.
Huh. Well, I don't know. Maybe you got a secret admirer out there, man. Take the 150 and run.
I mean, yeah. Now I'm thinking if someone does owe me, but I typically don't loan out money. So.
Did you send him away with the money, or did you take it?
I know I'd sent them away.
Okay. I mean, I would be like, I don't know if this is actually meant for me, but can you send Manny this way? Like, right? Like, I don't know. Very odd. Do you even know a Manny?
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be one of the other dealers, but I was like, I really don't interact with that Manny that often. So I was kind of confused, but I'm sure it's for the Derek dealing, and he like saw him on the stream. He's like, oh yeah, Derek is working the stream.
Okay.
Every time you ask him, he's going to say yes.
Well, he showed Carlos.
We have to post this 10 now,
Yeah.
Yeah, Doug. Doug's saying I was almost the middleman in some sketchy plot. Yeah, and they were trying to launder money through me, is what I think was that. Like they were trying to just hand me money, and I can plead ignorance because I just didn't know what it's from.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take this money and deposit it in this bank account.
Oh, no, I want you to have a chance.
And we're gonna need a Western Union sent over here.
Yeah, go turn it into a check at the local 24-hour cash checking store.
Nice.
And then send it to this location.
I told him, but if you open, I threw back.
Or buy the money orders, right?
Oh yeah. My favorite was the gift card scams. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just need $250 in gift cards to Best Buy. That will totally unlock your account. Trip 9's here for BDD. Somehow we're just checking and checking and checking forever, and no money goes in this pot. BDD here, I guess, just hoping that at some point fire would fire. He didn't.
German's favorite hand.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, Doug. I'm thinking those like some kind of test or like some kind of sting operation, and like I failed. Or no, I succeeded.
Yeah,
I
testing
guess
your integrity.
Yeah,
You know?
that's
See if you just take the money or not.
It's like the ABC. What would you do? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't think so.
Or not? Yeah, maybe it was on an ABC, but there's this one guy. What's it called?
Oh, like that's the name of a television show or something?
Yeah, it's a TV show on ABC called What Would You Do, hosted by John Quinones.
Oh, okay.
And like
I don't know that.
Like real people get put in these like weird situations. Like the most common example I could think of was they actually did it at the Czech Stop. You know what I'm talking about? The Czech bakery store in West Texas.
Okay.
Where like a customer would show, like an actor customer would show up and start treating the Middle Eastern store owner or something like with a racist attitude.
Oh,
and then
okay.
like they would have it on camera, and they would try to catch people like how they would react and what would they do in a real life scenario. And like if they did something really really good, they would like stop the whole thing, and that host John Quinones or whatever would walk in and like, hey, we're just kind of curious, like how did you feel when you saw that guy acting that way towards that Middle Eastern gentleman? And they'd be like, oh well, I didn't think it was right, and you know I always teach my kids to act a certain way, and like you'd see kind of like some of a little bit of both, like some people like supporting it or some people being against it.
Okay.
It was like a live reality show on ABC.
Yeah, that's one of those sort of gotcha kind
Exactly,
of things. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that exactly. I'm sure it makes for good entertainment, but imagine just like getting put into an awkward situation and then like cameras and microphones in your
Just
face.
come out of
like,
nowhere, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have to sign off on whether or not you agree to put that footage on, but like that would be a pretty intrusive thing.
Yeah.
Plus, they're also kind of stirring the pot, right? Like the fact that they went down the racist road, and who knows what other little situations
They do a lot of other
set
things
up for people.
Yeah, they'll. There was another one I saw where it was like you'd see like they would go into a restaurant with an actor with there was clearly an underage girl and clearly a guy that was like older. And they would go into the restaurant, and they wanted to see what customers would do if they saw that in the restaurant or something.
Oh my God,
yeah, just stuff like that.
Yeah, really pushing the boundaries. You got Ace King versus Ace 5 here. 4 to a straight here for Bridge Mike, 3 to a straight for Fire. Now 4 to a straight for both players. Ace King high still best. Checky all the way down. Bridge Mike will show down the winner if we get to showdown. So Fire's going to take a stab here on the end and gets the better ace high to fold. So there you have it. Gets rid of his knit button as we do have the knit game back in effect.
Seems like that's where I occasionally win.
High pitch here wants to come bluff his money away. Well, we encourage that, of course.
I don't know.
He or she, I should say. And if you would like to play, maybe not on this live stream, of course, but in the future, you can reach out to Mal. Throw this little overlay up here. There's her phone number and email. You can also scan QR code there. Reach out to Mallory, and she'll set you up on a live stream date in the future at Texas Card House in Dallas.
Good luck.
Man, that was smooth.
He's got his Peaky Blinders hat on. He's ready to
Peaky Blinders hat.
I signed off on having the look. I said, I'm going to do it.
You went ahead and paid the fees.
All right, Carlos with a mystery hand here.
Such a good show.
Possible that these cards are also not correctly scanned. We will find out.
I used to. I don't watch much of anything anymore, but used to.
It's not that I don't believe that Randy can have 6-5 off. It's just anytime we don't have cards correctly scanned in for at least one player, tends to have a trickle effect down the line.
Yeah, it sometimes like just passes the cards to the next person.
Families living on 3 different decades.
Bet of 150 from Brass Monkey. Randy min
I'll
clicks.
check it out.
J-Rock
Anything that
call.
really piqued my interest lately. So.
Brass Monkey call. I mean, I think these cards are actually correct the way that this is being played. It's very odd, but
That was a good one too.
J-Rock
10-6 and the 6-5 both make a straight draw. King 9 is best hand here. Second
really
pair.
don't.
Kidding me.
I'm really bad at remembering shows and stuff.
What show?
Ozark.
Randy double checking his cards here. Maybe he misread it. Thought he had 2 6s. Looks down at the 6-5.
$30.
But it's come this
No,
far.
I definitely see. I wouldn't have.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that's the case. I think Randy here is fully aware of what kind of cards he's playing. He just gets this one through with determination.
It almost seems like he's more.
six.
Is it? It is 6-7. So he turned
turned
2
two
pair.
pair.
Yeah. See.
That makes more sense.
Value bet.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, with the knit game on, you can certainly expect players to open up the ranges a little bit, start trying to win pots a little bit more loosey-goosey, but yeah, I don't know. That hand was tough to tell just because of the card scanning.
There's not a lot of cards after that you don't want to see.
Yeah, that's tricky.
It's 4 ways. It's kind of hard.
Yeah.
Mark Weed trying to bluff Safine. Yeah, good luck. Ooh, a bird sighting. PokerFace Ash here with number 1. It's at 75. Already a cascade of calls, and yeah, we're going to go 4 players to a flop with another misread. I don't know, maybe something wrong with a card or 2 in this deck leading to these issues.
Could be the new felt as well. Maybe it's a little bit thick over certain spots, or maybe kind of knocks some of the wires when they place the felt over it. Who knows?
Yeah. I feel like it's not always the same player, though, with the issue. But I suppose if it is just sort of forwarding the card to the next player, I don't know. I don't know the details, I guess, of how it all works. But
you and I both.
Yeah. J-Rock here, though, is going for the check raise. Relatively small size here. C-bet of 100, check raise to 300. Ash makes the call. 915 in the middle. J-Rock here does cover PokerFace Ash. And Snap checks the turn king of clubs. Ash will check it back and gets a beautiful river card. Unless J-Rock has just flopped the joint. Top set of aces here for Ash, and it's a bet of 475 after checking the turn. Ash here now hoping that J-Rock has a set, a flopped set. She's going to raise this up to 1,200. J-Rock is going to need 4-5 to win this one.
Northwest Arkansas.
Looks like he's about to fold, so I don't think he has the 4-5.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, more something like maybe a 4-3 or 6-5. You know, something in that ballpark makes a little bit of sense to go for a check raise on the flop and then shut it down. Oh, Ash didn't show the aces.
I mean, as a poker player, it is quite unnatural to show your hand, right, after you take down the pot if you don't have to, right? So I could definitely understand. Or definitely when we first started doing the nit game here on our stream, I think Safine forgot to do it like 5 times. Because he's just like, I'm just not used to showing y'all my hand. He just like, I don't do this normally.
Really gross.
Yeah, that is a little wrinkle to the game that you must show your hand in order to get rid of the nit button. So the fact that Ash didn't show her hand means that she has to hold on to that. Means she has to win another hand, which is a pretty big penalty.
Five ways little limp pot here. Bunch of raggedy cards, but pretty raggedy flop here. Flush draw available, but no spades in anyone's hand.
I'm only gonna make a bet because Carlos is in the hand, and I know he will. Like 30. As my attorney, he'll call me because he knows he gets it back.
It's all 30 players.
He helped him build a pot.
That's Carlos Henry. Check it. Check it.
Randy bets the jack-8. Takes it down. Seen some pretty fun plays here this evening. Definitely opening up some different bags of tricks.
In Texas, too.
Yeah, when are you going to play on our stream, Aaron?
I would love to.
Sure, our viewers would love to see that.
Yeah, no, I would love to come up and play. I mean, if I could get into a 5-5-10 game or something like that, absolutely. Quarter 50 is a little above my weight class, but you know,
What can I do? Wait, I was just kidding.
this would be a very fun game to play.
Somebody take it down to anymore.
You thought it was serious about that?
Anymore. That's what you know.
Rich Mike limping up front with the very nice King Queen of Hearts. I'll let somebody else do the raising.
Raise 50 for the
EDD will oblige. The Jack Deuce, the Choctaw Nuts. Ash is in there. Some wheel cards, and Bridge Mike completes. Top pair and a flush draw. No, that board is not correct. Yeah, there we go. 8 of
Yeah,
spades.
definitely saw a king. Everyone turns a little bit of equity here.
Hanging around. Longer, harder for them today. 2 games back.
Small raise here from Bridge Mike, 75 up to 200. And Ash is just going to let go. She might just be drawing dead if her opponent has a flush. And yeah, it was indeed the King Queen of Hearts shown.
Yeah, I mean,
Subconscious, yeah.
it's true. It's true. Depends on. I've always been. I'll bring some prospects for the Straddler. Yeah. He's gonna get. That's a minimum.
Yowzers. The board.
But you don't want to justify it because
$25 straddle is on.
he's what, 29?
Now looking at the PFRs, we got 4 players down in single digits. Now, of course, PFR not a one-to-one sort of correlation with VPIP by any means, but still some fairly low raising from 4 of the players here.
Yeah, relatively passive table. A lot of limping, a lot of limp calling. It seems like maybe like 2 or 3 players driving the action.
Money in there, let's go, Rock.
3 players to this one.
That's my. I've had that all night. Look at it.
Nice deuce to 7 low ball looking cards out there. 7-3 deuce.
Yeah, us mixed game players, right? It's like it's so hard. Man, when I've been playing a lot more PLO, anytime I look down and just see like an amazing Badoogie, I'm just like, oh god, wrong game.
Yep.
4 clubs, 4 or 5. Come on, like I never get that.
Yeah.
Pats.
4 clubs here on the turn, looking like the nuts. 1 card nut draw here. Going to the river. J Rock.
Bet and a call.
That's 250. Ooh, 97, still pretty good. But 10 high here for J Rock, and no hope of winning this unless he bets, and probably bets pretty big. 900 in the middle. Carlos calling flop, calling turn with just ace high. 9 of diamonds really doesn't change anything. None of the draws get there.
Oh, he looks like he's about to call. Oh man, this might be the call of the night. He's gonna raise. Oh my gosh, he's raising.
Wow. I mean, why hero call when you can just raise and maybe make him fold a pair?
Pair of 7s or something. Yeah.
Or I mean, certainly like 5s, right? Like 5s is just kind of just, I don't know, barreling away for some reason, and maybe you just get him to fold that.
Nice.
Spicy from Carlos.
That would have been twice.
Wow.
Not something you typically see from Carlos, but maybe he's been in the lab, been in the book studying here.
Wish I could tell you
Well
it was the
done
best
by
thing.
Carlos there. Take that pot down.
Yeah.
Big
like
game
it.
was in effect though, so I'm sure that might played into it.
No, never.
Absolutely.
Not tonight.
Nick game certainly factoring into these players' minds in all of these spots.
If you can make JD fold aces,
You can still bring that up.
Ray is
Still
75.
walk by, getting in the middle of it.
that was definitely a highlight film.
Raise 250.
I'm so convinced you had
I'm
queen.
filled now.
Steam is coming out of those ears.
Carlo here in the chat. What's up, man?
You know what? I love push a man further down the ground.
Carlo, did you end up going to the World Series of Poker? If so, how did you do?
See your family is falling in your footsteps
I don't
as a
believe
builder. No.
See a 10 on the
It
flop
is not
there.
easy.
Yeah, BDD here gonna flop the joint.
I had a bridge client who's
Still
a big
playing his
builder,
relatively dusty stack here. Less than one pot size bet remaining. Randy makes 2 pairs, so these players gonna get all their chips in the middle. Wait, no, J-Rock is in the mix with ace-6. What happened to the queen jack?
That's not one of them.
I was gonna say.
No, I think we must just have a graphical issue or something here. What is going on?
Nice.
Did J-Rock really just ship it in with ace-6?
rock and roll.
That's all right.
You know that.
I mean, I've ordered
Eh,
9 hours a week for.
I don't know what just happened here. Randy is raking it in with 2 pair. If
So
if the
it
queen-
must
if
be
the-
right.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess Queen Jack just doesn't exist. That wasn't a real hand. Or is he not paying enough attention to realize that he flopped the joint and just like snap folded?
Yeah, now it's great. Man,
I mean, BDD, from what we saw on the screen, had flopped the king high straight. But then somehow it's J-Rock who's all in with ace-6 high against the bottom 2 pair. I am just baffled. I don't know what
Did he have
just happened.
8-6 or ace-6?
there's a whole list of places.
I mean, the screen showed ace-6.
Oh. Yeah, I don't. I'm really curious now. I had no idea what happened in that hand.
I mean, we've been having enough glitches as far as card reading that I'm not convinced that I can believe what we're seeing there, which is really unfortunate, and I hate it when this happens. So apologies for that, but I mean, 10-9 was definitely shown down there, right? So that was
Yeah,
at
for sure.
least
We
correct.
saw the 10-9 on tabled.
I don't know. I'm just baffled. I mean, the Queen Jack just either had to have been a misread, or he literally just saw this
How you want to do it?
king high flop and thought that he missed or something, and just somehow folded what would have been a brilliant triple up spot. I really don't understand what just happened there, though.
Okay.
PokerFace Ash here going to turn a king.
Let's keep going or not.
Bet 75, and Randy here with his gut shot 1 overcard going to make the call and binks the overcard. Nick game getting paid out. Oh, is that what instigated all of that? Maybe that's what happened. It was down to just a couple players for the Nick game or something?
Is that yours? Mine?
No, that doesn't make sense because there's still a bunch of buttons out.
We'll never know, I guess, unless we ask J-Rock directly. But
I guess so, but he's just headed for the door.
That's the nicest way to do it.
It is.
He threw out a bunch of quarters and
Take care.
left.
Lucky night.
wow, and just like that, Randy in the black up to a 10K stack. Just there was that 5K pot out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, Randy bet 800 on the flop, and J-Rock just ripped it for
Like 2,200, yeah.
Yeah.
He said he had a
He said, when I didn't sound like I had 5
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
His 5 just wasn't out. You're good. His 5 just wasn't out.
Anyways,
Hey, what's up, Skull?
we got 4 winners now. Fire, Dunn, Randy, and PokerFace Ash. Actually, let's not forget about Carlos. Up 575 after that nice bluff.
that quietly pre-flop.
Hey, Skull Knight, appreciate you hopping in with us.
James says Randy isn't wearing black. WTF. I guess that's his usual attire? Because he is wearing anything but black tonight. All right, we've got four-way flop incoming. Yet again, Carlos on the sailboats. BDD with sixes and ooh, middle set.
No,
Yeah, 6 hours.
Top pair for Brass
Not from
Monkey
me.
as well.
no, I gotta get up early and go to Choctaw tomorrow. 6 hours.
Checks through.
I mean, come on.
We've seen this so many
I'm not late
times.
or
Just
anything,
checks
so I need
through
my sleep.
massively multi-way. And the betting picks up on the turn.
You let
Queen of
Carlos
hearts.
drive you home and you'll never make
Impacts
it. So.
no one. Dunn will take a little stab here with his dusty jack high.
Hey, that hand has a name now.
Oh, that's right. The Robbie.
I think it's actually that specific combination too. I think she had the jack of clubs and 4 spades, right?
I think she had 4 diamonds or something. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but it was definitely the jack of clubs. I mean, that much we know because it was a solid blocker.
Hey, I was calling with an 8.
All right, BDD rips it all in with the set of sixes, and 8 is gone. The jack high is gone. Yeah, I'll be playing the main. You playing, Mike?
I was calling you, but when he shoves, I'm out.
Yeah. No one believes me.
I'm only running at one. That's right, the first.
It's over. There's no more running that one.
Be curious to see if we fill out the that empty seat there. I'm sure there's a bunch of people waiting to play our game here.
I have a hard time believing you're flat.
Yeah, I would presume that there's a list for this
The
game.
ace or a queen.
We'll find out.
I thought it is a queen. Sometimes.
1 out of 10.
A little sneaky.
All right, we got some limping going on. Now BDD gonna squeeze from the straddle.
Red chip hiding.
Carlos has a nice play with the ace queen. Had someone who was a little tilted, it was really a good play.
Another deuce to 7 flop here. 8-5 board. Brass Monkey floating the flop, but BDD ripping it all in. Once again on the turn, he's going to take it down.
Oh, I wanted that turn to be a club.
Oh, well, happy early birthday to you, Skull. Pretty over Choctaw. Yeah, I mean, not the most exciting place to be, but that tournament always freaking claps, man. It is pretty amazing how they just consistently get big turnouts up there.
I don't think I've ever seen first below, what, like 250, 260?
Yeah.
For any of those main events.
Oh, yeah. Definitely some good spending. Some good spending money up top.
And BDD here working his way up to a pretty respectable stack now, up to 1,500. So that's a little bit more to work with for a 5-5-10 game.
Collusion.
Let's go fire.
Yeah.
Let's go fire.
Yeah, raise and take it for Dunn. Rewarded by getting rid of his knit button, and only a couple of players still holding on to theirs.
It was 5-5-10, and I would try to get some.
Pretty sure David would play. He was there earlier. I don't know if he was picked up or not. David Tom.
Oh my god, we need to get David back on our stream.
Mallory was
Love
on
having
that
him on the
Fire,
stream.
you get David's number?
I think there is a 2-5 game running out there, so I'm sure they could grab someone from that table.
I think they just announced it was
Yeah,
5-5-10.
absolutely. Somebody's got to be looking to battle for a little bit extra cheddar.
Talk to Mallory first.
Yeah, we're actually kind of rocking and rolling here at Dallas. Got a handful of 1-2 games, 1-2-5 game, 2 PLO games, which you know what that means for me post-stream, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
I do not.
Good luck in those streets, my friend.
Appreciate it.
Just gotta read.
You mentioned something about resetting the downswing. I
Oh
guess
my
this
gosh.
last week has been
Yeah.
kind of rough, huh?
Yeah, it's just been, I've been losing 60-40s when I'm the 60, running it twice. So that's how it's going.
The joys of PLO.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean it's nothing like I'm like upset about it. It's just like, you know, eventually just what kind of wears on you. But part of the game.
Gob it up.
Carlo digging the green and black felt. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, we got to advertise our Poker Atlas tour here. It's like a mini World Series in Dallas.
So how long does the stream go for?
Yeah, we are just full-blown not getting the correct card scanned in here at this point, unfortunately. That was a chop pot there, and we saw done on Queen 6-0, so I don't know what's going on. Unfortunately, we've got something out of whack, whether it's the cards, the readers, the software, not exactly clear. So bear with us, folks. We'll do our best to call the action with the cards that we see face up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mark witnessed that this morning when I was playing.
No one's friendly anymore.
He like just came in. I was like finishing an overnight session, and then like I think 2 hands and him sitting down. He sees me get stacked. Cards are totally being. Oh, sorry.
No, I really wish I'd struggled.
Thank you. What is it?
50.
And I do apologize to everyone. This typically isn't how our stream
Anyone's
is.
never lost trying to avoid the knit budget. The knit.
So a lot of our viewers could probably attest to.
That's a lot.
5 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely uncharacteristic, and do apologize. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. And yeah, Stephen, with the ultimate recommendation here, this is exactly what we should be doing.
I didn't see the end today.
That is basically the technical expertise that Derek and I could offer. So
I think they lost small.
hopefully the people behind the scenes can look into it for us.
No. Danny was down like 7 when I was
Yeah, I think it's about what he lost.
I probably had straight flushes, roll flushes the whole time. I mean,
Quads too.
quads.
Yep.
Even
Quads over quads.
They're old 5 of a kind. But I show back up to my hand that I always get. I just.
9 deuce.
That's
what I've been scoring all night.
I've been in a minute. I feel like I need
Randy,
to
you're going to raise it up to $50. PokerFace Ash.
Okay, I'll join you guys.
Gonna make the call, and Bridge Mike will complete as well.
I'm more apt to have some of that than you, I think.
Yeah.
check. Let's see when
Queen.
I got 8-5. I got 8-5.
Diamonds.
All right, ace-7 high here. Looks like it's going to take down the pot. Another one here for Randy.
I hope they get along with my chips.
Only when we were on Oaklawn that night.
Oh, quit. You know what? There has been some barbecue sauce on them, though, hadn't there? Dang right.
Yeah.
I told you about going to that rib place in Kilgore, the Country Tavern.
I
I'm
heard
gonna
that.
bring you some ribs.
Yeah, it's weird because sometimes the hands are read perfectly fine, right? Like the ace-7 there.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think that
One of my friends brought me some back.
maybe Jack-5 off is in there for Jeff.
Kind of food?
Barbecue.
Oh.
We
But
all-
it
won. What's
Randy
that?
I don't know.
family owned
I don't know
Huge
at this
award.
point.
It won a national award, and it's in a trailer park. It's
Just
like
doing my best.
Yeah,
But it's the
we'll
best
Aaron and I will do our
barbecue
best here to read the hands as they come out.
It's
If,
everything. The whole place, and they're
if
only
they
open
are
like 3 days for just a little bit
Is
of
that a
time.
shadow?
being misread consistently here.
And
So PokerFace
I'm telling
Ash
you,
would be a reasonable
about
sweet
it.
spot here once folded too,
I-
especially with the knit button in effect.
I went.
Or not squeeze, but just to open up here in the small blind.
Oh,
So I sent one of my guys and had him wait in line.
have you been to Cadillac?
And then I went in.
Have you been to
Randy's
Cadillac?
in the mix from
It's not as
one
good
of the
as
straddles.
It's really not. Wow.
No.
Cadillac.
If you go goldies
Comes
right off the
10,
bat,
3, 3.
Yeah, right.
Well, overcards here for
Cadillac's
PokerFace
like you
Ash,
get
so
there.
she'll continue
It's only
for
open.
1/3.
It's only open Thursday and Friday and the first Saturday of every month. That's it.
okay, this one's open.
Oh, geez, down.
Hey, you got me last time. Get this freaking thing away from me.
Ash remembers to turn her hand over so she can get
Oh,
rid of the
thank
knit
you.
button.
I'm glad they changed it because I couldn't stand the other picture they had of me. Oh my gosh, I hated it.
Jeffrey! What's up, man? You coming in?
Oh, wait.
Hey, there we go. We got that seat filled.
He goes,
What a hat, too. Look at that.
Could been worse.
Oh, Jeffrey.
That's the first big game I've had to pay off.
Okay,
you've been
hopping
here
into
5 seconds
5-5-10.
earlier, you could have gotten extra 25.
the only
Ah,
thing
Brass
that
Monkey was the last player standing in the knit game, so he just paid out 25.
I was small blind.
Knit
Yeah.
game over.
Oh, you were fancy today. Look at the hat.
Yeah, I like
Jeff
the
hopping in
hat.
the streets here. Regular player that I've met
23, 30.
over the years. Met him at Windstar
Can you be more
probably 5 years
precise?
ago.
Do you have any change, loose change?
Very solid player. Typically plays our
Excellent.
1-2 or 2-5 here. Maybe taking a little bit of a shot tonight.
I'll take any penny after you get.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that.
But our 1-2 games here in Dallas, actually, nothing to sneeze at. I mean, I've seen some big stacks run up there the game, so.
Oh, absolutely. 1-2 and name only. People from outside of Texas will sort of look down on 1-2 as like that dusty little game that people play in, you know, the casinos in Las Vegas or whatever, and you got people buying in for $40 and just trying to like spin it up for rent money or whatever. But no, that's not how we do 1-2 here. That's for sure. Top pair here for Fire.
Danny's a really
Not much to go with for
combination.
Randy. He's out of the way.
He actually has the tournament so well.
Oh, Danny? Yeah.
Yeah, he really.
I think he's a better. Just great cat. He's probably a better tournament player.
He was. His cash game's really improved.
Yeah, with our like rake structure, well not rake structure, but with with there being no rake and then paying an hourly, it's keeping all the money on the table. I mean, I know
Are we doing our
a few
normal
players
to corner,
personally
except
that
if
play
we
our
got
1-2 here
if he loses?
in Dallas, like that make a decent, like they can actually make decent money from it, and
I like him, so it's only
typically not seen as the game that you can make any money at. And like Aaron was saying, casinos typically the game that you just kind of play for fun. But
Absolutely. Jeffrey coming in, stuck $20,700.
Is that what it said?
Apologies for the entry error there. It had a little bit of an issue replacing the player in seat 4, apparently. But buying in for $2,300, it looks like. Gonna try to spin that up. But this hand's gonna go 3 ways. Done, BDD, and Fire. Taking a look at a flop. Nine, 7, 6. BDD raises with King 8. Looks like, or King 9. King 9.
10.
King 10. Sorry, King 10.
Believe me. Nobody believes me. It's crazy.
Takes that one down.
No believers.
Robert Duncan wants to know, what is the buy-in for the 1-2 games? Well, it depends on where you're playing. Most of the TCH locations, it's going to be 300 cap, but at TCH Dallas, it's 500 cap.
yeah, 500 cap. Probably typically a buy-in you'd see for some 2-5 games or even 1-3 games around the country. So our 1-2 plays pretty deep here in Dallas.
Looks like we've got an add-on incoming here in the 9 seat.
Oh man.
Brass Monkey here. Gonna limp the button. Got a handful of limps, and we're gonna go multi-way once again. to a flop. Checks through, and here we are on the turn, Queen of Hearts. Dunn bets 75, and I think he got called in a couple of spots. And wow, Brass Monkey has the King Jack here. He has just made the King High straight. And yeah, it's a check call here from Dunn. Has the Jack blocker and everything, but Brass Monkey drilling the gutty.
17 more, and we might be not even close to even. So.
Yeah, I don't even know if that was the right hand because I heard him say he got pipped, so I don't know what that means.
Maybe. See if I can find it.
Stephen Baines in the chat says that new guy's hat is amazing. Yeah, it is quite nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice
It's a
pop
bold
of color to it.
Yeah, and it's a bold statement to rock that hat, I feel like, you know? Like, let's go.
1,000 in green and the rest in black.
Cash out at these places I was 2,900.
Takes some level of self-confidence to wear something like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's see if he has the same self-confidence in his no-limit game here, battling with some very solid players here from Dallas.
I bet he does. I bet he gets in the mix here pretty quick.
Playing things 3 hours.
Might take an orbit or so just to kind of feel out the table. I mean, that's certainly fair play, but
Okay, I'll go look. I'll go look.
EDD here, it's out of the way.
San Miguel.
So it's Carlos, Brass Monkey, and Randy here, all playing suited cards. We hope.
Wailing it up. You running it up over here?
You got change. We changed me out real quick.
Yeah.
Brass Monkey betting 200 here,
One buy-in in the dream.
and he'll take it down.
Oh, wait.
We're good.
Did I sell my knit button? Oh, there you go.
Oh, I got rid of it. Of course. No, you didn't have it. You got rid of the street.
I know, I was fucking with them. Thank you.
All right. Jeffrey, of course, not stuck 20K. Did just buy in for the 2.3. Bridge Mike currently stuck the most, down 3,000. EDD Brass Monkey also down a fair bit. Jonathan in the chat says, is this game open to the public or invite only? Well, the lists for the games are curated for the live stream. Mallory is the one who puts that together. If you're interested in getting on a live stream list to start off the night, you're certainly welcome to reach out to her. If the game, once the game is running, you know, there may be a list sort of developed for players to hop in once players leave the stream. And that would be certainly open to the public, yeah.
Randy, you can't stay on it.
Queen 8-7 flop. Randy bets 75. Fire goes for the check call. 3 of hearts on the turn. Check, check. Deuce of hearts now on the end. Doug wants to know, how is Randy up? Well, kind of an odd hand went down. J-Rock dusted off his stack, and Randy was the recipient. Randy bets 100 here into 260 on the river. And if Fire does indeed have the 7 of hearts, he's thinking about a hero call, but it's not really that much of a hero call. Does let it go, and King 6
Nice, Randy.
is going to win the pot.
Andy?
And leaves the nip button.
That was fun.
Nip button dessert. That's a nip button for sure. Ain't no reason for me to do that otherwise.
All right, $10 straddle, no quarter out there. Randy will find a pair of 8s and make the call. Dunn will do the right thing and raise it up to 150 though next to act. So Randy will make the call and be the only player. Heads up to a flop. I don't believe Dunn has Jack-5 suited, so we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out. Randy here, though, very likely to have flopped bottom set.
I've never done it. It really throws people off. Like, it throws me off. Like, if you check in the dark and it's, I don't know what to do.
I do it.
And he leads out for pot. 300 to go. Dunn will make the call.
He still remembers.
Pot already 900.
Oh yeah. There's certain hands you just never. Doesn't matter what you have, you never raise it. So you might as well check dark. It doesn't matter. Like
Very connected board, but Randy going to continue betting after taking the lead on the flop.
You're gonna let the first guy bet.
Dunn's still not going
I
anywhere.
think it just works on a million hands.
Yeah.
I can't take one. You're not.
Yeah.
That's another diamond. One liner to a straight flush out
It
here.
throws them off. I mean, you can get
Yeah,
check
it
raise
throws
without
me-
really
throws
being a
me
check
off.
raise.
There's a full house out there, though.
That would be pretty effective.
Randy has it. And Dunn is like, wow, 2x pot, huh?
I'm gonna show regardless.
Or I guess it's just full pot. Rather.
Yeah, he just bet the pot.
7 diamonds.
7
I
of
needed it.
You did not need it. Well, actually, you did need the 6. You did need the 6.
Yeah,
You need the
break
boat.
the flush or.
I had it straight.
Yeah, I do a boat. Go ahead and go help me there.
So Randy claims that he had a straight, so probably flopped straight with Queen Jack.
Really painful.
Definitely possible.
yeah,
Yeah, that's the most action-killing river, right? Pairs the board and brings in the diamond.
Yeah.
I think it's the
Yeah,
hat.
Queen Jack of Hearts makes a lot of sense
Definitely the
Behind his hat.
there.
Pinky blinders with the razor.
Yeah, you got the razors in there.
Yeah.
Of course I do.
Red hot tonight.
Oh, Randy here, second biggest winner on the night after
Well, 3 coins.
kind of tumultuous start.
Yeah, no, I don't think.
Hey, look.
Twice?
Yeah, a little bit of heat here for that man in the 1 seat. Jeffrey here, still looking for a hand he can play.
I love it.
You know what? I really know you do. It gives you ammunition.
Randy here going to limp blind. Why not? Oh my goodness.
I've said it before, Randy's the most interesting man in poker I've ever met.
Yeah?
Could be worse for me, though.
Yeah, he seems like a character, that is for sure. There's a lot of characters at this table, honestly. All right, 4 players to a flop. And if BDD did 3-bet with 4-3-0, he has just flopped a straight.
I hope he
Jeffrey
did.
in there, top pair. Carlos calls as well.
Heads up.
And with the ace of diamonds, yeah, 8 of diamonds on the turn gives Jeffrey
Oh,
top 2 pair.
Definitely
Carlos,
picking tournaments.
a
I don't feel like a
nut
cash
flush
game
draw.
player anymore at all.
Can I tell you something? I think I would like tournaments too because I like the energy.
Oh, yeah.
And I like to be crippled by
BDD check.
Yeah.
You get so crippled by it.
There's so many things I love about tournaments. There's so many little nuances that I love. And there's always an end,
Jeffrey
right? Like
puts
you're playing to win first. And
Big chunk of his stack
very
out there.
dynamic.
450 is the
it's very
bet.
fun.
Yeah, you're giving away 10% juice unless you have a lot of dead money.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I really.
BDD does not have 4-3
Yeah.
here.
And I think that plays into my
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
Like
I guess
turbo
not.
tournaments.
like a marathon, I need to be able to sit.
I hate the 10% juice you give up.
I mean, we saw that Queen
yeah.
Jack
You
fold
get tired
earlier.
of
There's just no
ordering
chance you have that, right? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, there's something going on here.
Yeah. You have to
Whether
be
it's
really
his
disciplined.
reader in particular or what it is.
You get the patience. It's a lot of patience.
It's a lot of patience. I have a ton of patience when it comes to poker.
10 of diamonds peels off on the end, giving Carlos the nut flush.
I love to zone
He
out.
leads out for
just
800, and
give-
this
be
is
in
just
my own
so
element.
gross if
Because
you're
I'm an
Jeffrey.
introvert
Like,
anyway. I don't like to talk. So
come on, man.
yeah.
Stepping up, sitting down at this game,
Really?
make top two pair,
Very
and
much
then
a
it
huge
just comes
introvert,
4 diamonds on board, and this guy's leading into me now.
Yeah.
Not even for
Yeah.
Believe it or
all
not, I
in.
know this. I have trained myself not to be, but
I
I
can
love
put
to
it
be by
on if I
myself.
have to.
That's
Like,
it.
I don't
but
think,
man, it's,
Randy, you can't, I'm not buying the introvert.
good fold from Jeffrey, though. He gets out of there, no further damage.
More than regular society, but in
Carlos will show
Oh,
that
very
ace
nice.
that's
diamond.
not nice now. That's just
Drag the pot.
At least that was good.
Back into the bag. As many of us are used to. Adding on for another 1,000. This guy came to play.
yeah.
Let's go.
You didn't? Ah, there we go.
Cash games have become very boring to me.
What is?
Cash games, very boring.
She's the opposite of me. I get so
Same here.
bored. Sometimes with tournaments, I'm like, oh my god, oh my god.
That's such a funny dichotomy.
Yeah, but like,
I don't think I've
you're
ever.
either gonna
Man,
get
I
a
don't
lot
think
of
I ever
chips or
get
you're
bored
gonna
with
dwindle down
cash
and have to
games.
shove all in,
I
because
guess.
you're short. Like, there's always something going on in tournaments.
Yeah, well, but it's so true, though, because some people find the cash game environment where you're deep stacked all the time, and like every hand can feel like, oh wait, I just got sucked into a 2,000 big blind hand. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Whereas in a tournament, you know, people are like thrilled, like, oh man, you know, you get down to 15 blinds or 10 blinds, and like every hand matters, and you're so excited. Like, people find excitement in different aspects of the game. And
That's fair.
I don't know. That's what's so cool about poker.
I definitely enjoy both, so I consider myself more of just a poker player than like a cash game versus tournament player. Right? So,
Yeah, I definitely appreciate the aspects of both very much. And to anyone who just like strictly plays cash games and kind of frowns upon playing tournaments, like I will always say, like, don't knock it until you get in there and try it. And honestly, I think most good cash game players can be tremendously powerful, tremendously strong tournament players if they put in just a little bit of effort to figure out how to play it. Because it's the same game. You're exercising the same part of your brain, doing all the same mathematics and everything. It's just now you get the added benefit of being able to apply stack pressure and all of the new aspects that can be fun and exciting and engaging for a poker player.
Yeah.
Like, oh, let me,
That don't have to
you
cost
know, let me
anybody
learn all this new
anything.
stuff. And yeah, like you say, ICM.
Now,
I mean,
not
there's so
though,
much
so
going
usually
on. It's really
people
cool.
know who I
learning
am,
to
and
play,
I feel rude
you know,
if
a
I
10
bring
to
my
20 big
headphones.
blind stack versus a 20 to 30 big blind stack. Like it's very, very different. As you like, you're only going down in increments of 10 big blinds, but it's such a different game.
Yeah.
Tournaments, I play with
Jeffrey will wake up the 8s here, raising the 75.
Yeah.
Getting 3-bet by Fire. I know Fire likes to play some Baccarat, so maybe
back house telling you what everybody has.
was feeling here with the natural 8.
Let's go.
Tell her to watch you on TV.
Jeffrey here with 2 natural 8s.
That's the issue.
Make the call.
She's texting me now.
Just send me,
Hey, Fire's not answering.
Oh, 8 in the window.
send me pictures.
Sets of 8s going around here. Fire going to continue telling a story. And this one's always weird when you're the bottom set guy on a sort of connecty board.
Black good. Got a call.
Gonna opt for the check call. A little bit of turn equity here for Fire. Put your opponent on some sort of Jack 10, maybe 9-10, something like that. Some continued aggression could potentially get through in your mind. But after check, check, turn, Jeffrey continues checking on the river. Fire goes for it to 6 high.
All in. How much?
Jeffrey stuffs it in, and Fire with a cursory how much, and then a muck. Yeah, I'm wondering if it is just the 3-seat scanner that's messed up, because
It's starting to look like that.
most of our issues have seemed to be when BDD is in a hand, and then the other times it feels like most of the cards are being correctly identified. So I'm starting to think that that's the case, that it's just C3. We'll keep our eyes on it, and of course, you know, if we have any more discrepancies, we'll try to pass that on to the production and technical staff. But yeah, that's my guess here at this moment.
From production and not means that make sure you scan your cards together.
I see that's in.
Okay.
Is Randy that's in?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'm at 25. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, so sorry. Seats 3 is 25. Yeah. Buttons on the
Have you ever been a hat guy? I mean, I guess like you wear a baseball cap, right, Derek?
Yeah, I mean, I have my like 2 or 3 hats that I cycle through, but I don't have like 20 like in like a specific room on a wall or anything. Yeah.
Have you ever branched out to like a fedora or anything like that, or just strictly baseball?
No,
cap?
no.
Yeah.
I just wear baseball caps, and then like if I'm doing like lawn work outside, I have my like wide brim hat just for sun protection.
Okay, all right, nice. Yeah, I've never really been a hat guy. Like when I was maybe in middle school or something, I think I like tried to wear a baseball cap for a little while because like all of my classmates were doing it, but it just really didn't stick. I don't know, just
I can't believe it.
never really stuck with the hat. I've got a lot of hair, so it's kind of tough. Like if my hair's ever not super short, like to even fit it into a hat, because I've already got a big head. So maybe that's what it was.
Playing heads up to guy at the table 27.
Yeah, I mean, I played baseball when I was younger too, so I think that kind of factored into it. It's like I just used to wearing a hat a lot of time during the summertime, springtime.
Yeah.
Stuff sometimes.
I don't think I've ever seen Bridge Mike not wear his Alabama hat. Like that's like a hat. That must be his favorite hat.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some people that, you know, that hat that they wear every day, you know, like they get up, they walk downstairs, like that hat is on. All right, King 6-4 two-tone here. Looks like a bunch of not much, maybe some bottom pairs.
Do some actual work.
Check, 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 all the way down. And ace 4 good? Ace 4 good.
Oh, but then you would have kept the nip button and I'd be even happier. We are, but that's, you treat your buddies the worst.
For those of y'all just now hopping in, welcome to our live stream. We're only halfway in our stream. We got about 3 more hours left tonight, ending at around midnight tonight. And for those of y'all wondering, Jeffrey is not down $20,000. I believe he bought in for his initial $2,300 or $2,400, and then he just added on another $1,000.
Yeah, I think when he first sat down, it said he was stuck 20,700. So that's kind of the benchmark.
Sorry to hear, Steven.
That's a good
Well,
one.
man, and that was actually something really eerie, because I came to work here, right, when they required masks in our company.
Okay.
So, like, I met a lot of my coworkers with masks, right? So
yep.
it was probably, what, like 6 months into me working here. Then they, like, said, okay, now wearing a mask is optional. And then, like, everyone started taking off their masks. I was like, oh, like, I did not expect it to look like that. Or, like, not anything bad or good. It's just, like, unexpected, you know? Like, I had something in my mind imagined, you know? And then it just was not anything like that.
Yeah. No, there were entire, handfuls of people that I met during COVID and didn't know what they looked like underneath. I guess that's not entirely true. Well, so some of them, yes, and then others, back then I would sort of go out and have a cigarette every once in a while before I gave that all up, and then you got to see everybody's face. So there were some people that I knew what they looked like, and then there were other people that, I never saw outside without the mask on and did not know who they were. Dunn flops the joint and BDD runs out a boat. Is this real life? Yes, it is.
Spinning it back up. Nice hand there for BDD.
Yeah, so BDD's cards being read correctly that time. Okay, maybe it's not just C3. I don't know.
And it kind of goes to a thing I read about. It's just like a random online article where it talked about, like, all you have to do to kind of disguise your identity is all you have to do is cover your nose.
That runway
and, like, for some reason, just covering your nose makes it to where it's like, if someone sees you again in public, it's like 9 times out of 10 they won't recognize you. If like that's like the first time they met you.
Yeah, I think it's it's really one of the 3 things, right? Your eyes, your nose, or your mouth that are all pretty pretty important for facial recognition.
His videos of he's playing, and you go straight down the side of the mountain and they flatten.
It is pretty wild how you can see someone with just their mouth covered, even, right? Like sometimes people would just have it under their nose, and how much of a difference it made when you could actually see them talk and smile, and you're like, whoa, that's what you look like under there, it's really funny.
Your brain does interesting stuff. It's like you leave stuff to imagination.
Exactly.
Breast Monkey here, putting on the pressure. And look at that. I mean, that's probably one of the first 4 bets we've seen all night. Getting it done. A lot of respect there for Brass Monkey.
It's really the most fascinating place to see. When they're out there, they rent out for between 60 and 80,000 a week.
St. Bart's is still the most expensive place I've ever been.
Really?
Yeah. A Coke at the gas station is like $6, $7.
Why?
It's a can of Coke. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's like,
where is it? Like,
it's St. Martin, St. Bart's.
I've been to St. Martin.
Oh.
Say a can of Coke was $7?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, those tiny little islands out in the Caribbean, they certainly don't have
That's crazy.
any production of anything, around them, right? You have to have everything shipped in. So it does make sense that things are going to be more expensive. Plus, they're resort destinations and whatever, too. So you do get the inflated prices from that. Yeah, it's got to be weird to be a local, like a person that, I don't know, you wash laundry or dishes or whatever. Like you just work at one of these places and live on the island. It's got to be very strange.
I was on there for some fun. I was like, okay, you're good. I just didn't see your cards at first.
Damn it, Mike.
Alright.
'Fire versus Bridge Mike here. 500 in the middle. Fire here as the pre-flop aggressor. Going to continue 200. Mike makes the call.
I played at St. Martin. No, it was terrible. It was like 50 cents a dollar. It was something.
Check, turn, and now river 2 pair for Fire. He'll bet a little under half pot. Bridge Mike here honestly has a better bluffing candidate than he does a calling candidate, but
Well, some others are.
body language certainly indicating that he's thinking of either calling or folding.
Maybe a little bit intrigued by the check on the turn. He's going to see the bad news here.
Yeah, very fortunate river card there for Fire, obviously, but looking again at the earnings there, Fire after that hand up nearly 5 grand. Randy up 3.5, Dunn 2, and Carlos and PokerFace Ash up a little over 1,000. Nothing too crazy outside of Jeffrey stuck 20,000. Of course, that's a fluke, but
In a 5-5-10 game?
yeah. And he's only played how many hands? 13? Yeah, that's
Pretty brutal.
Yeah, that would be. Imagine, yeah, you sit down and just get stacked. Like, play 13 hands, you just ripped off 20K. That would be something else. Ooh, Jeffrey here looking to get himself out of that big 20K hole. He's got aces. Of course, to anyone, if they're actually wondering if he's down 20K, that is a graphical error.
Yeah, that's high stakes right
He's
there.
not down 20,000. In fact, he's right around break even at this point.
You think I wear hats because I want to?
He's showing me some blacks.
Did some dental floss just come flying out of Randy's hat?
It must have been like, it might be from his shirt, man. That shirt looks pretty,
Yeah, what is that?
maybe
Was that the
some
last
string.
hair that he had? Did he just lose it? Oh.
Oh my god. Everyone finds a pair on this flop.
Yeah, Randy in here trying to conjure up the spirit of Doyle. 3 to a straight, bottom pair. Check over to Dunn here. He's got second pair, and he's going to go for a little equity denial. Of course, Jeffrey here with the goods. I would expect to see a check raise here a lot of the time. 400 into about 13, though. He just makes the call. Randy is brought along as well. 2,500 now in the middle. 5 of clubs completes the 6-7 straight, but not a whole lot else. So check straight through. And a meaningless 6 of spades. Does put a one-liner, so any 7 is a straight, but yeah.
800.
Randy's gonna bet 1/3 pot. Repping something like 2 pair, I guess. Or a straight that's just trying to get called by 1 pair.
What's so crazy, right? If Don makes the call here.
And he does. Yeah, can Jeffrey find the call? This is just so weird. God, I hate playing out
so
of
many
position.
2-pair combinations. The obvious straight. Like, how do you ever think you're beating both players here? With
good
Dunn
question.
calling, knowing that Jeffrey's behind. With the strongest range pre-flop, but on this particular board texture, not that great.
Yeah, I don't know. Very tough spot.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's, he's gonna throw up. He's gonna throw up.
Okay, it wasn't 10 deuce, it was jack something. Jack Jack 10. Queen 8 was correct. Jeffrey did fold the ace.
Aces? I thought that he had that in.
Wow.
800 into like 17,000?
Tough spot there. That one stings for sure.
I don't blame him though. I mean, there's just so many two-pair combinations. This,
That one is.
like, what do you think? What do you think Dunn is calling with that you could potentially be beat? That you could potentially beat, right? Like,
Yeah. Well, you have to read it exactly right. You have to read it exactly as Randy is in there with like 2 random cards.
Quarter at a time.
And Dunn knows that he can be betting with anything, so he can be calling with anything. So therefore, right, like you have to read that perfectly. But it doesn't look like that on its face. It looks like, ugh, this guy could have a 7, this guy could be calling with 2 pair. Yeah, all of those things are beating it.
Oh, we gotta wait.
Yeah, which is why I'm a little bit more of an advocate for a check raise
on the flop.
On the flop, because you kind of just define the hand. Like, yeah, you might go broke against the flop set, but like you're going broke against that probably anyways. So
with his exact stack size, yeah.
Yeah, so like check raise and define the hand for yourself, so that like if you are ahead, you can get the value and try to win the most. Yeah, I mean, it's just really unfortunate the way that board ran out and the way that the action went on the river.
I'm actually surprised he didn't just bet the flop, right? I mean, it was 9-8 deuce or something like that. Pretty safe flop for the aces, I'd say, overall, unless you're worried about exactly 9s or 8s. But
yeah, no, I mean, and it's a brilliant board to check raise
bet,
because
right? Or check raise, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the best one to bet. It's not the worst to bet, of course, but yeah, like it's a board that favors your opponents, so check and let them bet. But like you're at top of range, so go for the check raise, right? I mean, that
definitely have 10s or jacks even. So.
Yeah, Jack 10, right? Queen 10 with a backdoor. You've got 10-9, Jack 9, Ace 9 suited, right? Like the top pairs. There's plenty of hands that
9-10
are going to bet the flop and that you can get value from. And yeah, I mean, he would have had like a nice little pot-sized jam on the turn if he picked the right size. I don't know. A couple different ways to play it, of course. That way it just resulted in sort of the worst possible outcome. Let's see, we had something here in the chat. Raina says, Aaron, please explain Texas rake. I think that Steven is just trolling us with the comment about the rake and everything being down 20. But yeah, for anybody that isn't aware, these players do not have any money taken off the table by the Texas Card House. They are paying an hourly rate to play in these games, and so no money comes off the table. So there is no rate. You pay a time fee, and that is it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jeffrey back in the streets. He's got the best hand at the moment with the queen high. And he's actually going to make the call here. Facing the check raise. Pretty bold play. Is rewarded with top pair on the turn. Brass Monkey here still working with just the gutty. And of all the cards that could have come off, the Jack of Clubs is probably the best one for Jeffrey. Maybe the Jack of Diamonds, I guess, but
I did grow it up.
maybe you want him to have some backdoors that continue.
So I went from.
Steven says, not trolling as much as making jokes to entertain himself. Yeah, no, I didn't think that you were being serious about that.
What season it was, we had something. And then
22.
All right, Brass Monkey gives it up on the end. Jeffrey will take it down with a pair of jacks.
And then
Not the
me and my brother got a little older,
he folded the
and
ace.
he got into duck hunting.
And with that, Jeffrey is moving on up. I think he's up 1,700 now, or 1,300. I think he's up 1,300.
Yeah, approximately, I think. Because he was in for that 24, or maybe about, yeah, close to 16, 1,500.
Yeah, because he added on a certain amount. I don't know, a couple thousand or whatever. Yeah, maybe he's not up that much. I don't know exactly. It's tough to figure out, but.
It is. It's a lot of work. Great, every time.
BDD gonna raise it up 3x. Ace king. Quite a few callers here, and yeah, we really haven't seen a lot of 3-betting or 4-betting here. Players electing to just go to flops with, you know, pocket 10s, ace 9 suited, 10-8 suited, hands like this. So here we are, Jeffrey with a nut flush draw, top for BDD, pair and a backdoor flush draw for Randy, and effective second pair for Ash, but she's gonna let that. Randy not a believer in the backdoor, so he's out of there.
Just about too ADD for deer hunting anymore.
Backdoor starts to come in. Uh-oh. It's not to be. No hearts. Jeffrey. Doug, you're asking about the shooting in spring. I don't really know any further details other than the article that I read right after it happened. From what I understand, the guard was expected to be totally fine.
Yeah, I did get word, or we did get word from our COO Victor on one of our work apps that the security guard is okay and recovering. You know, expect to make a full recovery. So
good.
Let's everyone, yeah, let's keep him and his family in our thoughts for sure.
Yeah,
Especially a lot of gratitude for him for protecting our employees and customers in that location.
Dude, absolutely.
Definitely a situation I hope no one has to experience, but unfortunately, they did have to deal with in spring.
Yeah, pretty wild stuff, man. But yeah, thankful that nobody was, fatally injured, and that the one security guard was able to sort of handle the whole situation. Hopefully, the police are able to identify who it was that tried to, bust on in there. But we shall see. Time will tell. BDD and Bridge Mike here working on a straight flush together. Gonna flop one pair and a gut shot. Bet and a call. Mr. B wants to know where this game is being played. This is played at TCH in Dallas, at Texas Card House, Dallas. Bridge Mike here, going to win with the pair of 7.
Mr. V, if you're curious about any of our Texas Card House locations, you can go to texascardhouse.com. And it should bring you a list of all of our current locations in the state of Texas. You can click on any specific city that you are interested about and find more information online. But if you have any questions that you'd like to ask either Aaron or I, we'll do our best to answer them.
No, I do not.
It's hard to have a boyfriend to play poker, I would think.
Hey, I've said for the longest time, I just, focused on work.
If you're hungry, if you're hungry.
Back 10 here for Ash. He's going to come in for an open. BDD gonna defend his straddle babies with the Choctaw Nizzles. I need some help to outdo Ash in the Jack-10, and bingo, deuce, right there on the flop.
Yeah, Steven, that's actually our newest location, is the Las Colinas location. Full restaurant, full bar. I believe 24 tables.
BDD fills up here on the end. After check on the turn, that was a pretty good card for Ash to continue barreling, honestly. Picks up the gut shot equity, has the range advantage, but she checks it back. BDD leads the river. Now she's thinking about heroing off, playing the board. She doesn't have a spade, so like all of the busted spades are just like chopping for sure. And so she is going to try to hope for a chop, but she'll get shown the deuce.
Good. Did you go pull it back again?
I almost did.
That would have been funny, actually.
Robert Duncan asking if this is the one off of Harry Hines Boulevard. It is. That is our stream location for our Dallas rooms.
Don't worry about it after that.
Oh, there's 26 in Las Colinas. My apologies. Yeah, I work exclusively at the Dallas location, so I guess I don't really see that location that often. I guess I could have just checked Poker Atlas for that info.
Dude, I'll never forget the first time I walked into TCH Dallas. Like, I was just so blown away. Because at that time, Texas Card House here in Austin, right, like, was kind of the biggest room that I'd really seen. You know, there's another card room here in Austin that, you know, had like big tournaments and stuff that I would go to every once in a while. But when I walked into TCH Dallas and saw every table full of cash games and just like the room had this energy in it. I mean, this was a couple years ago, right? Man, that was just such a cool feeling. Like,
yeah,
the poker scene there was just so alive.
I wasn't gonna get any better.
Pretty great.
Yeah, definitely something that you don't see all the time now at Dallas with our second location, our shinier location in Las Colinas. A lot of our players have flocked to that newer location. But we still get, you know, consistently 10 to 12 tables every single day here at Dallas. And then anytime we have a big tournament series, we're completely full. Saturdays, we're typically pretty full as well. You know, still a really good location to play cash and tournaments.
Heck yeah.
Mr. V asking if we stream from the Las Colinas location. We do not. We do not have a stream setup there. You can imagine the setup is quite expensive and probably be a little bit redundant, being 15 minutes apart. So we still stream all of our cash games here from the Dallas location anytime we have a final table from a big tournament. And as we mentioned earlier, we are going to have a big tournament series coming up. And Brian does Dallas here with aces.
Aces versus fake aces. Let's see if the sailboats can find a friend. Not on the flop. Kind of a scary looking turn card here for BDD. Snap checks it over.
You think so?
No, I know so.
Randy's gonna bet here.
It's that side's nowhere near
600 and a quick
I would
call.
hate that seat thing 'cause I hate
Caught
to
up
be
to
cold.
2,200 here. BDD only has 990 left behind. We saw him fold, like call multiple streets and then fold the sevens earlier. If Randy moves all in here, does BDD ever find the fold or does he just commit to the aces?
Oh.
Randy shuts it down. And ones are better than fours.
That's it? Just aces?
Nice little pot there. BDD chipping up over 3,000. Let's
There we
go.
go. He was sitting on what, like a $700 stack a few hours ago. So
He got down to 500 at one point.
I picked
Yeah.
up on that you still didn't care.
Robert Duncan says yes, I will be there this Saturday. And actually, speaking of tournaments, we're kind of starting a cool thing here in Dallas. Once a month, at the end of the month, a $300 250K guaranteed. Flights starting tomorrow morning. So if you're in the Dallas area, definitely a tournament you want to take advantage of. We're doing a 250K here. Oh, and thank you, Aaron, for pulling that up.
Yeah, here we go. 8 flights for this bad boy. 10 a.m., 5 p.m. Starting tomorrow, running through the weekend. Yeah,
And I actually will be working. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, get in on the action. Go ahead.
Yeah, 20-minute levels day 1, moving to 30 minutes on day 2. And I imagine we will be streaming the final table on Sunday. So if you make that final table, you get to see, tell all your friends and family you can play poker. But I will be working Wednesday through Saturday, so you definitely will see me here if you decide to enter the tournament, and I'll definitely be excited to meet a lot of y'all if y'all come here to Dallas.
Sweet.
Curls, you ever had a beard?
Sir?
You ever had a beard?
Beard? No.
I can see you.
Have you ever had a beard?
A manly beard.
Good question.
Definitely not that.
Ashley just shaved hers off last week.
Did you?
What is this stash?
Jeffrey here releases the only diamond. BDD had
Beard,
flopped the top pair.
Puppets from
Best answer.
America Wool Police.
Down and continue. Little hot streak.
I'm missing like hair in all kinds of spots to grow a good beard out.
That's unfortunate. When you just look like some scruffy, like, I don't know, ruffian or whatever. You can't really grow a beard. Support it.
Oh, really? Is it like kind of like really funny?
Oh, hey, how's it going, Adrian? Yeah, no, unfortunately, yeah, I did spend some time looking through the cameras on that day. I did not, so I really do apologize for that.
Right.
10-5 off the bump it up. I guess I'll get out of here.
I thought that might have had something to do with the 150 from earlier.
No, yeah, he's a player that came by, and I think he might have racked up, moved tables, and when he sat down to the new table, he's like, oh, I have two less black chips. And,
They wandered
black
off
chips,
somewhere, huh?
Yeah, they tend to not stay on the ground that long if someone does pick them, if they are on the ground.
Yeah, that's for sure. Big suited aces here, pocket 10s here for Fire, and Randy in the mix with the king 9.
This was a
but
raise, by the
Fire
way.
squeezed this
No
up.
respect.
Yeah. Angry. Oh, just threw some stuff around. Take it
So,
easy over
no,
there.
it was
I'm
just back
angry.
over to Ash, and she didn't want to put the chips
Past
in
my bedtime.
with her suited ace. Pocket 10s here, still looking good. But BDD is going to raise. The 10s are out of there. What on earth is going on? We've just got a battle between Randy and BDD here.
I don't know what kind of drug deals he's doing. Something's going on.
And this is like another one of those spots where the aces went in the muck, right? It's like the best hand by far just gets folded out because too much aggression is being shown by the other players, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, BDD will show down the ace-9 high and scoop the pot.
Who had the 10s?
Fire.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Just like that, BDD has gone from $500 to $4,350, and it's now in the positive. Let's go,
my
BDD.
gosh. Let's go. And for those of y'all that are curious, maybe just now hopping in, Jeffrey is not down 19,500. I think he's actually up a little bit, so just disregard the numbers for Jeffrey there.
I don't want to play any of these.
25. Sorry. I didn't realize I thought we told him.
Ken B dropping the Rip Doyle, absolutely. Rip Doyle for real. It's not a meme anymore. All right, 25 to go from Randy. BDD trying to win every hand now. The 9-3 suited raises it up, and Jeffrey, perhaps picking up on what's been going on here, comes in for the 4-bet. And BDD is going to try to ride this heater, man. 9-3 of clubs. Are we for real?
Great flop for Jeffrey's range, though.
Yeah, a little C-bet going to take it down. Easy peasy. God, it always feels so good when you go for a big squeeze with like a wheel ace, and you get a flop like this, and you're like, oh God, here we go. You see that, and they just fold. You're like, ugh.
All right, I'm gonna put my quarter pot bet up there.
Oh, feels so good.
No, I play the man's game. I play tennis.
Was someone talking about what?
Yeah, when my knees are gone, I'll go play.
Paddleball or something?
Seriously, yeah. Yeah, I like to run around a little bit too much. It's not a big, like, the court's too small for me.
Or pickleball, not paddleball. What was I saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to drink and play tennis once. It was really bad.
Pickle paddle.
Too much cardio.
I don't know. It's probably whenever I'm like putting the cut card over. That's my fault. Just blame me.
It's his fault. His fault, guys.
So is it pretty standard? I mean, I know this is just 5-5-10 with PokerFace Ash and everything, but is it pretty standard to not do bomb pots at all for these games?
Yeah, the flip is just kind of what they like to do. Just because it's fast, and then, yeah. We have done it before. It's definitely, like, it's been done before, and we've seen some crazy action when we have done, because the scanners can read 2 boards.
Yeah, we do it down here in Austin all the time. Like just last night, I mean, we were doing one every half an hour.
Thank you.
Pretty good turn card here for Carlos. He thought that his opponent had maybe outflopped him. It's a little less likely now. BDD going nowhere with the second pair. With the backdoor diamonds coming in, Carlos here not comfortable going for any more value, reopening the pot. So checks it down, takes it down. With those Judies, the jiggities.
Where'd you go to law school?
I went to SMU my first year. Almost quit because I hated the people in it. I actually had a Buffy in my class. I went to North Texas, so we were very like Lafayette, authentic people. And to go from that environment to, you know,
Everyone?
yeah, I just.
Randy, you want your problem?
I do, sir.
Yeah, where? That wasn't my cup of tea. But then I transferred to Weston, which is now A&M.
That's awesome,
Yeah, I was one conversation away from quitting. Because I was like, really, I got to work with these fucking people?
Yeah, that's reasonable.
75.
Oh, no, dude. It was Mercedes Beamer, Chevy Cavalier, Mercedes Beamer.
I watched this girl in my freshman year class draw up shopping in front of me.
All right, net game in effect, so let's see how these hands play out. These two, 125 and a call. BDD here, though, coming in for this back raise.
I think I'm about to have to get a new car.
I guess he was the original raising 75.
Yeah, well, the way
Something old and cheap.
Something old and cheap?
Yeah, I don't do expensive cars. Something foreign, reliable, small, good gas
Hard to
mileage.
brick that any harder if you're Randy.
Probably will, honestly.
So go to anything, really, or Honda anything.
But who cares? Just lead for 500 and take it down. Oh my God.
386,000 miles on it. And my mom got
He
it
was
brand
about
new
to muck his
in
hand, too. but he showed it,
Handed it down to me.
so he does get rid of the nip button.
What's that?
Thanks for showing it. Rip my butt.
Yeah, he said thanks for showing that. I almost forgot. Randy has seriously gotten away with some stuff here tonight. It has been something to watch. He's also had a few that didn't go his way, but definitely the most creative player here, I would say. He's doing a lot of donk leading, a lot of battling in spots where he just really has no connection with the board. Definitely goes to show you that sometimes blind aggression can actually work.
It's a 50 strap.
I had a friend who made good money from international students, but they leave, like go back home. They would just leave their car.
Rich Mike going to limp from the small blind. BDD in the $50 straddle is going to punish this. But Mike is having none of it. Here we go to battle with 8-6 and Queen 5.
You know, Dr. Phil's too much of that. I don't know. What year?
I was 20. I only stayed a year.
I don't know if you know who Dr. Phil is, but his son was
Mike Queen High, maybe good, is good, makes the call. 3 of hearts, just absolutely nothing here for BDD. But he continues betting 400 now. Sorry, 500. And Bridge Mike, who actually improved his hand slightly by picking up a gut shot, lets it go. BDD just happily shows the 8 high.
He's starting to run over the table here.
Yeah.
Did Army shit for like 3 years. And then I got back from Iraq, started playing poker.
Have you ever tried to play that way before, Derek? Just like maybe you've had a few beverages or something, and you just decide like, I'm just gonna win, and just YOLO every hand that you play. Just doesn't really matter if you have something or whatever.
It's been a while. Probably like a year and a half. It's like probably felt like a 1-2 game, right? And you know, there's some drinks flowing. And I think I only bought it for like 100, and I was just like, I played like every hand. Just like, all right, let's just try to spin it up.
Yeah, that is exactly my story as well. I think I have too much discipline, you know, like sometimes I don't just like let my hair down and play like that just for fun, but man, there is something liberating about it where you're just like, dude, I just don't even care, like I'm just gonna literally look at one card, pretend I looked at the other, and just see what happens, or whatever, just go for it, and it's fun. It's definitely fun, especially if it works.
Even like investing it well. I don't know if you can retire to $2 million Ben.
You know, I was wondering where I've seen that background on Jeffrey's hat before. The Arizona tea, the Arizona green tea.
It does look like that. I mean, I wonder if that's actually what it is or not, but it does look like that.
Doug R says, Derek, I've seen you YOLO before.
That's fucking nothing now. I see how much you're up.
Rich Mike getting the mix
Queen
here.
Jack suited is in the muck, but the 4 deuce suited is in there.
I took a 90% pay cut to be it.
It's like 1,000. I figured that.
Yeah, it's for service. It's not free. And
Wow,
nowadays,
Rich Mike pots it. BDD has 3rd pair effective and a gutty. No spade. All right, tit for tat. Rich Mike gets one through this time with the 4 high.
Good flop.
And yeah, this is doing a little bit of a swinging contest, I guess.
Yeah, between Bridge Mike, Brian Does Dallas, and Randy, we could see some interesting things develop later tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
The net game is in effect though, so that definitely played into for some of these plays.
Yeah, I'm gonna play tomorrow. Yeah.
$1,100 buy-in?
Yeah. 100K guarantee. should be like a 300K guarantee.
Straddle's just sort of abruptly died over there. Jeffrey going to open to 35 on the $10 straddle. PokerFace Ash just going to call with the king jack suited. Really hasn't been applying much pressure here. And so we're going to go 5 ways to a flop.
Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times just the benefit of 3-betting at a higher frequency is just that you go to flops like heads up or maybe 3 players so much more frequently than these 5-way flops, 4-way flops. And you just have to make a hand to win a 5-way flop most of the time. Whereas when you go heads up or 3 ways, sometimes you can just bet and win with aggression. So I don't know, it's just makes the game a lot easier to play when you mix in an appropriate number of 3-bets. PokerFace Ash is able to flop a pair and a flush draw, but she's still behind the top pair of done here. Randy's still YOLOing away over here. No business in this hand whatsoever, but
yeah, it looks down and is like, oh no, I thought those were spades.
just giving a little
scratching his beard. Like, oh, what am I doing in here? River's showdown value now.
Which means probably pot it. Oh, he checks.
Right. When it's an air ball, it's a check. When it's a showdown value, he goes for it.
Value bet a 200 here from Dunn. Ash, her hand looked so pretty on the flop. Can she get away from it though? This river just not good for her, but we've seen her make a couple of light calls already tonight. She may find another one here.
It is probably the worst combination to make the call here with, right? I mean, you want your opponent to have something like king, queen of spades, king, 10 of spades.
River spots suck today.
She will make the call here, and I think Dunn knows he's good here, fair percentage of the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, having the spades is definitely something you don't want to have there, but maybe a little sketched out about why he checked the turn. Probably plays in some of her decision making there on the river.
Did you think about raising?
No, I would have hand to call with.
Yeah, I mean, she does beat the super thin queen jack bet. I don't know. Yeah, just a tricky spot. She's had some like pretty marginal holding, and has kind of ended up in these multi-way pots where it's like, you know, getting to the end, it's really just murky waters. You don't really know where you're at, and she's gotten value bet pretty heavily.
Let's get some stuff going on.
Raise 75. Caught you off guard.
Just in case you can re-raise.
Ooh. We're two-siding here. Jeffrey made aces earlier, ended up folding them incorrectly. This time he's got kings. We go 3 ways to a flop. There's always an ace out there, right?
Classic. Come on, Tyler, get off your phone. You're supposed to be dealing this.
Fire will continue with a pair of 5s. 4 pairs the jack, which is now just like nightmares coming true here for Jeffrey. It's like you could have an ace, you could have a jack, you could have anything that beats me. Now you could have diamonds.
Yeah, and the diamonds get there. Like at this point, you're just trying to get the showdown, right?
Turn the kings into a bluff. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, check down. The kings are good.
He's the only one that could have the king high flush, right? So jam it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, happily gets the showdown there. Yeah.
Just relieved to not lose.
Just everything went wrong in that hand. Just, you're like, all right. When you get called in a flop, you're like, oh, let's hope they have queen jack. Let's hope they don't have Queen Jack.
Yeah, exactly.
Both times
I know that feeling very well. Or the best is when you're just like, you know, you bet flop and bet turn both times, hoping that they are just on like one of the draws that is going to have to just get out of there.
And that draw gets there.
Or like maybe your dusty like gutter or something gets there, and then you're like, ooh, I hope you had I hope you rivered 2 pair. You know, you go from wishing that they have nothing to then hoping they have everything.
When you were behind while you were betting, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I love it.
Two jiggities here for Brian Does Dallas. Going to make it 300 to go. Might just get this through here unless Brass Monkey's looking to play some post flop with the ace-10. Randy going to come in with the ace-6 off. Let's go.
Yeah, we got some nit buttons that need to get out of here. Brass Monkey paid out the last nit game, so I think he's going to be trying to relinquish the button this time around.
You like it, Stan? That made a new felt. They still put.
See how Randy plays when he actually has something.
I guess the sisters are in the table. I can't do anything about it. Huh?
Yeah. I think it's more for like a button and subs.
Well, like, why not why not have the card scanners on this side of the betting line?
Whoa. He pushes the cards forward, induces the fold from EDB.
that has been a raised concern from players. They're like, well, when people fold, or when people scan the cards, this looks like they're about to fold. Like, that could be just an angle.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, I mean, it actually works out for Randy because he kind of felt bad, so he just ended up folding the ace-6, and he was behind, so it worked out.
All right, that will be the end of Tyler's shift there. I think we're bringing another Tyler. And if you're just now joining us here in the chat, I'm sure you all have noticed on our felt, we do have our Poker Atlas Tour, August 15th through September 5th. Lots of tournaments here, over 3 million in guaranteed prize pool with live stream final tables and some featured live stream tables as well. So make sure you mark your calendars August 15th through September 5th. Should be a lot of fun. And I believe that's it for Aaron tonight. Aaron, thank you so much for tuning in and commentating for the past 3 hours.
Absolutely, it was my pleasure. Enjoyed it, of course. Great action out here. PokerFace Ash in the mix with all these local guys. So good luck to everybody and enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you all on the flip side next week. So take care, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the evening. See you next time.
I knew we were going to end up
2 aces and the fucking ace rolls off.
And I will be joined by Eric again tonight. How's it going, Eric?
Going well. Thanks again. Can you guys hear me?
Good.
Good deal. Yeah, just coming in towards these last 2 hours there, I caught a little bit of the stream before I came in, so good to see we got another good one going, some familiar faces.
All right, let's get back to the action here. Well, yeah, that Poker Atlas tournament should be pretty cool. Are you going to fire in any of those events, Eric?
I feel like I have to.
Yeah, $500 million guaranteed. Like.
Yeah, I don't play a ton of tournaments. You know, I've had some small success and a few here and there, but when they have these big ones and the buy-ins aren't too high, I feel like you just got to take a shot at it, you know.
Right. I mean, you might just be able to turn that $500 into over maybe $200K.
Right. Well, you've probably seen too, and we've had several dealers do well in tournaments. Even some of the big ones. I know Zeus had a big hit a while back. The opportunities are there, you know, for you. So, I feel like I got to take a stab. What's going on, Mark?
Yeah, we got Eric again in the booth this past week. I mean, seems like a lot of people. We've got a lot of good feedback from Eric doing our commentary the past few weeks, and so we decided to keep bringing it back on, and hope y'all are okay with that.
Yeah, appreciate it. For those that are, for sure, or aren't. I love constructive criticism. Constructive.
Miranda's Dallas gonna make the call again here with the top pair no kicker. Oh my gosh.
Randy gets there.
Absolute nuts here. And with the one-liner out there, I'm gonna go for, you know, probably a third size bet here, close to 1100, 1200, trying to get called by a 9 or a 2-pair holding, or even a set. Oh, I guess Brian DeZell's only had 1,000 behind. And that's just an unfortunate run out there. He was ahead the whole time.
It's like, motherfucker, dude, I hate this game so much. I fucking hate this game so much.
Looks like they got the graphics fixed, huh? Jeffrey is fixed there.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Cool. So he's not down the 20,000
Yeah,
that
yeah.
he said earlier. He's having a much better night than that. He's bordering right around even there.
Pretty much even,
Right.
You know, given how the blinds have been going. Bridge Mike at the bottom of the leaderboard, which you typically don't see. Player that, you know, very, very hard to win a lot of money from. Makes a lot of correct decisions. You know, turns his hand into bluffs at the right spots. Just got in a cooler spot against Fire.
Gotcha. This is interesting too. You've got, I just saw the stack sizes. You've got such a wide range of stack sizes here. You've got $1,000 at the bottom all the way up to 11,000. So, you know, see how these players take advantage of their chip sizes or their lack of.
Looks like we might see an early departure here from Brian Dallas. Understandably so. That's kind of a frustrating hand for him. And honestly, hats off for him to realize maybe he's just not in the right mindset to keep playing and calling it a night. And it kind of takes a lot of self-awareness. And hope to see him again on the stream.
Gotcha. I don't know much about him, so I hope to see him on the stream next time I'm on as well.
That guy's not very happy today.
My breath?
You know, he's always like that.
Yeah.
I hate playing with him.
I do too.
I think it was the river.
Pretty bad karma.
It's just bad energy, bad vibes. Like,
Yeah.
trying to have fun, and it's just like,
Plus,
he
because
looks
he
like...
made it 300 to go in every 2 cards. You know. I think there's a couple of bad
Interesting board running out here so far, Derek, with both players sharing the same hand.
Like, noticeably bad
There's 2 people who
vibes.
tilted. They got out of the table.
You're gonna like that hat.
I don't think so.
I'm trying to bring an old style back and keep the body as well as yours.
Randy, I think if you would checked the river, you would have had the rest of his chips.
You know what? I didn't want to though.
Oh,
That's not where I
please.
come from.
Because he's such a nice guy.
Anybody else notice the wink there from Randy?
I was trying to let him know.
I was to play shorthanded.
Both these players are going to show down their queen 10 and chop this pot.
And the post-mortem talk here, it makes me wonder like what people say like about me. If I leave, if I get stacked in
Always.
the hand, I'm like, oh my god, I run so bad. and then like you leave, and then like you're just out of earshot, and you're like, I wonder what that table's talking about right now. Seems like they always talk about the guy that just left.
That's always been something I've tried to work on too, is just
Make sure you leave on a good note.
leave on
Yeah.
a good note,
Yeah.
keep some of my opinions if I'm frustrated, you know, to myself. I have a hard time sometimes not.
It's a
Not-
tough game
Yeah.
to not sometimes. I mean, when money's involved, and especially if you're running bad and just getting beat after beat.
Right.
was really about.
Yeah. I didn't see the beginning of the stream. Was he just having kind of a rough night so far?
Yeah.
Right. And we see that on the stream all the time. You know, not everybody can win. There's typically one player ends up having some big losses because they get involved in a big hand. You know, it's just part of the game. And you hope he has another chance at it. And some more good sessions. We've all experienced those rough sessions.
All right, we're gonna go heads up to the flop. 7-3 against the 9-8.
I hit 2 pairs.
Done with a gut shot.
Just call him.
Currently the best hand with 9 high.
No.
Yeah, except this pretty bullshit right here.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If he checked, he would at least plug jam down.
I could go jam it for all in.
I'm sure y'all discussed it earlier in the stream, but Randy's sense of style is something.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned to Aaron earlier. He's the most interesting man in poker I've
He
ever
is. I agree. I saw him last night at the Las Colinas location. He was playing on a 5-10 game, and I keep wanting to find a way to get on a table with him. Sometimes he plays 2-5, but just every night
he likes the challenge and the competitiveness of the bigger games. So I think if there's a bigger game open, he tends to grab there.
Kind of little kick on it.
He's so friendly too. I mean, if he recognizes your face, whether he knows your name or not, he's going to come say hi to you.
Yeah, the first one.
Just a happy-go-lucky guy. That's the kind of people we like playing cards with.
It's bothering me. I don't like
and Jeffrey, kings again.
Kings again.
Yeah.
Kind of early position again. Or is he in middle
My
position
dream
here?
was to be Anna Kournikovas' second serve ball.
Right on the board
Right on
there.
the board. Yeah, he had aces in early position earlier, and kings kind of out of position. Oh, wow.
Gosh.
Rock and roll Randy, we'll call him.
Hey,
Here he goes.
If you're going to VPIP 90% of your hands, you know, occasionally you get rewarded, right?
Occasionally you're going to smash board.
Hey, Carlos, I'm going to open.
Play for the hat.
Did he bet his hat?
We have not seen that on the stream yet, have we? Playing for hats, not stacks.
He bet his hat, hoping that Jeffrey would call with his hat.
I kind of want to see Randy in that white goatee wearing that hat with the flowers on it.
My nickname was Jimbo. Figure Jimbo out of town.
Wow. Like I said, he's a fun guy. Fun guy to talk to, fun guy to play with. Jeffrey's going to kind of get strung along right now and does not hit his king.
And I don't really see how Jeffrey could ever fold at Riverbed here. And Randy checks. I mean, now Jeffrey's going to try to get value against a hand like Ace-Jack, King-Jack. And Randy's going to come in with the hammer, I imagine. Maybe throwing the hat.
He just said, I call.
Again?
I was like, oh, that's fantastic. And Jimmy Carter came back and whooped him.
You can't win with the premiums, huh?
And Jeffrey probably losing the minimum there.
Losing the absolute minimum.
A flop check. Small raise on the turn, and Randy checks river, man. If he checks river, I mean, he has to go for a raise there, right?
There is some truth to what Randy said about that other hand he played earlier against somebody else about wanting to take all his chips. I truly think he is one of those guys that like isn't doing this for the money. He's a fun guy. He likes to be friendly at the table. I think he just kind of was being nice there. I mean, there's not a hand he's afraid of. I don't think, is there, Derek?
No, for sure. I mean, obviously other than Jacks.
I think you and I are both going to go for blood there, but that's the competitive nature for us.
That is such a neat experience.
But good hand either way by Randy there. See if Jeffrey has a little better luck with this pair here.
Flush your minnow. See the Mets.
Don't do it.
Raise to 450. Call. 450. Yeah. Heads up.
Nice flop here for Brass Monkey. Pretty bad pot sometimes. Sometimes you don't really want to hit your ace, right? I mean, your opponents could definitely have hands like ace king, ace queen. Well, I take that back. Obviously, sometimes they could have queens or kings, but obviously going nowhere here with the top pair, top kicker.
I had this exact predicament, thinking the player had an overpair. I hit the jack with an ace-jack hand, and the guy was just betting and betting, and I finally had to lay it down. But let's see what route Brian takes here.
Yeah, not having the ace of hearts, you know, ace, queen of hearts, ace 10 hearts, definitely holdings Jeffrey could have here. So I like the continuation on turn here. And you don't really need to go too large. Still trying to get value from multiple hands like 10s, 9s, and flush draws. Now Jeffrey in a weird spot here where, you know, knowing his opponent's capable of having some bluffs in the spot, and with a decent hand still. I mean, it's still second pair to the board.
Absolutely.
If you're calling with like 10s or if you're calling with 10s or a jack even, you're probably calling with 9s as well, right?
Right. Pot is already 2,500.
Yeah, Yeah, he will make the call, and I think he's coming to about probably the same conclusion I'm coming to. It's like, I mean, it's still really high up in your range here.
Just missed.
Yeah, now he's hoping Brass Monkey just checks, and then he can just check back, get a cheap showdown. But once you get that third barrel, the third barrel, very rarely a bluff, right? And this is a tough spot here for Jeffrey, but I think he'll find the fold.
And that's the sizing I think you're going to normally see from somebody with a top pair holding. I think Jeffrey should probably be able to sniff that out. But he may think his nines are good here if he thinks Brass Monkey missed.
You're playing it good?
Tough hand. But to your point, too, right? You'd expect the hands that turn into a bluff would go larger, right? Balancing out with hands like 7-8.
No,
Or not 7-8, excuse me. Pocket sevens, pocket jacks. You're going to want to go big, right?
Are you going to keep playing after the stream or no? Can I get it right
To
now?
get value when you do make your big hands. Oh, and he makes the side call. And great size in there for Brass Monkey to get calls on all three streets by a weaker holding.
It's tough. You have to put your opponent on one of a couple of hands there that beat you. So that making the crying or side call sometimes, it just feels like you're good, and there's a lot of money out there in the pot.
Queen jack.
Aces or kings?
Pretty quickly here for what was an okay night so far for Jeffrey, turning into what a big loss right now, but still 2 hours left in our stream. Plenty of time to battle back and plenty of action to get that money back.
I do like on nines, tens.
We've all been there, right? Only played 35 hands and already down 2-3 buy-ins.
Absolutely. So Jeffrey's going to reach in the goodie bag, maybe add on a little bit more ammunition to go against some of these bigger stacks. That's understandable. I got to a 2-5 table last night, Derek. It was short-handed, and there was a guy that had everybody outstacked by probably, I want to say 8-1.
I think you're right behind me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were on the PLO table.
Yeah, Jacob had the,
Yes.
the big stack. He's a very, very good player.
He is, and he used it. He used it well, and I finally got into some hands against him where I did get paid off from him, but he still left with a ton of money. But I just knew that I had to watch out because he's a player that will use his big
leverage
stack.
a stack. Yeah.
He will. He knows how to use that stack.
Yeah, kind of a fun fact on him. I'll stop using his names. I don't want to get in his personal life too much. But he actually used to, obviously you know because you played with him a decent amount. He actually used to play video games for a living.
For a living? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw him with a hat that I knew was a professional gaming team, and I was like, kind of inquiring about it, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I actually used to play this game for a living." And I was like, "Oh what?" And now he's playing cards. So.
Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of things I noticed about players like him. Guys who have that really they command respect at the table by just little things they do, betting patterns, their mannerisms. With that stack, I could tell he was putting some people on tilt. So I like watching players that are able to use their stacks like that. Often you think of people doing that in tournaments, but you can do that in cash games too.
Absolutely.
And you can really run a table over.
Is Fire about to leave us? What's going on here? Maybe he has another engagement to go to. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
He's got his chips in the rack and then raising the 400
and his knit button.
Oh my god.
And PokerFace Ash also has her knit button, and she's got the 2 black kings.
1,400.
I really wanted to
Simplifies nice.
Is there like a big straddle on or something? What's going on here?
Get the fuck. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Puts it all in.
Chips in the rack, and they get all in. We're playing for stacks with ace-4 and pocket kings here. Wow. Did not expect this, Derek.
I have a bad feeling. I hate like calling for stuff like this, but
We need fours.
No, he had pocket 4s.
No, you did not.
I had pocket 9s.
Somebody had pocket 4s, they said.
Somebody had pocket aces.
Can we see kings hold one time? I think they're just going to run it once.
Spades. Spades, Fire. Spades.
Whoa! Does get 2 spades on the flop.
You're saying 3 of spades is kind of spicy. 3 of spades is spicy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
The other players are asking for spice. That never feels good.
Wow.
The other players at the table. Can she fade it? She does.
Oh my gosh.
Set of kings on the river for PokerFace Ash. Nice hand. That came out of nowhere, Derek.
Definitely out of nowhere. What was that even a straddled pot? Where did this $400 raise come from?
She's throwing things at me.
Full double up here for PokerFace Ash.
Nice hand.
I was looking at
Getting
you
the money
waiting
in
for
good
you to
against
see
Fire.
like-
Fire just sticking it in there with the ace-4 off. It's turned a bunch of equity.
I love
Right.
a
I'm
good sweat.
curious. We've seen this now on a couple of the streams in the last 3 weeks, but I haven't seen this. I know you're a very experienced Hold'em player as well, even though you've been playing a lot of PLO. But do you see a lot of 4-bet jams with these wheel aces? Like, what are you going to get your opponent off of if they've just 3-bet you? You know?
It's game dependent, right?
Right.
So like I've definitely done it before in like more mid-stakes games or deeper 1-2 games where, especially if it's an opponent I know can have some like ace-jack 3-bets,
Right.
some 7-6 suited 3-bets, some 7-8 suited 3-bets.
King, queen, 3-bets even.
Yeah, and like a hallmark, right, in these 4-bet bluff candidates, you always want to have a blocker that's relevant.
Blocking your premiums.
Blocking your premiums. So blocking the ace-king, the aces, the kings.
Rich.
So like it's even relevant in PLO, right? Anytime you 4-bet with a hand that's the bluff, you want to have an ace. You have to have an ace.
And we asked, right? He was getting ready to leave. Was he trying to avoid the net button that was on? We mentioned that during the hand.
That's a great point. And I think he was the last one. Him and Nash were probably the last two.
Last two, yeah.
Very,
Wow.
very thin.
But yet, of course.
And their net button game, is it 200 tonight?
No, it's just 25.
Oh
Just
my
25?
God.
Okay.
Oh my
So it's not as big as it has been,
I
but
have a king of spades.
so he was trying to avoid paying 25 times 7, and he ends up paying
2,500.
2,500.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Definitely a thing to consider when it's like, okay, like, do I want to risk that person's stack or just pay the $200? Probably just most times pay the $200, right? It's just the fun part of the game. Like, you're not gonna go broke off of it. It's really a game just to keep the game or keep the action going, right? It's not really to get people to just go crazy, but sometimes this is what happens.
I did see the actual stand-up game going on at Las Colinas last night at a table, so I guess the stand-up game is still alive too. You know, since we don't have knit buttons at every table, but
That's my strategy.
Like,
and I've talked to Zach and some other folks that have been in here in the stream with me. I'm not a fan of standing up, but I'm not either.
It really like actually almost drives the action more, right? Because you just don't want to sit. You just don't want to stand up.
Yeah.
Occasionally, though, again, he can lose 8 big blinds by losing it, or you can lose 100 big blinds by flashing.
Step away from the table.
Like, I very well could have been glad he went
I thought you were, honestly. I thought that time you were, to be honest. I was like, he's capable of just triple barreling.
I totally would triple barrel.
Yeah.
Carlos is going to hit his ace here. Jeffrey wisely lets go of his pair of deuces there.
They fell earlier, so we have no idea.
I had like 10s or 9s down.
Yeah, the jam with the ace,
Oh, like a small
ace 4 off, ace deuce suited like we saw Dong do. I get it. You've got an ace that blocks, you know, aces, ace king, some of those big hands, but at most of these games you're never getting jacks plus to fold, so I don't know if I've got the cojones to do it, but good on him. I mean, he had quite a bit of equity on that turn card with those spades. He just happened to miss. But
I don't blame him for calling.
wild hand. We've had some wild hands kind of cutting down to the wire on the stream ending, and in that case, it was a player with his chips already in the rack and just decided to go for it, and unfortunately for him, paid him off. Everybody's holding a king here, but fortunately for PokerFace Ash, she's got 2 red kings. And she's asked if it's a raise, and it is a $50 raise ahead of her. And she's going to bump it up to $250. And these guys are like, we got Broadway cards. We're going to call. We'll see the equity when it pops up here, but yeah, she had a 95% chance pre-flop of winning the hand, or not pre-flop. On this flop, she's got a 95% chance to win this hand. So curious to see what it was pre, but way ahead. She's still way ahead here on this flop.
I was just if I could spot a force.
Oh, you went for sure.
Yeah.
I like this dealer.
Because they have so much.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
Tyler, that's not really fair. Now, dealer kings
Yeah,
and
if
dealer
he had just
aces.
been here.
She says, I like this
and then you
dealer
get
after
king
getting
on the
kings
flop.
twice.
It all would have been.
Let's hope she gets on another run here with Tyler here, but it's going to be hard for her to lose that hand there.
Should I not do this like this? I always like to. I'm really.
It's just not fun.
You guys. I just.
They don't care.
I don't like to hide them in any way.
No, Mark, he would actually hit the wheel.
Okay.
I mean, they
In
really want to.
tournaments,
He would hit the gut shot wheel on the
Yeah, that
river
matters.
in classic Cody fashion. The ace is too easy. That's too friendly.
I don't know what is wrong.
Great question here from Steven. How long is the delay? We got a 15-minute delay going tonight.
What did you expect to happen?
Pretty standard for all of our cash games. Sometimes we go a little longer if it's like a big tournament. Just because we want to, especially when they're playing for you know, possibly six-figure scores up top. Definitely want to protect the integrity and not, you know, make the players feel like they're rushed in any spots.
That was so weird. We were just talking about the 7%, like everything.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And that was the 7.
Pretty good flop here for Randy.
Chances you
The
had.
6-7.
And he had the ace to block aces. So
Sometimes you'll see people lead out there, but he's going to check.
You just said 7, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, kings, aces, ace, king suited. Like,
yeah.
And then I look down at kings. So sick.
Bet the call here.
You wanted to leave at 9.
Yeah, I was.
Pair 6s puts Randy in the lead, but Jeffrey's got the heart draw now to go with his Jack 10 high.
36 hours in a row.
Yeah. I played. Oh, I'm definitely out. I'm definitely out.
I do believe we have a Cashman sighting.
I don't like players that are really good. No. He's terrible.
Yes, we do.
Don't worry. David's here too.
You coming too? Oh
I don't know if we've
$50
ever officially met, but
bet
I'm
from Randy
actually-
here.
no. Suspects.
Oh, and there's the straight.
Which
Binks
one?
the straight.
David Ashley. Nice to meet you. No, I said I was taking off at 10.
Wow, a
but
check
I'll stay like
over
another 20.
to Jeffrey. Interesting. I wonder if he's just
I,
trying to get showdown value in
I
case
have a long
Jeffrey has a
drive
flush.
home.
He told me the story.
I have a long drive home.
But what? It was crazy.
So
Playing
lucky.
his last hand.
That's.
He says, did you say 300?
Yeah.
That's all night.
Well, I sold action for the tournament I'm playing tomorrow, so I can't. I don't want to be late. You know, like I don't like. Well, I'm gonna be late, but not. I late reg, but not that late.
Been winding it up.
If it was my money.
Wow.
What? You made,
Is he going to show? No, he's not going to show. No need to show.
he called the turn
Well,
to make it straight.
6, 7
Interesting.
hours. I need a solid 8 or 9.
Randy.
As wild as we've seen Randy be, at times he's got some serious discipline.
He just makes
too.
some like out of these world folds.
Yeah.
That would probably be good most of the time. But
Not what I expected to see there.
Randy, now the biggest winner of the night.
But they were in there for a second.
You're gonna buy it?
Yeah, we're joined by the likes of Chris Cashman. We haven't seen him on the stream in a little bit.
We have not.
And David also goes as by Vidi occasionally on our stream. Welcome back to our live stream, David.
That's right, he goes by Vid sometimes.
Yeah. Drives the action a lot.
Yeah,
I've played with
Very,
him
very good
a
player.
few times in tournaments. Fun to play with. Very smart guy.
jam was like
Kind of has like an old school style where like, you know, he appears very, very loose, but he knows what he's doing, you know, like where they'll like show the like random 8-3 like offsuit 3-bet and then like next time they have aces or something or king. Kind of get in your head style.
Right. Another premium here.
I wish
Jeffrey's had a slew of really good hands tonight. Not all of them have worked out for him, but I've seen what aces, kings twice.
He's had the top of range holdings for sure. Aces, ace, king, and kings.
He got him good. 4-4-10 flop, and I had ace 4.
Yeah, he got a full double on that.
See if he's going to rep an overpair or just check. He's going to check it.
Plus we were playing.
Double paired board, but Randy has a flush draw.
We need to start another. We got more people. Y'all ready?
Nice.
Man, no one would ever fold a straight to me if on a flush board. Like I'm just blown away still by that hand.
I feel the same.
She wants to wait. She wants to wait.
Not that I bluff a lot, but it's just like I don't think anyone's ever folded a straight to me, even when there's a flush out there.
Let me just leave real quick, and then you guys can do whatever you want.
We'll play it for about $100 a piece.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. Go ahead.
She's gonna leave.
But
Not
yet
yet,
now he's
just
going
let
to
me
fire
play
out
around
with
and
a
then I'll
4
do it.
high. Because that's the only way he can win the hand.
I don't know if it's gonna get through though. I mean, he's only repping. I guess he did bet turn, so
He's counting out chips. I feel like Jeffrey's
So
going to
they
make this
just
call.
removed one of the streams, and so they have less
pretty
streams.
big bet
so
here. I
more
think it's an
time on
overbet.
the-
650,
Yeah, yeah. So now this one's
750.
longer and
Okay,
whatever the other
so
one was.
definitely polarizing here. It kind of sucks that he has the ace of hearts.
play.
You don't really want
Because I
that.
have the early, so I
But you
said
do
I was
have
gonna
the
be around
best
10.
no
Yeah.
pair, right? You have 2 pair with
Really
the
far.
ace kicker.
I live in Cleveland.
I live in the
Other than the horse
Yeah,
of the sun.
exactly.
I think he made the call.
Made the call. Great call.
west.
Yeah, I like seeing that. That's good poker right there for both guys.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Took a
so
stab, Randy. You
that
know,
way.
good
Okay.
job trying to take that one down because that was the only way you could win. But Jeffrey sniffed it out.
I can
Yeah,
drive
and,
really fast home too.
You know, a good way to kind of dissect that hand from Jeffrey's point of view, right? If the player that's doing the betting is a player type that's capable of value betting 9s, 10s, jacks, then you don't want to be making that call, right? If they're like unbalanced enough to where they're going to be checking so often with those overpairs, then you're like, okay, well I can check back. They should be checking a lot of the time, and then when they do make those big bets, you're like, okay, it's so weighted towards a bluff,
Right.
I'm ready to be good.
but you have to be careful when you do make hero calls with those kind of hands, right? Because if you're against very, very good players that are capable of value betting, even 6s in that spot, or I guess 6s would have been full house, but say like 7s even, that's when you're just like, oh my god, like they're trying to get called by an ace high.
Like it's 6-7 that hit a 6 on the river. A good call by Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's actually, that'd be the thinnest value there, right? Like the 6 on the end there.
Tell you what, I really enjoy playing at Sandia better.
Raise to 75.
Brass Monkey with a suited Dolly Parton hand, 9-5.
Against my friend.
It's like 26,
27 what?
27-ish.
27. 3 players.
We're mixing it up.
So you did it. Yeah.
Wow, what a flop for the guy who raised with 9-5 of clubs.
It's not like she raises 400 to 1,200 too late. So.
And Randy's got 2 pair. David Stoker in the chat saying he's here cheering on PokerFace Ash. Wow. Brian slows down after the board pairs.
Which is definitely reasonable, right? I mean, for one, you're already behind against bigger flushes, and for 2, now you're just losing to all the 2-pair combinations that could have called you on the flop. Jack 10, King 10. It's okay.
Brian's going to get bailed out here.
Yeah, I mean, he probably could have lost one more street of value if it didn't come in Jack or another 10 or another King. Oh, he's just going to call, though, still.
You're losing on the flop.
Little dance, touchdown dance for Randy there.
Oh, man. You know, it's curious to see just Cashman come out of the woodworks, right, when Randy's up all the money.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna raise.
I think Randy's got coffee in one hand and he's snapping in the other. He said, I don't know if you heard him, he said, I don't clap, I snap.
Let's see here, Cashman and Viddy coming in for their full 5K here.
Yep. April Loves Golf in the chat says Bridge, Mike, and Jeffrey fan. So we've got a couple people rooting on. Some folks here. Hopefully their friends and family are watching.
April Loves Golf, thank you for tuning in to our stream. If you're a new viewer, welcome. And if you get to subscribe to our channel, hit that sub button, hit that bell notification icon as well. Let you know every time we go live with our live stream and anytime we release new content.
No, I'm just gonna fold.
We had 272 currently watching the stream. That's pretty cool. That's a big number watching live.
Yeah, we were at 400, but I'm sure there's either people going to bed, we got work tomorrow.
10
or,
p.m. on a Monday,
typically,
Tuesday night.
Yeah, typically our streams do normally end at 10, but we went to 6-hour streams.
I don't.
Which I think is good. It catches a wider audience, right? Some people need to go to bed earlier. Some people are at night owls, maybe getting off of a night shift.
We're in a big lake house.
I know we've had people watch our stream before that actually like work on a night shift, and it's like kind of something that keeps them going throughout the night. Bounty back in the chat. How's it going, buddy? Always enjoy playing with Mike. Hell of a nice guy. Yeah, great guy. Agree. Always has great conversation too on the table.
Surprisingly funny, you know, very funny guy.
He has a dry sense of humor.
Does, yeah.
Up here, please. No, so I can't sell.
Not that time. That time he said the nuts.
I really flush. Not half flush. Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ashley, PokerFace Ash, does have to depart a little early here tonight. She does live really far. I think it's like an hour drive for her to get here, and she is going to play a tournament tomorrow at Choctaw. So she has a long day ahead of her tomorrow, and wish her the best of luck.
Now she's local, but she just lives far from the location.
Yeah, she lives somewhere in the Fort Worth area.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Nobody probably wants red drapes.
No. Good to see her play a little bit and have a little fun. I haven't caught too much of her vlogs before, but I've sat at a table with her before. She seems like a really nice person. I know she had some success here recently at the World Series herself.
Yeah. She I think she made quite a few deep runs.
Yeah.
Position on a strap of bully is not putting up with that stuff. Not consistent.
Yeah, no, me either, Andy. Let's fuck him up. Let's fuck him up.
Looks like they're going after Cashman here with two pretty non-premium hands. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah. Oh my God, he did play out of the rack. You never do that. Fire played out of the rack.
Cashman's got a mystery card, looks like, Derek. Maybe a 9-10 or
He could have anything here.
anything here, right? King 9.
9-10 of clubs, ace 9 of clubs. Right.
No, they cut his tongue out whenever they put his eyes.
10-5 good?
Hi, Randy.
Huh?
You told me you were playing. I came in from Santa Fe. I
Queen 9? Yeah, it's nice to play with you guys.
Have you run into Wolfgang lately?
Yeah,
I
we
think
played
she
against each other recently. I think you were on the show.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to PokerFace Ash on her tournament run tomorrow. And thank you again for hopping on our stream to play for the past 4 hours. So very nice to see you again. I'm sad I didn't get here soon enough. I was running a little late, so I didn't get here until like 6:35, 6:40. So didn't get to say hi to her because I know she's been out of town for like what it seems like forever.
Yeah.
She lives in Texas, but it's rarely in Texas.
Travels a lot,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Which is understandable for what her line of work is.
So annoying. All these crushers show up. I have to actually start playing sort of reasonable. Dude, I was fucking around earlier.
Yeah.
Dunn saying he's got to start playing a little serious now that a couple crushers showed up, but that shows you the level of respect they have with Cashman and Biddy there.
No, I'm sad about trying to get there, but I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah.
Did you buy this while you were on vacation?
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. What felt really weird if you said no. Yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah, if you were like, no, I'd be like, anyway, okay, my bad.
You got that gap?
Yeah.
What?
Gap shooter?
Oh, okay. And I'm
No 7-deuce game on, correct?
No.
Yeah. Carlos is kind of in no man's land with 7-deuce, but actually could hit a straight. Gonna let it go though, and
Can you tell me you had a flush?
Alright, but it's here now.
Jay Rich in the chat saying Randy is a wild man. Probably in more ways than one, but
Did it make it home?
he's probably self-proclaimed wild man too. He's a fun guy.
It was the worst decision I've ever made.
Rookie mistake.
I told myself I'd be able to ship it home, but there's no way to ship it home from it. It was just absolutely regretful. I almost just gave it to him. You know, nice.
Wait, did Brian leave us too? Oh no, his stack's still there.
His stack is still there. Yeah.
I was like, did Brian leave too, man? We got everyone's just leaving us.
Like you said, it's past 10 o'clock. You know, may have to call the missus and say goodnight. He'll be back at the table shortly, I'm sure. But it's nice that we lost a couple players and we had a couple fill in quickly. So we've still got almost a full table here.
When I was really young, we went to like Cozumel or something. And I had this like nice little like ceramic parrot. I got it like super early. Same thing, like, you know, like take care of it all the way through.
Reminds me of Master Roshi from Dragon Ball Z.
So sad.
Oh my God! Now to the holy cow! When he doesn't have his hat on. Yeah, he's definitely got that look, J. Rich.
I'm always careful.
Surprised Danny isn't here tonight.
He doesn't have to ask.
Danny might be at Choctaw, honestly. That because he when he
defending the title, right? Or
I mean, it's been a few tournaments since then, but you
is
know.
this the one he won though from a year ago?
I can't remember the exact date. But.
One of these circuit ones, yeah. We had a couple mystery hands, but Randy's got top pair here. Dunn's got a straight draw
with a flush draw.
Couple straight draws with a flush draw. Did a 6 or a 9 here for a straight.
What are the chances? Like, the first day he was at my table, and at the end of the day he was doing really
Thank you,
good.
April, for
And it's
the compliments there.
Yeah, out of 7.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Trevor the flush here. Let's see what Rain decides to do.
Bubble burst, we were there for like 7 hours in a row together.
We'll check. No, Dunn definitely has to go for some value.
I got pictures. We
He's
took
gonna go
pictures
for
of
looks
each other
like
the whole time and stuff.
close to 3/4 or pot size bet.
And so I hated seeing him go out on those pocket days. Such a crazy play. We had 200 something blinds.
You got to run
Michael Loves Golf says that commentators, thanks for the shout out. This is a great group of players, good energy. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what made our Wednesday stream so popular. Is like the group of players that are in there, always so chatty, you know, having a good time. Never really taking the game too seriously. It's just kind of what we want on our stream. No one wants to watch just like 9 robots just battling it out.
100%. And that's what the chat's for too. I watched the stream for almost 2 years before I got the invite to come on and give it a shot myself. And I'm a big fan of watching these streams. I know these players, some of them personally, and get to see them play live and root for them. It is a really good community of players here at TCH Dallas and Las Colinas, so we definitely try to keep it fun. You don't want negative energy on this stream, that's for sure.
He's made a lot of money online poker. Says he has. Online poker? I went to
Solvers, gotta get the solvers.
He had some unbelievable. I went to Hard Rock for the Cowboy Tampa game. Brought my daughter for 3 days. He had a suite there.
Mr. Randy's looking to bowl an over 60 category.
The Masters group.
Masters. The Champions League.
Yeah.
The Champions League.
Stuff like that by Paul. He was so drunk.
Neither player connects on this flop here. Cashman was the opener from the button.
The dealer only gave
to the Champions League member.
He insisted on playing with hand. So the board wasn't paired, and I made 2 pairs in the river. Bet like 100. He went all in with 1 card.
Yeah, we don't need AI poker players for sure.
If you do make it,
he hit me with the twist. Bun good.
Yeah, speaking of AI, I mean, I watched Oppenheimer last night, and I had dinner with my dad and sister before we went to go watch that, and we're talking about how like the writer's strike is going on right now in Hollywood. I mean, a big part of that is because of all the AI, right? And that's just kind of unfortunate.
It really is unfortunate. Same thing I've seen a lot lot of the musicians come out just to talk about how,
Good money. I'm always
you know,
shocked.
especially the music industry has already been devastated by the Napsters and the streaming content, you know, compared to what the record industry used to be, and now it's potential that they could be creating music with AI, you know, and taking away from
So all the creative
all the
outlets.
creative
yeah.
outlets,
Yeah.
plus artists that have been dead forever. Like, I mean, there's nothing authentic about a
Hey,
new
are we ready
Tupac
for the big
album.
game?
I mean, there's just no reason for
go to
that.
50
But,
this time?
AI does
Yeah,
not
50
need to
or
get involved in
75.
poker
You
either.
guys
That just,
Yeah, it's
it's such a personal game. I mean, I didn't really ever like playing online anyway, but you can't beat playing it in person.
Right. Man, we're like seeing the what, like from Terminator. It's like coming to fruition.
It is.
Probably not a way people are expecting, but it's still like kind of devastating our society in a way too, right?
Little hints at it.
Yeah.
Nice hand here for Brass Monkey. I think he's going to survive this time with his flush.
Who am I kicking?
No.
I like the strategy.
Flush was good.
That's what you're playing for, Randy. You're playing to cover the blinds, cover the time, you know, cover the $13 an hour.
3 was good on the flop.
I believe I was.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, if they're wanting to save that industry, I feel like they have to, like, the government has to come up with, like, some kind of legislation. I don't know how they would do it.
I don't either.
But,
One for you,
like,
you gotta win a hand.
what are the, it kills, like, so many jobs, right?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously, I'm a diehard music fan. I've taken full advantage of the streaming services over the years myself, but I can't
That's
imagine.
kind of more of a revolution, though. It didn't really affect the creativity of it. It
No,
affected
not the
maybe
creativity for sure.
Did the artists and producers have to find out, like, okay, we have to find out a different way to monetize us? Yeah, okay, that took some creativity. And I think they found different ways, right? They found YouTube. They found you know, maybe they need to do some more branding, or you know, I think they found a way to kind of combat that, the streaming services. But when you got straight up things writing music for you, it's like, what are they supposed to do?
Especially
Like,
against the rabbit.
and like some people are like, oh, they can't tell the difference, or they're like, oh, it's better than what like humans are writing. Then that's kind
That's
of
a classic Harvey the
scary
rabbit
thing.
move right there. Isolate. It's not good.
Harvey fell in love
Jeffrey
with
here with the
Scott's
5 deuce, and probably finds the absolute best turn card in the
Best
deck
turn
for him.
card he could possibly get.
Straight flush draw.
When you hit that card on the turn, it almost feels like you've already won.
Yeah. It's like you're like, wait a minute, I don't have a made hand yet, but I was looking for that turn card.
I literally could not have hit a better turn.
Really?
And now I can bet it.
Yeah, now I can put, you know, hands like pocket 8s, pocket 7s in a tough spot,
RV Phil.
and set up a kind of
RV Phil.
a triple barrel there. Nice hand there for Jeffrey.
The knit button game is back on. Great card for him to use to win that hand.
That's literally the best card you could get on the turn.
Literally the only card.
Only card that
They're
can
literally
go
saying
on
what he
is
was
a
saying.
three.
That is literally the only card that made him feel like, I got this.
Oh, it's not hard.
You know, Ace of Clubs wouldn't be unreasonable either.
Not unreasonable,
Yeah.
yeah.
But that is a much better one. Yeah.
That was brutal. That was brutal.
No, he played this.
Yeah, I was so confused. Yeah, I was like, that's
He greets me at
crazy.
home. Hey, Mr. Rader, how are you doing, Jay? SMU Jay? That's what he said to him.
Always played over.
How many hands did we get through last week? Was it 181, I believe?
Just left.
It was like over 100. It was about 180, I think.
Yeah. We're on hand 133 here. Still got,
Harvey the rabbit.
what, an hour and 15 minutes
He sent him a
left.
personal invite and everything.
So most of our dealers averaging, what, 30 hands an hour, which is pretty dang good.
Yeah, he hasn't been the same since
No shuffling machines, all shuffled by hand.
Super fast.
Harvey, yeah.
I will say part of that does go to the pace of play.
Right,
a lot of play.
100%.
That's out of bounds. Yeah. 3 coins.
That one's really
Yeah, it is
tanky.
hard to see him.
Oh, you called him Sean?
Appreciate it, Bounty. Thanks for hopping in the stream. And you have a great night.
He looks like a Sean.
Yeah, have a good one.
I check.
Nobody has spades here. There's Bridge Mike with 1 spade in his hand.
I check. He was gambling.
I'll do that.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know, the bit board pairing, 9 and a 4 of spades, next to flush.
Brass Monkey has the big straight here, unfortunately. Randy says pot in a no-limit game with the bottom straight. He's got the bottom end of the straight.
I mean, this might get Mike the fold. Yeah, and he does fold.
He does fold.
I did get there.
He said I did get there.
What a guy.
Nice
Yeah.
rating. Appreciate that.
I'm going to throw out a question to the chat here. You're looking at Mr. Tyler there dealing. He's got some tattoos on his arm. They're the poker suits. In the poker room, Derek, I know you've seen it too. I mean, I'm obviously a heavily tattooed guy. I don't have any tattoos that have anything to do with poker, but you see a lot of them out here on the floor. A lot of people with their favorite hands tattooed. I've seen royal flushes tattooed, on people. I'm curious to see, who in the chat has any poker tattoos, or if you have plans to get any, or would you get one? Say you bank a tournament, would you get that winning hand tattooed on you? And there's that question for you: Would you get a tattoo if you won a multi-million dollar tourney?
No.
For sure, no one messes with single
I think I would get a tattoo of
from many sources.
my name before I got
Your own
tattooed.
name,
Yeah, yeah. But I wouldn't even do that. That's what I'm just saying, the likelihood of. Top 2 pair for Brass Monkey. Jeffrey with the 2 overs and the gut shot. Needs to hit the queen and the queen only. I was about to say the king or ace would have been kind of tough for Jeffrey, but
I can't tell you how many times I've got top 2 pair and somebody hits that deuce here on the river to give them a bigger 2 pair. Let's see what comes here.
yeah, needs to hit a deuce, queen, or king or ace here.
And he does go ahead and raise now. Try to make Jeffrey pay for any draw that he has, or any single pair hand.
The doghouse. Didn't even do anything.
I keep thinking of Arizona tea every time I look at that hat now, since somebody said that. It's literally those flowers.
It actually is the same color scheme
Yeah.
and flowers. Yeah.
The can is the green with the pink flowers.
Let's go, Jeffrey. Let's go.
Wow.
Oh my God.
What a cooler. Bridge Mike's had a couple of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what these are for.
Oh, wow. I folded some good hands.
You're saying you earned your button.
Yeah, I really did. Yeah.
Just river nuts. And Brass Monkey's like, please, for the love, check back. For some reason, have 9s here, or like, but it's just so often ace X, right?
Right. Brass Monkey's going to make the crying call here again. It's
Oh, yeah, you got to look in the river.
Oh, Jeffrey.
nice hand there for Jeffrey. Corey in the chat says he's just never really seen a poker, related tattoo that he really liked. And I see a lot of like the ace of spades on fire and stuff like that you would see on like one of those TV shirts that Guy Fieri would wear or something, but yeah, I'm with you. I like tattoos. I love the art form. I can't see myself ever getting a poker related tattoo because I don't know what I would get, but who knows?
I would have a hard time just deciding what kind of just regular tattoo I would get, because it's like, oh, it's permanent,
Now, we do have part of our production team, and he also works the cage. Why am I stumped with names? John.
Yeah.
John's got like a whole casino theme on his arm.
Yeah.
And he even has a TCH poker chip.
Oh, does he?
He's got the TCH logo poker chip.
Oh my
But
God.
I think he's got like a set of die and some other casino stuff.
I think
from
he
Vegas.
has Big Lick.
Big Lick, okay.
Tattooed on his arm.
Yeah, well, that's a whole different. We won't even go there, but nice hand brewing here, though. We'll get away from the tattoo talk and get back to the poker.
You got to go revenge range, yeah.
Just the classic
350 to go.
ace high flop with the kings.
Something handy play versus Randy, where he just jams like 2,000 with King 4. Sick.
There's two all-ins. King 4 where he made a straight on the second run out. And he had 10s against aces and made a straight flush on the river.
Then going to turn his hand into a bluff here, and I like this play a lot here. You have the queen. You put a lot of hands in a tough spot.
How's the car?
And you still have equity in case you do get called.
Have you been driving?
But Brass Monkey not deterred here.
Nice.
Maybe looking to turn his hand into a bluff on future streets, having 2 kings. And let's see what Dunn decides to do here. No, he's not giving up. He's loading the barrel.
So I appreciate you.
It's been pretty good.
Wow, that is a big bet. He must know that he doesn't have an ace. He's got to be putting him on that specific hand.
I was in Chicago 10
Kings or
days.
queens.
2 5s are pretty good over there.
Oh, man. What a play there by Dunn.
Got it through. Big bet, gets it through, shows it.
You got me.
And that's something I'm curious about. I haven't played the nit button game yet. Do you think that goes into a lot of the players' consideration on what Dunn could be betting there with if it's the nit button game, or are they not really thinking about it?
It's definitely something to consider. Against a player like Dunn, though, I think he'd be doing that regardless.
Right.
Is he like, oh, like I can it gives myself a better chance to get rid of my nit button? But I mean, I think if he's going to call flop, I don't think he's just going to call turn. Right? He's going to try to give himself a better chance to win the pot, and taking the betting lead on the turn, and then sizing up that overbet on the river,
Huge
representing the nuts. Yeah.
Over, what was it, 3K?
He bet 3K and like 2,300. Yeah.
And Corey was calling for the overbet on the river in the chat there. Got what he wanted.
No, Corey. He has the cards, like I think 6-9 of hearts tattooed on him.
Yeah, we've had some lineups. Exactly.
Got a bunch of raggedy hands here. Deuces, I think, probably the best hand right now. See anyone finding a pair on the flop?
3. Carlos has a pair of 3s.
Sometimes it's going to be something fun, so I just think that's much better. And you have the freedom to leave whenever you want without a big bet. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I like that.
Oh, you're right about that?
The game's a lot smoother. Really good.
The size of the
Yeah, I was. I've had some similar thoughts where like, obviously some of the game's great. I don't even
Biddy improves to a pair of 8s here.
No, me too. I agree.
It's also just like
Checked around.
I've had like 3 or 4. Like I've had twice since they sent 6 out where I showed those.
A deuce would have been a really interesting card there. With Carlos would have had 2 pair. Randy would have hit a set.
That's 500. I'm the highest level game player. I really don't game play at all. I'll play 5-10, whatever.
I don't really.
Good call there by Viddy.
When you're in a position where there's like 2 options and one is like sometimes so much really better, and you have the ability to go come and go. Also, like when we're getting
You get a whole lot of it in
like,
it,
hey, come play. It's not going to be the sickest game. Like the level 10 games, like 1 out of 10, like the 10 games, we're not going to be getting hit up.
Okay, like the real thing is it's just like I played in some lineups and I would literally rather be at home. You know what I mean? And it's like that was if I would rather be at home. It sucks.
And also you can't.
Good to see Dunn back at the top of the leaderboard, having another bounce back session.
Sure, I would have Jack. So 2 pair and
Like ace king, so I had top.
I bet exactly the same way. I forgot to click it. I don't think I looked at it. Is it nice?
yeah, really. But I really do want to call him.
That would be a no for me. Yeah, that's
We hear
definitely
ya.
a polarizing
I love those old like water clicks.
tattoo.
It's crazy how expensive they've gotten.
I don't have any tattoos. I mean, I probably would get one. I just have actually a skin condition where I scar very easily. So when you're literally damaging your skin, I probably shouldn't do it.
When you're being stabbed with needles.
With needles, yeah. Yeah, it's just
For hours.
If I would get one, it'd have to be the tiniest thing and on an area that I know I can't scar on. But like I've been able to scar on every. Anyways,
This is an interesting flop here. Viddy's got top pair with backdoor diamonds, and Dunn has smashed this flop with a set of 3s. Oh, the diamonds are there.
does give Dunn a full house, though it is the worst full house.
The worst full house.
Though it's a little less. I need to like reel it back sometimes when I think about the bottom full house and PLO versus like no
100%.
limit. It's very, very different. You still have a full house. It's still a very, very good hand.
And Randy is the one leading with the 10 high here. Again, they are playing the nit button. He gets diamonds to fold.
Great fold there by Biddy.
Neither player has their nit button though, so kind of irrelevant in this hand. He said 2K. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Christmas has come early for Dunn.
And so for that sizing, man, it's like when your opponent's capable of having just random like king 5, king 3, ace king 2. I guess I'm just playing too much PLO. I'm just calling here, I guess, but
And that's
But yeah,
He goes all in.
that's the PLO play, right?
Right.
No limit. You still got to jam. You got to try to target king, queen, king, jack.
Randy shows him the bluff. Dunn shows him the full house. Gentleman's game here going on between guys that battle a bit.
Yeah, that's definitely. I'm definitely just like probably in the PLO mindset. It's like I see bottom full house, and I'm just like, it's a bluff catcher.
Yeah, the way that hand played out, you know, was different. I was literally in that same situation the other day. The same turn card. The guy next to me was a European player that I haven't played with much. Opens pretty big. I've got the pocket twos. I hit a set of twos. Ace king is on the flop. I know I've got him right where I want him. The king hits on the turn. I think I'm good. You know, we get it all in. He, of course, has the ace king. So, that's just one of those things where.
In no limit, that's just you're gonna get broke.
That was a three-way pot. I didn't see that in, but that was pretty wild.
I was pulling that wagon uphill, greening.
Yeah, J Rich MMA says there goes all that profit for the wild man.
And he's still smiling and laughing.
Yeah, he's not here to take money from these guys.
No. He's not paying his electricity bill with
the poker. No,
with poker, you know.
If anything, it's a tax write-off for him.
But I love Dunn not having no fear and just jamming there.
That was the head.
Brass Monkey flops it.
Not a bad flop. Terrible turn, though.
He says, I flopped it.
I love how he said it, though.
I know. His hand is the same, but he just wanted everybody to know that I flopped it.
Not gonna hold up.
I was hoping you'd call at least 100 with it.
I thought that was
Turn made it
gonna hold
worse,
up.
yeah. Horrible. Where's card?
That's one thing I like about poker. We mentioned we play with people of all age groups. Like, we all kind of have some of the same, like, excitement when we hit a hand, and, you know, I've seen young guys be like, oh, I flopped it. And this is, you know, Brass Monkey, you know, who's been playing for decades, and he's like, same thing, you know, it's the same game that we've been playing for decades, and the excitement is still there.
Raise to 100. 3 coins in sport mode.
We need another poker boom, Derek.
No,
I think
we're in it right now,
one.
Eric.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
We need to keep it going.
We're in the poker boom.
Great time to be playing cards for sure. Another interesting flop. Randy have the queen high flush draw. Cashman with the gutter ball to Broadway. Doug, I got to look up who Will Jaffe is. I don't know who that is. He better be a stud.
Oh, it's way better than this one.
Carlos hanging around with the ace-9. He's got his knit button. I wonder if he was thinking of doing something.
Also, I hated it wouldn't match the stack, but now the games are so much weaker. It's unbelievable. Way weaker than they ever were here.
Ace high is no good. Cashman's got the ace queen.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Daniel approved?
Daniel approved. I didn't see it, but I'm sure it was. You play well.
You play well. Do you talk a lot of poker with Franco?
Some.
Yeah.
Not, I would, a lot.
Yeah, 25 hours.
Like, we might talk like a hand a week. But yeah.
We sat and talked like for 2 hours after the game, like poker yesterday. I think that's an interesting concept. I think he has like.
No, he's good.
For sure. I kind of knew that, but we had some interesting conversations. Oh yeah,
There you go.
I think he gets, like, sometimes he, like, gets a little lost in the weeds. But I've seen that.
Two. Kind of uses this fundamental understanding to like justify like blasting it
Dunn
off.
raised it
like,
up with
NASA
the
style,
jack-9
you know.
suited. Cashman
Oh, sure.
pocket eights.
One of the classic blunders, you know?
Raised to 350.
The snowmen.
Okay, Brian.
Yay!
You're welcome.
I'm gonna have to look that guy up then, I guess.
Yeah, I am too.
I've reconsidered. I've reconsidered, please.
C9 bet.
Can I have it back, please?
Graphics were a little bit slow here.
C3.
Looks like Brass Monkey
He definitely raised.
raised to 350. There we go. The Jack 9 was folded by Dunn.
350.
Raise 275.
Hey, one dealer per table.
How many times do you hear that a night? One dealer per table.
I'll buy off for 675.
Especially if people know that I work in the card room, I just don't say anything.
Absolutely.
Because then for some reason they always look to you. It's like, oh, you work here? Why don't you have anything to say? It's like, I'm not working right now.
Plus, don't you want to give your coworker a chance to
actually
show
show
them
that they know what they're doing? Exactly.
Yeah, exactly
Yeah.
what they're doing. An 8 would have been a brutal flop there. It was a 9 instead, but Brass Monkey's way out ahead here.
You missed it.
Trip aces. Good fold.
Thanks. 7 more of those.
I didn't see that. He's got the hat on backwards now. Randy does.
I mean, horrible mistake.
He's probably rotating it.
Ryan's too good.
I wear a hat sometimes when I play, and I just half the time it's halfway on my head, halfway not. Gives me a headache.
I haven't counted
I feel like I play better when I have it on, though. I don't give away any forehead tells if those are real.
Head scratching tells.
Head scratching or like eyebrows.
They don't see the bead of sweat rolling down when I'm turning my hand into a bluff.
Well, I'm getting older now. They don't see my wrinkles, you know.
Just don't. Just like.
He had Miss Henderson involved before benching. I was
It's not working.
I was like, dude, just.
He's like,
I've been
ran
doing
it.
that. I
It
like
does
to
it sometimes.
shuffle
I was
anyway,
like,
so I'm going to be
That's all
folding
they can
anyway,
do.
so it doesn't really matter.
You can't have him
Ron's
blow.
like the exact same
raise to 375.
Dunn's making a disciplined fold with King Queen.
Dylan, yeah. He played really good last night.
One of the Peaky
Bridge
Blinders.
Mike got respect from everybody except for the Jack 10. So the best hands have already been let go.
Yeah, he sent me that hand. I was like, dude, no.
So I have king queen.
Yes, Dunn had King Queen. But Bridge Mike, with his knit button, tried to take it down pre. Unfortunately, Carlos is going to flop an open ender here.
Yeah, definitely not getting the fold to flop.
He doesn't really have a fold.
Now, is Carlos ever raising the flop? Probably not, just because the king and queen on the flop hits Bridge Mike's range very, very hard.
So we had a King Queen Derek and an Ace Jack fold pre-flop. And now look at that turn card.
My God.
Okay, this is where that knit button comes into play, right?
You've been talking about it. There we go. That's right. Shut it down.
I've been calling over here, my man.
God.
My man. What a rat.
And Bridge Mike is jamming all in with a 9 high.
Are they the last two with the knit button? Oh, that, holy cow.
What a dynamic.
And Bridge Mike has 6% here.
And he's going to get shown the 9-6.
No.
The hand was wrong. Okay, he had Ace King.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, thank God.
I mean, I just imagining Carlos's reaction. If
Right.
he saw it, like, are you serious?
So sorry, the graphics were off a bit there, guys. Sometimes the card readers have a little glitch there. We were thinking Bridge Mike was making a play with his knit button.
Brian loved that.
And we're assuming that the hands we saw folded, the King Queen, and they were raised and re-raised. So
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been having a lot of issues tonight, and I do apologize to all our viewers, especially if you're a new viewer. This is definitely not the case, and a lot of our viewers in the chat can definitely tell you
This is a new song.
this is not a normal thing. So we'll definitely get that figured out as soon as possible to make this a better viewing experience for everyone.
And if you are new, the way these cards are read, they have an RFID chip in them, correct, Derek?
Correct.
Yeah, and there's an RFID reader. Those little green circles you see at the table, underneath those are sensors. So, yeah, Doug, I was thinking the same thing. Bridge Mike has never played a 9-6 off, and he's definitely not 4-betting pre-flop with 9-6 off. That was what was so shocking there. And then we got what we clearly should have known, that it was just an error. We apologize there. We tried to create some action that wasn't real. It made for a fun watch there for a second. Back to poker though. We got Cashman against Bridge Mike here.
Nice hand, Mr. Mike. I've never heard someone talk so much crap with a shih tzu in his lap.
You guys hard to read.
Got right at about an hour left on this stream.
Did you see the?
This is Eric Van Loozen. I've got Derek Ing in here with me. He's allowed me to be in here with him again. He's going to step out for a minute. But we're on hand 143 of the night. We've had a couple players leave, but we've had a couple players replace them, so we're almost full-handed, or full table here, 8-handed.
He's playing with Brian Green. I would have paid to see him stack Brian and hit the pants off.
And this is a 5-5-10 no-limit game.
Pants off, belly rubber.
Yeah. Wild man.
He had like a onesie on. Like it wasn't like he was taking his underwear, but like no one knew that he had a onesie on. He starts taking his pants off. Everybody's like, whoa.
Family pot.
4 players.
I see 4 players go to the flop here.
Oh, there it is. 4 players. Check.
Nobody really connecting but Randy with middle pair here. Brass Monkey now hits a 6.
75.
Randy's going to test it and see if his 9 is good.
All right, 3 players now.
Bridge Mike called with a gutter, and Brass Monkey called pretty light with just a pair of 6s. And everybody slows down. Randy's going to take it down with a pair of 9s.
10 kicker.
That's a winner.
Good hand for him. Obviously, he didn't like 2 people calling behind there, but fortunately for him, he got checked behind him and takes down a nice pot there. Trying to get back some of those profits that he bluffed off just a little bit ago against Dunn in a big hand.
But I have so much animosity deep inside for it. I really get paid off. It's a proxy war situation.
Three
Got a
live cards.
compliment. Okay, you need a champion. I need a champion. Exactly.
He's so talented in so many things that I
Wish you
enjoy
hadn't
doing
been
and not
behind
good
me.
at. It's not fair.
Yeah, you could have read your ass. I thought about doing that too. But
No,
I
I'm
thought
talking
you made
about the river.
That was great.
hard.
He agrees with me.
Oh, I'm referring to this Brian. Okay, you are. Okay. I thought you were talking about Brian Green.
I would have. I actually thought you might be trapping me.
How you doing, Brian?
I didn't do anything. I was being stupid.
Yeah. Well, and the other Brian, I champion him just because I'm scared to death of him.
Champion him.
Not to be told him.
Not to be told. All right, 4 players. Him or his poo.
Randy raised to 50 with the King Jack suited. Bridge Mike, Carlos, and Jeffrey all make the call.
Check, check.
Jeffrey flopping really the best of it here with a club draw. Now he hits the ace.
Very well behaved.
You can see he's got a commanding lead here, 90% equity.
He damn sure didn't let me at home.
Randy's going to make a call here. He's got a gut shot. So does Bridge Mike.
Rescued that dog.
Unfortunately, they both get a pair of jacks. So Jeffrey's going to
I'm not affiliated with
take this down unless he faces a big bet here. That's 225.
Like 6+ hours. Did not move.
He didn't learn it at home. That's for damn sure.
Going to fold. Jeffrey's going to take it down. $260 profit there. Little Boats in the chat says, are you guys excited about the Poker Atlas Tour tourneys? I definitely am. Not sure how much of it I'm going to play, but I'm definitely going to take a shot at something. If you can see on the table here, they've changed the felt. We have a Poker Atlas Tour coming through August 15th to September 5th. That's just in a couple weeks. There are 2 different $1 million plus guaranteed events. There's like $3 million in total prizes during these 2.5 weeks of tournaments. All kinds of tournaments, satellites galore. You can find it on the Poker Atlas website and app or on TCH's website as well. But yeah, I'm excited. There's going to be a couple people winning, 6-figure scores in these tournaments, so that's exciting.
Not good.
Biddy's going to take down here a hand with Jack 9.
I don't know anything about the guy.
I wish I had noticed you had that.
Really well. He says that he plays online full time. I haven't seen him play bad ever. I also don't know if he's going to be running bluffs
Yeah, we've had a few of these big tournaments here at TCH over the last couple years, and we've seen some people who are, you know, more or less amateur players, not professionals, not professional grinders, hit some really big scores in these tournaments. So, you know, that gives somebody like me who plays regularly, but still considers myself kind of an amateur or a professional amateur, I like to call myself. You know, it gives me hope when I see guys run deep in these, that these tournaments, you know, are capable of being won by all kinds of different players. So it's worth a shot at a six-figure score, that's for sure. A couple of suited holdings here for Bridge Mike and Randy. Neither suit hits the flop, of course.
No. On a lot of rivers, I got a girlfriend. I take my players.
Queen high is still in the lead here. It's probably going to be whoever decides to bet is going to take this one down.
That's what's interesting.
Bridge Mike takes it down.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And Bridge Mike did not show his hand, so he does not get to get rid of his knit button. I wasn't going to say anything, but Brass Monkey or Brian caught him, and he was trying to get rid of that knit button, and he says, no, 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 you have to show your hand to get rid of your knit button. And unfortunately for Bridge Mike, he won with a queen high and forgot to expose his hand, so everybody on the stream got to see it, but nobody at the table got to see it, so unfortunately he's got to keep that knit button. So we'll see if he wins another hand.
Yeah, call it without shit. And that is like, you must call it. Yeah.
Derek's back in the booth. Derek, you just missed a Bridge Mike winning a hand with a queen high, and he forgot to turn his hand over, and he tried to get rid of his knit button, and Brass Monkey pushed it back and said, no, no, no.
Oh, man.
So he has to try again. That's the first one I've seen like that in a while.
Unfortunate there for Bridge Mike. A little boats in the chat says excited about the Poker Atlas tournament. Might play the satellite for the main event. For sure. I mean, a lot of value there. $1,000 buy-in, $1.5 million in the prize pool, and I think we got satellites running for the whole entirety of the series. So.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Is it nice now?
I can see Cashman having a 7-8 here. We don't see his other card, but.
How many tables do they have?
Or a 6-7. Fortunately for Randy, he does not want to hit a 3.
So you were there for 10 days? What days? Was it weekend or weekday?
Cashman's going to bet out here.
Beautiful, Miss Randy.
Missed 5.
It would have been trouble.
Randy realizing that 3 hits, that's a lot of trouble for him after Chris showed him his 7.
You know we're playing the Nick game, right?
I forgot also. I have a better excuse.
I did show both. I did show both, but I didn't table them. I don't think.
Oh, shit. I just realized I still have a nip button.
Don't take a break. I think you have to table them.
$75 satellite for the main event. Is that real?
It says there was a, I don't know if that means past tense. In the past on a tournament, maybe there was.
Because for a $1,000 buy-in, that'd be insane.
Insane deal.
If you lose, you back back everything.
I mean, they needed so many entrants for that.
Yeah, they'd have to have a ton of entrants.
I feel like if it was $75 satellite, it'd be for... Yeah, that one's for the $500 buy-in. For the $1 million, for the $1,000 buy-in, there's $150. I mean, that's still really good. Anything that's like 1 in 10, you know, that's a lot of good value. Randy here.
Pocket kings.
Kings.
Jeffrey puts in the call with a 10-6 suited. Again, knit button game is on. Brass Monkey as well has his knit button. Calls with that suited ace-6.
They said you couldn't call in during the series.
David, have you played any cash or choctaws? Have you played any Cash and Choctaw this week? It's pretty good. What are they playing?
2-5.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, we missed the flop there.
Be allowed to get kings, Randy.
Kings is going to take it down. Randy wins a nice hand there.
Yeah. Came back out from the shadows.
Leon is in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Says the $1 million is a $75 satellite for the $1 million, not the 1.5. So that's a great deal.
Yeah, still really, really good deal. Leon, actually, our assistant general manager for our Dallas location. So, actually, a great person to probably ask any questions if y'all have any questions regarding our Poker Atlas tour, our card room, any membership questions while he's still in the chat.
Pinch hitter, I guess.
And the main event has just double that at 150 satellite. So $75 and 150 satellites for these tournaments that are going to have 6-figure score winners. That's awesome. If you can get in on a satellite, that's quite the ROI that you've made.
Try to have a moneymaker story, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, can you imagine someone turned 150 bucks into like 300 grand in our title event?
Unreal.
Because you know that's going to smash the guarantee. So I mean,
100%.
It's a $1,000 buy-in. We only need 1,500 entrants. Yeah. And we've been historically getting 2,000
Smashing
plus.
them, right? Yeah.
Like our million guarantee with a $900 buy-in, we hit like 1.6 million. Right, so
blew that out of the water. Yeah. Dunn's going to take down that hand there, get rid of his knit button.
Coming after you today, buddy. My surrogate Randy has already done a little damage. This proxy war is just beginning now. It's about to pick up steam.
Like to hear the competitive spirits here at the table. Cashman's telling Brass Monkey he's going after him tonight. They've got about 45 minutes left in this stream to get after each other.
I'm retired. That was too much. I got burned. We flipped for 12 hours?
Yeah, I heard. That is too much.
Yeah, the Little Boats has a good point here, Derek. I mean, if you just make the final table off of your $75 buy-in or your 150, you know, you'd be looking at 25K
easily.
Final table appearance, 15 to 20K, you know.
Depending on the turn, which main event, yeah. The fact that we're starting the event with a $1 million guarantee and ending with $1 million, that's actually just insane.
It's awesome.
That is going to be
Randy's no longer
one
my
busy
surrogate.
week for us.
I'm ending all connections. I'm done.
I'll hurt you.
No.
I'll hurt your line.
Doubt Leon's going to get much
over.
sleep.
I mean, it's like a gumbo is what I meant to say. But you know what was said?
Leon won't get sleep. Jay, a lot of people that be
Our
working.
tournament staff,
tournament directors, yeah.
I mean, I'm probably going to have to be pulled in to help some with some tournaments as well. I mean, there's just so many flights. Like, there's... Nice turn card there for Randy. Picks up top pair to go along with his gut shot.
Play on that one. I want to donate half of this to your favorite charity.
What's your favorite charity? Can you tell me?
Myself.
Wontons. Could we get her to go order?
Can we get
Well, you win enough satellites, Leon. Maybe you'll eventually win the tournament that you won the satellite to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my hope too.
Yeah, actually, I'm the same, Leon. I'm really good at making just top 20%.
Right.
Consistently.
I can make top 20 or 30% all day long. Satellite, get me to day 2 or get me to day 1. It's the getting to day 2, and if I get to day 2, can I have a stack big enough to do anything?
Yeah.
With, you know.
I almost like going into day 2 with less decisions, to be honest.
Right.
And you just kind of spin it up. Because you almost feel worse, right? You come into day 2 with like the chip leading, and you like bust like 10 hands in.
Right.
What? Like what happened?
That's a good question. I imagine both of those final tables will be streamed.
Yeah, that's a for sure, and that's a great question. Little Boats asking how many of the tournaments are going to be streamed. The final, I imagine each of the events that have a big guarantee, so like the 500K guaranteed. Was there a 500K guarantee?
No, there's the 250 this weekend though.
Actually, I think there is a 500K guarantee, and it's a.
Now I'm like 25. I'm like, damn, I don't really have to figure out what to do for like.
Yeah, we do. It's a mystery bounty. Okay. So we have a 500K guaranteed, a $1.5 million guarantee, and a $1 million guarantee, and multiple 100K guarantees. I think we're going to try to stream as many as possible, and it looks like Leon is saying we're going to stream as many final tables as possible. And we're also looking into streaming some feature tables, probably for at least the title event. I mean, it's such a big event, $1,000 buy-in.
I hope I'm not doing the commentary with you. I hope I'm at those final tables if I
Absolutely.
do decide to play. But if not, I'd love to come in here and do those. Those are fun. I know Mitch likes to do some of those tournament streams, and you do too as well when you're not working. But,
We're probably going to need some extra help if we're
Yeah.
doing multiple final tables. So I don't see all of us having the availability if we're gonna be. I mean, one of the three of us is gonna be working, right? Like Mitch is dealing. Either I'm flooring or you're chip run. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. Actually, I'm curious to see how we're gonna figure out the schedule for this.
They're just gonna have to eat it, yeah.
Luckily, most final tables are going to be on Sunday, right? So
You say obviously.
if anything, we can at least plan for that.
Have not been as
Yeah, I think they're just so big.
Rich
man.
Mike
Like, they
opening
just
the
have
action with the
sports,
King
and
Nine
the
of Spades.
I mean, the bovado, like.
I think the brand itself is just so big.
I guess Jeffrey's tightened up a little bit, but he did just call a $300 raise with 10-6 of spades, so he's being selective with his hands. But he's got a premium now, and he's going to pop this up to $375.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Why did they have? You think they have
Randy's got the suited Dolly Parton.
a variety of crypto.
Yeah, I don't
It
know.
flopped a flush for Brass Monkey earlier. Unfortunately, he got run out on the turn and river with boats.
In a crypto account.
But he's actually going to flop the best of it here with a pair of fives.
Because your deposits don't like flow with crypto. Like you have 250 USD in your account. What happens if like crypto really tanks like 50%? Do they just get fucked for 50%? Are they actually just like YOLOing?
They're probably up so much on crypto. Just think it's like they were like using Bitcoin. Remember, Bitcoin was like $1.
I guess, but it's a lot of risk now.
Yeah.
Bet and a call.
I will say it.
Oh my gosh. I'm sure you remember this too. Probably back in like 2017, 2018. Crypto was the talk of the poker tables. It's just like, I got tired of it. I was like, man, this is all y'all talk about?
I'm trying to remember if I was even playing that much poker in 18. But
Global poker, it's like straight to the bank account. That feels damn good.
Feels nice.
Feels damn good.
I bet you're right. I bet you're talking 2018. I was working in the oil fields, and I was gone 20 days a month out of 30, and I was working out in West Texas and New Mexico. So that was the one year I did not play much poker at all. And then once I decided that life was not for me, I came back to Dallas and started playing a little bit. And then, of course, COVID hit. Found out about this place. The rest is history. But yeah, I feel like I missed out on the
You didn't miss much, honestly. Unless you like were one of the people that had a lot of expendable income, just kind of gamble away in the crypto industry.
Just dump it in there.
Which I will say, it's gambling, not not investing.
At that point, when you really didn't know,
Yeah.
you know,
TCH series or whatever.
because you had all these quote-unquote experts telling you everything about it. There was commercials all the time about it.
Yeah.
What's your fun spot? You play so many tables.
Cash is still king to me, but I love those stories about guys that became millionaires. It's a good American story.
I have friends who
Carlos has a mystery card, but Bridge Mike, Brass Monkey both have an ace. Brass Monkey connects here with a queen.
They went from playing like 100 and now they're playing 2K. They were just like,
Jeremiah was here. I met Jeremiah.
Bridge Mike might come along with the club and the gut shot to Broadway.
he's such a sweet kid.
And he does for $200.
I always forget how young he is.
And the perfect card for Bridge Mike.
I think he just turned 24. He's buying it for like
Brass Monkey can't automatically put him on clubs here.
He would play heads up like against
he's so well.
Does he play here?
No.
Bridge Mike is free rolling at this point. And the same hand. And he's going to pop it up.
Yeah, I like this play a lot.
I do too.
You give yourself an opportunity to win the pot on the river, and then say you do make your club, then you obviously want to try to build the pot. You know you're probably free rolling against a hand exactly like what Brass Monkey has, right? Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King.
That's a good dude.
And then you can still put them in a tough spot on the river, right? I mean, you're the only one that could have the nut flushed in this spot. Let's see what the river card brings. And
chop it up.
See if Bridge Mike goes for the all-in.
And he does.
Not all in, though.
Not all in, nope. Just a big, what, 2,500?
Like after like people like exit scamming and like all like.
Yeah, I like an all-in better here.
He only leaves himself about 1,000. What is that, $1,000 chip on top? He makes the call. Said I was free rolling.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Bridge Mike go for the all-in there. Really put Brass Monkey in a tough spot.
Especially since he had just re-raised him.
Yeah, check raise the turn. It's already such a strong play. The check raise turn on a one-liner with clubs out there.
Seriously, he doesn't know who's. First of all,
I think Brass Monkey probably folds some all-in on the river there,
to begin with.
which is a massive win, right? If you can get a hand that you chop with and fold.
Absolutely.
He'll be selling me.
Obviously,
That's right.
much
We'll see
easier
who
said
else
than
a
done.
equivalent SMUJ
Bridge Mike is the one risking his money out there.
Fly too high,
And he is, currently the biggest loser right now.
It's
So.
high risk.
But sometimes is what makes the really good players stand apart, right? Regardless of how stuck they are, they still know this is a good play and that profitable play if they can make it. April Loves Golf saying Randy is a luck box. And well, there is some element of luck in poker, right? I mean, if there was no element of luck in poker, it'd be a very boring game.
Right.
Hit him with the okay 100.
The best games all have some element of luck, right?
and then Sue.
Randy with the Mitch hand, the pocket tens.
Loses a 3-bet pot. Needs
Exactly. Y'all picked up on that was blind.
Bump it to 50, and Dunn's going to re-raise behind him with king queen.
I've looked, and I'm calling.
I also look.
Randy confirmed that he looked at his cards. He says, I've looked. Oh, not a good flop for Randy's.
Does have some backdoor possibilities here, but I mean, again, for one bet and how deep they are, I'm probably calling at least one street here. Got to give credit to Dunn sometimes to having some bluffs. Is he raising? Oh, okay. Don't know about that.
No.
He patted the table as in saying, okay, good call. Now he's checking. Unfortunately, one of his tens was already out. It does not hit on the river.
500.
I'm thinking about going for kind of a thin value raise here.
I think he is. And again,
Make it like 13 or 1400.
Again, I think this is a spot where maybe I just call, but Dunn's a better player than me.
Dunn's a sicko.
He's a sicko. He gets value out of every hand he has. Small boats.
I mean, realistically,
one pair.
right? Like, you're only really losing to like 8-6 here, and then Randy's gonna make it very.
Wow. Gets the call though.
Wait, what? Wow. What a.
He must have put him on some sort of missed club draw, and Dunn takes advantage. Knowing Randy was not very strong with that $500 bet on the river, raises him, and gets max value with a one pair holding. What
Wow.
a sicko.
Yeah, 4K pot here with one pair, and
Dunn
definitely.
shoots up.
What's up?
I said, and Dunn shoots up the leaderboard again with
Up 10K.
almost
yeah.
10K.
That's a great heads up spot there. I mean, good awareness, I guess, playing against the player, right? You're probably most players are not making that raise.
Can you confirm, Brian?
But knowing that Randy's capable of making some light calls and kind of with how the hand was played, right? He check raised flop and then Dunn check back turn, which almost made it look exactly like clubs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That I totally forgot the check on the turn was definitely had to go into his head there. Doug's got the funny
I see a foot
emojis.
in a football.
A punt.
Yeah.
Calling Randy a punter. We've all been the punter before.
Every game needs a punter.
Right? We just hope we're the punt returner.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Right. Yeah, so if you lost, you.
That is a weird way to punt the ball with your heel. I guess you can't turn the feet around there, or you could switch the emojis. But
I think we were playing like 5, 10, 25 with like the 50 on, and we were doing like 200 each.
Brass Monkey is going to raise with 10-4.
It's like an average like 5K buy-in. It's like just enough that like
raise and
start
take it
getting,
down.
Like 3 or 4 handed, people start really going for it.
Yeah, I think Dunn's talking about last week where we had the $200 $200 seven deuce bounty on him. That's ridiculous. $1,600.
$1,600, yeah.
10-5 aces.
Julian asking if I was in the PLO streets today. I was this morning, and then I went home and went to sleep and woke up coming here to commentate.
Yes, sir.
We'll probably play again at some point tonight if there's a PLO game running outside.
Yeah, me too. He's a good guy.
I had my biggest PLO win ever the other day. And,
Yeah.
But now I'm wondering, do I go give it another shot or do I just give up?
Yeah, it's up to you.
I've been running good enough at the Hold'em game. I just every now and then I'll poke some money in there. I just happen to run up a really good one, but that's what PLO does. It gets you, it hooks you in with those big wins. Because you can literally spin up a $400 stack to $4 grand in a matter of 15 minutes. I've seen it. It's gross.
It's definitely possible. Is everyone just playing the 10-4 today?
10-4 is playing.
What is happening?
Unfortunately for Carlos, he's just going to think his 10 is good here. He's going to need a 5 or a 9 real quick.
Did you buy this backpack too?
Yeah.
I actually like the backpack a lot.
Thanks, bud. What do you mean, actually? Actually,
Diamond and an ace might slow things down, but Biddy does have 2 pair.
Come on. It's right.
We should look on that. You can charge like 2-3K.
Boom.
Slap Supreme on the
I think
side.
Carlos is going to try to represent the flush here.
Art with stitching.
Yeah.
That's 750.
There's a full-blown Mike Tyson in boxing. Hand stitch.
Really? On a shirt or like a...
Wow.
It's on a carrot.
Biddy says, I don't believe you, sir.
Wow.
I bought a little Wayne.
Yeah, the problem. Yeah, I was about to say the problem with doing that, you open yourself to getting jammed on, and that's exactly what happened. Where you kind of get it. You kind of have a bad card for both players, right? I mean, it doesn't seem like most players could have a flush in that spot, especially when it's the ace of diamonds. You open yourself to getting either bluffed or getting a free turn card, right? A free river card.
I mean, it's art. Yeah.
It's art.
Yeah.
The little Wayne is so cool.
That's very random.
It's one of her numbers. So.
Like life size?
Just a portrait of his dad.
Oh, it's just a stitch portrait of his dad.
But Mike Tyson is full body size in his boxing gear.
Wow.
I mean, I'm crazy. The guy is such an enigma. Where he came from. And
Mike Tyson?
yeah.
I agree.
Raise to 60.
It's just interesting.
For sure.
Cashman's got a suited ace 10, going to raise it up. Bridge Mike has the inferior hearts here. King 7. Not going to want to see hearts. Randy's playing that crazy Phil Hellmuth Queen 4 hand. Dunn's going to come along with an 8-7, and Carlos is in there with a Queen 10. 5 ways to this flop. Nobody's loving this flop. Let's see what the turn brings. Another 3. Right now, Cashman has the lead here, 52% equity with the ace-10 of hearts. Nobody's stabbing at it. And another 3. So whoever puts a single chip out in this pot is going to take this one down, Derek. No pairs.
Can we go to the ocean, please?
King high. Ace high.
Boom. Boom. I don't get punished for not showing earlier. Thank God. I was gonna go on monkey. I was gonna go on monkey tail if I got punished for not showing.
Oh my God, that was great. 350 for this one,
Oh my gosh, I would have lost it.
So we've had now 2 players that didn't show their cards. They didn't table them.
Oh, really?
And had, yeah, because Cashman actually showed his hand, kind of flipped it over, but he didn't table it earlier. When he had that 7, we didn't see the other card. It was in that hand against Randy.
There's like J-Rock.
Oh, J-Rock, yeah.
Yeah. I can't think of his actual name.
right here.
No, the guy who's here, not this guy.
Yeah,
That was J-Rock.
Yeah, just J-Rock asked me for 200 to like pay out the Nick game, and I just gave him 2 black chips, like. It's like kind of on autopilot. And Brian goes, "You fucking dumbass!" Right? Yeah. And I was like, "Bro, like, damn, man, my bad."
Wow.
Aggressive. You dumbass. All right, bro.
The etiquette on this guy.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know,
seriously,
it's
it's a travesty.
That's all right though, because he always calls whenever I have value, and he always folds when I have a bluff.
Okay, then it's acceptable.
So it's acceptable. He can call me a dumbass.
He's got a needle and brass monkey right now.
I was telling him about me giving J-Rock 2 black chips to pay out the nit game, and you going, you dumbass. I was like, ah.
I did say that. The etiquette on this guy.
Like, all right, he can get away with it though.
Get caught up on this hand.
That's 100.
Nobody with a spade in their hand.
Oh, that's a. You got it.
Thank you, man. This old stack's been needing to fill up again. Picking on me.
Randy's saying his stack needs to get filled up again, and the Dun's picking on him. But it's all in good fun here.
We did have several winners previously, but now it's like Dun's kind of just running away with it here.
Right. Benny, one of the guys that showed up to the stream late at the 8 o'clock hour, no, the 10 o'clock hour.
10 o'clock, yeah.
He's already up $2,000, so.
You just go.
David, it's not personal, man. I'm just really absorbing it.
It's not personal, but it keeps coming, you know?
The poker. What do you call these? Oh, you know it. Just call me
Mr. Shiva is in the chat. Is that the Shiva from last week who was, what was his name? The dragon? What was the first word before dragon? Shiva, what was your screen name? The recursive dragon. That's right. Not the reclusive, but the recursive dragon.
Thanks for hopping in our stream, Chief. Looks like Randy's going to win at Showdown here, if he can get the Showdown. And we're done going for a value bet here. Going to get called by King High, and then now Randy's just like going to fold.
Right? Hard to call there. He's telling me he got me to fold the 6.
You made me fold the 6 queen. You made me. Forced it down me. Force fed me. I just don't feel like I need to.
Okay, first super chat of the night from Shiva. $2 super chat. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you, Shiva.
I'm being serious. You don't need to win.
Staff appreciates that.
I don't feel like there's equity in it.
Got to 100, hand number 160. Julian asked me where his girl PokerFace Ash is. She's on the thumbnail, not at the table. She had to dip out a little early. She left around 10 o'clock. She is playing a tournament at Choctaw tomorrow morning, and I believe she has about an hour drive to get home. So very understandable for her to have to dip out a little bit early. I really appreciate her though stopping in and playing for 4 hours.
Absolutely.
I do one of those beers.
Randy flopping a pair and a diamond draw here. Carlos has made some strange calls tonight with some kind of weird combos, and I'm not sure if he was going to try to.
He does have the nit button still. So
still has the nit button. Yeah, it's the second time he's had kind of an interesting hand where maybe I thought he was going to, but he just decided that was not the right spot for him. It's down right now. Looks to bridge. Mike still has his nit button. Carlos has his nit button.
Yeah,
that's it. So
I really miss playing here.
Yeah, I mean the thing with the nit game, right? You don't really want to force it, right? You can, you can kind of have fun with it, but so I'm just gonna if you just let it happen organically.
It doesn't run at all. So
we saw how the nit button blew up in Fire's face.
Right. Yeah, shoving the ace-4 into the kings.
The table 9? Yep. Yep, 9. That was the game. I'd come in blind. I'd come in, they'd seat me at a table and I'd say, put me on the list of 9. And I didn't even look at the table. I wouldn't even look at the table. It's always the main game.
You gotta watch it.
A lot of smaller cards until Jeffrey wakes up here with the ace queen.
El Jefe.
Looks like Carlos was going to raise out of turn or call out of turn, but
That's not really possible at the new 2-5 at the new. It's not going to happen.
he's
You're
just
not
going to
run it
fold
up
now after
17.
Jeffrey puts in the big 3-bet here.
Everyone's zelling El Jefe.
Randy's going to call this big bet with 5-4 offsuit.
It's already 1,000 in the middle here.
Wow.
But, you know, you kind of want to play heads up with a hand like that, and oh boy. Not a great flop for Jeffrey's holding. Jeffrey. Yeah, don't worry about April. Julian's just a troll.
That was good. Boom.
He says that was good. Don't know why you called me pre-flop, but that was good on the flop.
Have you seen Oppenheimer? Have you seen Barbie? I have not, but my brother watched it with his girlfriend and said it was a phenomenal movie. He liked it.
I have a close friend who also and he was like kind of dreading it, like going. So he like made her go see Oppenheimer, like the same. Like,
Players are talking about the movies that are out right now. I know you said you saw Oppenheimer, correct? Derek, did you see Oppenheimer? You went and saw Oppenheimer,
I did see
right?
it.
Yeah.
Yes, I
That's
saw
what
it
they're
last
talking
night.
about at the table.
Very good movie. Highly recommend it. But I will say, if a lot of dialogue in the movie, you have to be in the right mindset to watch this movie.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going in just looking to have like just only a visual experience,
The acting is
you're
like,
not going to enjoy it because there's so much dialogue, and you have to really be like kind of dialed in and listen to all the dialogue to kind of enjoy the movie.
This flop with ace high gets checked through. Jeffrey with a pair of aces. Now with 2 pair. Carlos is going to call with 6s. And a bad river for him. He was already behind, but great card for Jeffrey. Now his ace is full. Puts out $125 and takes it down.
It was pretty good. But yeah, the Barbie movie was supposed to be pretty good. I don't know. It's a movie with Margot Robbie in like 80% of it. It's hard for it to be a bad movie. Margot Robbie.
Are you considering going to play like in New Jersey, playing like online?
I had not considered that, but I would definitely think about it like in the future. Why? Have people doing that?
Colin and Arlene are about to go.
Really? To play on WSP.com?
Yeah.
I played on WSP.com like a small sample. I was in Nevada for a week, and I played like, I grinded online, whatever.
Do they have the merge pool?
Yeah. And I thought it was phenomenal. I wasn't playing high stakes. I was playing 500 NL, but it was like...
That's what Colin's gonna do. He's just gonna grind like 500.
Sure, it's a great idea. It's much better than playing Ignition nowadays. Ignition is like not better than ACR anymore, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think so.
At least at 1K and above. At 200, it's better than any other side, I think. But I haven't been on global. I mean, better than ACR and better than your two sides.
Clearly better.
Globals isn't spread as much.
There's just not a global pool. There's just not a global pool. So like global is just Canada and US. So it's just obviously like the best.
Yeah. Ignition used to be like that, but now they just like a ton of Euros I know VPN in and like or have servers here in the US that they play off of.
Yeah. Everybody has a way. And also it's like even without that, like South America's come
2 hard flop. Now we have second spade coming in.
Like Solid Costa is like stable, like he's Ignition alright.
Yeah. All right. Randy, you mind? Hit me with the date.
King in the chat says, what if TCH like this green felt, to be honest? Thank you.
I've never said no to a date
And help
before.
advertising our big Poker Outlets tour coming up very, very soon.
Favorite food, probably. Number one.
What, less than a month now, so.
Carlos has been trying to get in some action for a while. He finally gets a nice river card for him. Looks like he might get paid off here. He does. Fridge Mike has the ace and pays him off.
Radio sponsored by Pitted Dates.
That is definitely the first hand I've seen Carlos win, maybe at all, but
That might be pot A.
pot A or
yeah.
pot more than $100 for
Right.
sure. Good for him.
Number 1.
Good for Carlos. Wins 1.6K pot there. Still has 8.1 in his stack.
Something.
Yeah, did they just do this on the stream table only?
What's up?
The felt, the green felt with it.
It's deep.
Yeah,
It's not
I
that
guess
funny, actually.
Just for the stream, just kind of advertise the
probably just for the stream.
tournament.
Yeah.
I know we just changed a lot of felt on this outer tables. So.
Yeah, so I doubt they're gonna do it for all of them, but that would be kind of cool. It's kind of they're kind of gearing up for the event.
I'm floating above water.
What's going on, D King?
At the end of the day, is kind of like a. I mean, Poker Alice is kind of sponsoring the tournament, right? So I'm sure they want to get their name out there.
Now, do they have employees that come in and help out?
They do.
Okay,
they do.
cool. Looking forward to meeting some of those folks.
75.
Yeah.
Ooh, Carlos might be going on a heater here. Just flats with the queens on the button. What do you think about that play, Derek?
Well,
now we can.
It's fine occasionally, right? If you're up against like an under the gun open, right? Knowing that they can only have hands like ace king plus,
right?
Or yeah. I mean, I'm weighted towards one in the raise, right? I'm never really just calling and wanting to go multi-way. But now you have a spot here where I think you should definitely raise. Okay, just calls.
Just calls.
Now I'd be like really sick to my stomach if I see a 4 on the flop, right? Where you could easily gone that hand out of the mix.
100%. Very safe flop for him.
Yeah, you just always want to try to clean up all of the equities as much as you can, right? I mean, your big hands, you want to try to get heads up, and you want to deny the equity from hands that just are never be able to fold if you make it a big enough raise.
Right.
And,
You
know, 1 out of 10 times they're going to fold and would have hit their set, but you're saving yourself a bunch of money from not getting stacked by the set.
Every time, okay? It's been 2 weeks, and I decided I snapped.
If, Randy misses like he does here, it's going to look brilliant, right? He got some more value out of him because he called the bet on the flop with 2 overs.
I'll show you a picture. And also keep it kind of on the down low because I'm saying it on stream, but they can't. Keep it on down because I'm going to get robbed for sure. No, I'm serious. I will. I've accepted it, but because
shows him the ace king and lets it go. Carlos shows him the queens. Him.
Yeah, they would. But the thing is,
he's now about even for the night after those 2. So.
I should, but it's expensive. And I have to be locked in for like 12 months, 14 months, and I don't want to do that because when I turn 21, I'm gonna go travel for 6 months, 8 months, and play wherever I want. I'm gonna play in LA, play in Vegas, play in Macau, and so I don't want to be locked in then. And so it just makes more sense. Also I don't need a place to live. I like living at home, mostly because.
Oh shit, I just realized.
You're the straddle.
Interesting dialogue right now between 2 of the younger players at the table, Dunn and Chris Cashman. I know Cashman hasn't turned 21 yet. He's talking about all the places he's going to travel once he's legal to play poker. He mentioned Macau and some places that I'd never heard of, but Los Angeles, obviously Vegas, and some of these other places. But neat to see young guys getting into it, being able to travel and do what they love.
And that's when you want to do it, right? Before you have a family or settle down somewhere.
Right down there pushing his wheel on the damn table like he always does. Brian, I apologize. Go get it. Go get it, Brian. I'm checking.
Nothing if not on it. Come on, man.
9 or lower, please.
9 or lower. Ace.
You guys watch the race board?
Okay.
Calls for the ace.
That doesn't make you feel good on the card that he calls.
The classic, well, if I called for it, I got to bet it now, right?
There's not much equity in there.
You might be running good if you're yelling for cards and it's just there it is.
It's fun when it's like,
and he shows. Shows the ace, takes it down. And
For the love of God, ace.
Dunn just goes over the 10K mark in profit for the night. You see his stack is at 15.1K.
My dad works out of town like half the time.
Next closest one is Carlos at 9K.
So it's like more
So
convenient for me to be
got a
home.
commanding
At least for my brothers,
stack
it's not so big.
lead.
And so
Plus,
what
he's
it's
the
gonna
big
be is
winner
like
of the night.
some stupid damn thing. It's already has all the stuff, you know. It's I'm just gonna like I'm gonna be there when the game's there, all right? For like a day at a time. But I just get to take a nap instead of having to like drive back an hour back and forth. I'll show you. It's a mini fan. It is.
What's funny is, so when I came back from my heard that like basically like my parents didn't have a place for me to stay, so it was just like I had to figure out my own shit.
Yeah.
So what I was planning on doing was buying like buying what you're
Exactly.
talking about, and then just like traveling and like
Sure. And like on top of that, if I want to go to like camp at a state park or something, it's like perfect. Yeah.
That was literally my plan. I was like when I came back, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna buy like.
So Mike's going to flop top pair here with ace, jack, Cashman. He's going to lay down his jack 9. He had some backdoor equity, but besides otherwise.
You ever call it Haslett House guy? It was like 4 dudes, and then when they were like.
We're on hand 167. Got about 10 minutes left in this stream, guys. Hope you've enjoyed it. Got about 168, 151. Just dropped down a little bit, but if you guys are still there, we always like to ask this: where are you watching? If anybody's outside of Texas, let us know where you're watching from. I'm glad you joined us. Hope you get a chance to come and visit Texas Card House in Dallas or Las Colinas. We've got 2 locations here. This is Eric Van Loosen. I'm in here with Derek Ing, and Derek has allowed me to do the stream with him for a few weeks now, so I appreciate that. I had a blast doing it.
I'm not going to be living in it. I just need a nap mobile. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just great that you kind of just have the same sleep schedule as me right now, right? And you're awake during these hours to do this. And no, of course, and it's not just that, of course. No, everything everyone in chat's been enjoying having you on, and I've definitely been enjoying it. So appreciate you hopping in.
I just can't stay away from TCH. What can I say? Mr. King, D. King is watching from Melbourne, Australia. Awesome. We've got 1 club in the hand here, 3 on the flop. Dunn does have the best hand here with ace 10. Randy's going to bet his club draw.
It is live.
It is live. The 9-7 folded. Jeffrey folded his 9-7.
Man, and Don just keeps getting these spots where he just has the easiest, just like, okay, I have top pair. Just getting gifted all this money here.
Which is funny because Randy turns over the deuce of clubs and he says, I missed. You did miss your flush, but kudos for going for it, you know? Sometimes it's hard to hit a flush, so if you got one, probably bet it. I have not been to Melbourne. I've got a friend of mine that went to Melbourne, Australia. I know that's like the music capital of Australia, where a lot of it's kind of like Austin or Nashville. As far as Australia is concerned, like they have a lot of live music venues and artists that come from there. But I've heard it's a great town, a lot of fun.
Let's do something about it.
I think I overheard this might be the last 10. If it is the last 10, I really appreciate everyone for tuning in for the past 6 hours. Had a really fun time watching with everyone.
You know what? That just makes you. Just fine. I'm just so glad you're out and about.
You're out and about.
No, the best part was like, this was the last hand. I had time to like drive home and then like hop on a call with my friends and be like, all right, guys, watch this hand.
Open ender for Jeffrey. Not much else going on here. That's 50 and takes it down.
So like I get home, like hop in Discord, and they're like, oh, like how much you wind up winning? About that.
I've been there.
Just heard Tyler say 2 more hands before they do the final PLO flip.
2 or 3 more hands.
Make it quick, boys. What? 50 of every flip, so I guess 150. I mean, I'm sure we can flip. We'll all pitch in 25 or something. That's fine.
I was up about 14 at OFC. But I got ace king or something. He goes all in. I go all in. Last hand. Yeah.
It was women's championship though. Chopped it up.
So glad to see it shot.
Brass Monkey and Carlos are going to battle in this one. Randy's going to stick around with his king 6 offsuit.
There was a king on the board and a
Nick.
He's going to actually outflop everybody with a pair of 6s. There's a one-liner to a straight out there, but nobody has the 7. Brass Monkey's going to lead out with his queen high for 125. Randy says, I flopped it. He shows over the pair of 6s. D King is putting odds on the flip here. He thinks C2 or C5 are going to win it. He's got money on Dunn or Carlos.
Babe Ruth in this hat on. Kind of old school.
It's a Babe Ruth situation.
We'll pretend we're gambling here, D King. I'm going to take Vidi in seat 6 when the flip happens.
I'll take Carlos.
You got Carlos?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll take Carlos. But yeah, really appreciate everyone for tuning in for the past 6 hours. It's been a really fun time. A lot of action as always. Randy kind of driving the action on our table tonight.
Get grooving.
Looks like they're doing one last no-limit hand here. Right? Looks like Randy's got a big hand here. Sorry, let me go back there.
The Jiggities.
So you have to see us.
I think it was a raise.
Yeah, we'll put our ugly mugs back up there in a second, right?
No.
Dunn just let go of the ace-10 there.
I put everything on the table. Everything I have. I don't have anything. I have like $200 in my bag.
The last hand
I put
last
everything on the
stream
table.
didn't do him so well, so I think he's just going to let go of the ace-10. It was ace-9 last week.
Yeah, I'm sure that's kind of crossing his mind. Just like,
yeah, just let it go.
Don't even.
Let me book this 10K win.
Yeah. Instead of dusting it off to someone.
You guys can always go back and see the previous streams. They're on our YouTube channel. There's some good quality
And they hit kings.
from the past 2 years of stuff to watch. So that last week's ended with a bang. I'll just say that.
Yeah, Carlos. You guys didn't flip.
Ooh, Bridge Mike gets there.
Okay, do you get everyone chip in 25 to tip the staff in the back? All right.
Small value, thin value. Folds the jacks. That's a good fold there by Randy. Very disciplined.
Oh, and they'll take 150 out of it. That's better. That's better.
Bridge Mike got there with a straight on the final hand.
Let's do a flip at the end. We'll do a flip. Yeah.
Okay, and they are going
one last hand and
to
flip. Yeah.
Do the PLO flip, right?
This is the flip, I believe.
What, 100,
Okay.
200?
Who you picking, Derek?
I'm still thinking Carlos. Carlos is my boy.
I got Vidi.
And we'll take a 150
Carlos
out for
has
the staff,
also
'cause you
been
guys didn't
selected
flip
by
so
D King here. He's picked 2. He's got us outnumbered. He's got seats 2 and 5. I'm taking Vidi in seat 6.
Yeah, I'm in. I just don't want these guys to fucking have like
It was very nice of Chris to remind everyone of the hard work that, of course, Tyler, Taylor, and Cooper are doing back there. So making sure everyone gets a little bit of a tip there. Really appreciate that, Chris. But they are going to figure out the who's going to win this flip here, and my money's on. Well, I'm not actually betting any money here.
Yeah,
but I'll
imaginary Monopoly dollars.
I'll pull on I'll bet $1 million Monopoly dollars on Carlos here.
I got Vidi. Let's go. Carlos is already showing an ace and a face card.
It's a good start.
I think Vidi's showing like a 9 or something, so that's all I could see.
Who put all the red chips in there? Someone have a set or something?
Dunn's got clubs. Nut clubs. Vidi's got 9-8. Five, ace 4. Is that Carlos?
Ship it. $1 million Monopoly dollars.
$1 million Monopoly dollars.
Hell yeah.
Looks like Carlos. with
Let's
the
go.
wheel.
Yeah, dude,
Unless somebody's got the 4-6. I don't see the 4-6.
No, Carlos has got it. He's got the check mark.
Carlos
oh my God.
wins. So
Where's my million Monopoly dollars?
D King wins the million Monopoly dollars, and so does Derek. Congrats, boys.
All right. Well, appreciate everyone for tuning in the past 6 hours. It's been a really fun night. Be sure to tune in this Saturday. Well, actually, no. We're doing our even bigger one. So I imagine it's going to be Sunday. Excuse me, guys. So we'll be streaming the final table of our 250K guaranteed this Sunday. So make sure you tune in for that. And then, of course, in a few weeks, we're going to have our Poker Atlas tour. We're going to have a lot of final tables streamed and some feature tables as well.
Awesome.
All right. Y'all have a great night. Appreciate everyone.